Chef Zhao who would make it. Chef Zhao's braised sea cucumber with scallions is naturally not as good as Master Yang's personally made, but ordinary diners have never tasted Master Yang's braised sea cucumber with scallions. Therefore, Chef Zhao's skill level is usually enough to satisfy most diners. However, today's banquet is attended by many well-known figures in the Jiangbei catering industry. These are all true gourmets, and many of them have tasted Yang Lao's personally made braised sea cucumber with scallions back in the day. Therefore, Master Zhao was somewhat uncertain. After taking a few deep breaths, I finally calmed down. Chen Feng naturally saw all of this. If the dishes on today's menu are relatively ordinary, even if a highly skilled head chef is not present, other chefs can still manage to make up for it, and the final banquet will not be too bad. However, today's menu is full of dishes that are easy to mess up. If this continues, even if the banquet can be prepared, the effect will be greatly diminished. Having traveled through time for so long, Chen Feng had heard of the name Yi Ranju more than once. His apprentice had previously been a chef at Yi Ranju. According to information Chen Feng gathered from other people, Yi Ranju holds a significant position in the Jiangbei catering industry. It is a century-old establishment with a rich heritage. Having promised Uncle Zhang, Chen Feng naturally couldn't continue watching. Through his observations, Chen Feng had identified almost every flaw in the chef's operations and provided suggestions for improvement. When blanching the large intestine, insert a scallion into it to better remove the fishy smell, a young voice heard from behind an apprentice who was preparing to blanch the large intestine. When chopping the filling for 4 happiness meatballs, add an extra half-pound of fatty pork, the finished dish will taste better. The young voice also reached the ears of the chef who was chopping the filling for 4 happiness meatballs. Don't chop the cilantro so finely. When stir-frying, cut it into 1-inch pieces. When adding cilantro to soups, keep the cilantro leaves intact. Make the cuts on the sweet and sour carp deeper, down to the spine. Chen Feng walked through the busy crowd in the kitchen. Chefs are generally very irritable while working, and they often give outsiders a hard time if they cause trouble. However, after hearing Chen Feng's words, the busy chefs did not show a single sign of dissatisfaction. One reason is that Chen Feng's words really hit the nail on the head. Another reason is that the young man's temperament is very similar to that of Mr. Yang. This is the kind of demeanor that allows someone to strategize and control everything in the kitchen, while also casually pointing fingers at others. Even though he was so young, his every move reminded the other chefs in Yi Renju's kitchen of their own feelings when they first started learning to cook and facing the head chef. Despite his young age, he commanded absolute authority whenever he was in the kitchen, and the other chefs naturally accepted his words. What they didn't know was that this kind of demeanor was cultivated by Chen Feng through hosting countless state banquets. Once Chen Feng arrives in the kitchen, he will become the only one in charge. Chen Feng finally walked up to Master Zhao, who was about to start making the braised sea cucumber with scallions. "I'll do it." A young and gentle voice reached Master Zhao's ears. Master Zhao put down his kitchen utensils and looked toward the source of the sound. He was a young man. People his age usually only work as apprentices in the kitchen of Yi Ranju. But for some reason, the other party had a confidence that Zhao couldn't understand at all. In Master Zhao's eyes, the young man's figure was somewhat similar to that of old Yang. When the other party speaks, it's as if they should be in charge of the kitchen. "Who are you?" Master Zhao was still a little curious. Other chefs might temporarily suppress their doubts when they see someone they don't recognize in the kitchen. But even though he was certain he knew everyone in the kitchen, Chef Zhao couldn't help but ask questions when he saw unfamiliar faces. "Don't worry about these small things, go and cut the pork knuckle first," Chen Feng said instead of answering Master Zhao's question. "Oh." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Master Zhao nodded subconsciously. This feeling is very similar to when I first entered the industry and was being directed by a senior chef as an apprentice. Before he knew it, Chen Feng had taken over the reins of the kitchen. Chef Zhao was well aware of his own abilities. He could handle ordinary diners with his skills, but it would be difficult for him to make this banquet a perfect success. Just then, a young man suddenly appeared and offered to take over. Although Master Zhao found himself somewhat confused about the situation, he couldn't seem to find any reason to object. Chen Feng kept a close eye on every part of the kitchen, and the cold dishes were almost finished. While directing and planning the actions of everyone in the kitchen, Chen Feng also had to personally prepare this braised sea cucumber with scallions. "Bring the soaked sea cucumbers," Chen Feng said, glancing at the stove in front of him. As a long-established restaurant, Yi Renju's kitchen stove was incredibly well-equipped, almost as good as the kitchen equipment Chen Feng had used in his previous life. The equipment is working properly. Next comes the ingredients. Braised sea cucumber with scallions is an elaborate dish that requires many ingredients and the preparation process is quite complicated. Fortunately, the kitchen staff at Yi Renju had already prepared the steps that could be done in advance, otherwise, even Chen Feng wouldn't have been able to make this braised sea cucumber with scallions in such a short time. Just making a stock takes at least several hours. If you wait until you're ready to make braised sea cucumber with scallions to prepare the broth on the spot, there simply won't be enough time. In addition, the sea cucumbers have been soaked in ray-drat. The ingredients for making braised sea cucumber with scallions must be dried sea cucumbers that have been soaked in ray-drat, not fresh sea cucumbers. Braised sea cucumber with scallions is the ultimate embodiment of the Shandong cuisine principle of making the taste infused into the sea cucumber. In this dish, the sea cucumber serves as a carrier for various flavors. The chef uses all his skills to infuse the sea cucumber with flavors that are not originally present in it, thus creating the dish's unique character. Sea cucumber itself doesn't have a particularly rich flavor, which is precisely why it becomes a perfect medium. Only by drawing on a clean blank canvas can one avoid encountering too many constraints. Sea cucumbers are like a clean sheet of white paper. Dried sea cucumbers, after being processed in ray-drat, have a much greater ability to absorb flavor than fresh sea cucumbers, which is why dried sea cucumbers are the preferred ingredient for this dish. Dried sea cucumbers must be soaked before they can be cooked. Soaking sea cucumbers also takes a considerable amount of time, and no mistakes can be made during the soaking process. Only clean water can be used, and the container must not contain a single drop of oil or other impurities. Otherwise, the sea cucumbers will immediately spoil while they are being soaked. As far as Chen Feng knew, in ancient times, some Shandong cuisine restaurants even had kitchen staff who did nothing but soak sea cucumbers. The importance of this step is evident. Chen Feng inspected the sea cucumbers that Ji Ranju's kitchen had prepared in advance. The preparation was just right. He could feel that he could squeeze the sea cucumbers through with his bare hands, but they still retained a certain degree of elasticity. This means the sea cucumber has been properly prepared. Chen Feng looked at the rather large sea cucumber and its plump spines, and nodded slightly. The quality of this sea cucumber was quite good. It should be a top-quality Liaoning sea cucumber. Sea cucumbers themselves have no flavor. To make them a carrier of flavor, they need to be infused with flavor multiple times. Braised sea cucumber with scallions requires 3 stages of marinating, simmering, steaming, and braising. The scallions are steamed during the steaming stage. Chen Feng glanced at the various ingredients that had been prepared and nodded slightly. It seemed that Ji Ranju's lineage was quite proper, at least they hadn't cut corners when preparing the ingredients. Although the technique in the name of braised sea cucumber with scallions is braising, it is difficult for the sea cucumber to fully absorb the flavor if it is only braised at the end. Therefore, the sea cucumber should be seasoned before cooking. You Ranju itself also planned to follow this procedure. Of course, even with the same steps, different chefs will produce very different results. Braised sea cucumber with scallions doesn't require advanced knife skills, it mainly tests the chef's ability to control the heat and their seasoning skills. The difference in cooking time and seasoning will ultimately be reflected in the texture and flavor of braised sea cucumber with scallions. Master Zhao was always unsure of himself because he was still quite a bit behind Master Yang in terms of cooking time and seasoning. At this time, Chen Feng had already begun the production process. On the preparation table in the back kitchen, there are pre-cut pork knuckles, chicken pieces, and duck pieces. A restaurant as large as Yi Ranju would certainly not cut corners on ingredients. The quality of these meats is quite good. Chen Feng brought out 3 kinds of meat, which were the auxiliary ingredients needed for the first step of simmering the braised sea cucumber with scallions. These 3 types of meat have different aromas, and the stewing process also imparts a rich umami flavor. Of course, the main purpose of simmering is to bring out its aroma, and incidentally, to impart a touch of umami flavor. The key to enhancing the flavor of braised sea cucumber with scallions lies in the broth. In fact, these kinds of meats are the main ingredients for making stock. After a long time of simmering, the umami flavor of these meats can be fully infused into the soup, making the stock extremely delicious. A short simmering time is not enough to bring out much of the umami flavor of these meats. Therefore, the simmering step is mainly to extract their aroma and to provide initial seasoning for the braised sea cucumber with scallions. Before stewing these meats with sea cucumber, they need to undergo preliminary processing. If you put raw meat directly into water to simmer, the aroma will be weakened, and it will also have a slight fishy smell. After all, it is meat, and no matter how good the quality is, it has come into contact with blood and will have a slight fishy smell. Generally speaking, the main way to remove the fishy smell is to blanch the meat, which involves heating the water and letting the blood foam carry away the odor from the meat. However, the meat used for braising sea cucumber should not be blanched. Blanching the meat will lock in the flavor. If the final dish is the meat itself, this is naturally not a problem. However, Chen Feng's goal was to infuse the sea cucumber with the aroma of meat, so blanching was not an option for this step. Chen Feng chose to use stir-frying to remove the slight off-putting smell of the meat. At the same time, stir-frying can also better bring out the aroma of the meat. The highest temperature for stewing is only 100 degrees Celsius. Some flavor compounds in meat cannot be extracted at such a low temperature. Chen Feng heated the wok and added peanut oil. The oil carries the aroma during the stir-frying process, and this peanut oil, along with the oil that is rendered out of the meat itself, sticks to the meat. Afterwards, the meat will be stewed together with sea cucumber. During the simmering process, these oils emulsify in the hot broth, turning into a uniformly distributed suspension, which is then absorbed by the sea cucumber, giving it a richer aroma. After heating the oil in the pan, Chen Feng added several different pieces of meat one by one and began to stir-fry them over medium-low heat. The reason for adding them in order is that the three types of meat, pork, hog, chicken, and duck, have different textures and fat contents, so their aromas are released at different times during the stir-frying process. The meat of pork knuckle is thicker than that of chicken or duck, and it takes slightly longer to stir-fry to release its aroma. When meat releases its aroma, if you continue to stir-fry it for too long, the aroma will dissipate. This is why the aromas of these three types of meat are released at different times, and the aromas released earlier cannot wait for those released later. To achieve the best final dish, the aromas of all three types of meat must be released simultaneously. As for who comes first and who comes late, and by how much earlier or later, that depends entirely on the chef's experience and intuition. Chen Feng added the three types of meat one by one, and after stir-frying over medium-low heat, the three types of meat changed color and no longer had any blood. When the blood stains fade, the time will be almost up. Just as the blood was about to fade, Chen Feng sprinkled a little scallion, pepper, and cooking wine onto the side of the pot. Scallion and pepper cooking wine is a common seasoning in Shandong cuisine. It is made by mixing Shaoxing wine with minced scallions and peppers, and this cooking wine has the effect of removing fishy smells. When the scallions, peppers, and cooking wine come into contact with the pot wall, they evaporate instantly, leaving a slight aroma of scallions and peppers while also removing some of the unpleasant smell of the meat. Next, Chen Feng added cold water to the large pot of stir-fried meat. Many meat broths require hot water, but this step requires adding cold water. The cold water gradually heats up in the pot, and a small amount of foam rises to the surface. Even after stir-frying, there is still a small amount of foam in the meat. This step not only prepares the broth for later stewing but also removes the last trace of unpleasant odor from the meat. Skim off the foam, the broth boils, turning slightly white. This is the site of meaty oils emulsifying in hot water, forming a suspension. Next, Chen Feng added the broth to the stainless steel pot. Iron utensils should not be used to stew sea cucumbers, as the high temperature and hot water in an iron pot may cause the sea cucumbers to develop an unpleasant odor. Actually, the best choice is to use a clay pot, as its thicker walls make it easier for the chef to control the heat. However, with so many guests in the front hall today, stewing sea cucumbers in a clay pot would be too inefficient, so Chen Feng used a large stainless steel pot to stew the sea cucumbers. Besides improving efficiency, the reason for using a stainless steel pot was also because Chen Feng was confident enough. After adding the broth to the large pot, Chen Feng added scallions, ginger slices, and Sichuan peppercorns that had been prepared in advance by the kitchen staff of Yi Ranju. It's roughly 2 small pieces of scallion, 2 slices of ginger, and a dozen peppercorns per pound of sea cucumber. However, since the size and thickness of each sea cucumber are different, the actual amount used has to be adjusted according to the situation. Chen Feng relied entirely on intuition. After adding various ingredients, Chen Feng added a little salt. A little bit refers to a small amount of salt. The term ratio refers to the proportion of salt added to the total salt content of the dish. If all the salt is added at once, it is called all salt. 2/10 of the way is to add 2/10 of all the salt. The reason for adding salt at this step is not only for initial seasoning, but also to utilize the osmotic effect of salt. With the help of salt, sea cucumbers can absorb more flavor. The reason for adding only 2/10 of a pinch of salt is that this dish involves many more steps, during which additional salt needs to be added. Otherwise, the final dish would not have an even saltiness. It is important to know that salt is the mother of all flavors. If the saltiness is uneven, no matter how delicious the other flavors are, they will never be good enough. After adding scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and salt, Chen Feng added the sea cucumber to the pot. Cover and simmer. Simmer over low heat to give the sea cucumber a basic flavor. The simmering time should be adjusted according to the size of the sea cucumber. After simmering for the right amount of time, the sea cucumber will not only absorb the flavor but also retain its soft, chewy texture. Generally speaking, the simmering time is more than 10 to 20 minutes. While the stew was simmering, Chen Feng began steaming the scallions. Steaming scallions is an extremely important step in the dish of braised sea cucumber with scallions. In the dish of braised sea cucumber with scallions, the sea cucumber is essentially flavorless, so it needs to be infused with other flavorful ingredients. As for scallions, this dish is about bringing out their flavor. Where does the flavor added to sea cucumbers come from? Mainly from scallions. Although various meats are added during the stewing process, these meats only play a supporting role in enhancing the flavor. The dominant flavor is still the aroma of scallions. Otherwise, why would this dish be called braised sea cucumber with scallions? As a long-established restaurant in Jiangbei City, Yi Ranju naturally keeps high-quality Zhangkaya scallions in its kitchen. There were even pre-prepared scallion segments next to the cutting board. For braised sea cucumber with scallions, only the white part of the scallion is used, not the green part. Chen Feng selected suitable scallion whites. The kitchen staff at Yi Ranju prepared the ingredients in a fairly orderly manner. The outer skin of these scallion whites had already been removed, so they could be called fine scallions, which saved Chen Feng the trouble of peeling them. Chen Feng made very shallow cuts on the surface of each scallion segment. Many chefs find that when frying scallions, sometimes the outermost layers of the scallion segments are almost blackened, while the inner layers are still not fully cooked. There are other reasons besides poor heat control. The best zankaya scallions have a high water content, and each layer of white scallion is very tight and dense, making it difficult for oil and water to penetrate. This is why the scallion core and outer skin sometimes heat unevenly. Chen Feng made shallow cuts on the white part of the scallion. At first glance, it seemed to have almost no effect on the white part of the scallion, but in fact it broke the tight structure of the zankaya scallion, allowing the scallion to be heated more evenly. Furthermore, during the later stages of cooking, making shallow cuts on the scallions allows them to absorb more flavor in braised sea cucumber with scallions. Scallions are an essential ingredient, and they cannot be considered a secondary ingredient. If I had to categorize it, the scallions and sea cucumbers would be the main ingredients in the final product of this dish. Of course, this step has both advantages and disadvantages. Scoring the scallions disrupts their structure, making them more prone to falling apart during frying. This means that this step places even stricter requirements on the chef's control of heat and frying techniques. Add cold oil to the pan, and add the white parts of the scallions when the oil temperature is low. Chen Feng begins to fry the scallion segments. Ordinary oil cannot be used to fry scallion segments. In the tradition of Shandong cuisine, most red dishes require the use of Sichuan peppercorn oil, and braised sea cucumber with scallions is no exception. Therefore, Sichuan peppercorn oil must be used when frying scallion segments. Sichuan peppercorn oil is made by frying Sichuan peppercorns, scallions, ginger, and other spices in sesame oil at a low temperature. It is frequently used in Shandong cuisine, just as chili oil is frequently used in Sichuan cuisine. Established Shandong cuisine restaurants like Yuranjun naturally keep Sichuan peppercorn oil on hand in their kitchens. Chen Feng added the scallions, cut into 6 cm long sections, to the oil. He controlled the stove, keeping the heat low to ensure the Sichuan peppercorn oil in the pot heated up slowly. As time went on, the scallion segments in the pot began to change color. When the scallion segments turn golden brown and the outer layer hardens slightly, it means they are fried properly. This step is to use the oil temperature to bring out the aroma of the scallions themselves, while also allowing the unique aroma of the Sichuan peppercorn oil to permeate the scallions. It is precisely because of this frequent borrowing of flavors that the final dish of braised sea cucumber with scallions has a unique richness, making this traditional Shandong dish a model of bringing out flavors where they are present and incorporating flavors where they are absent. After being fried, the scallion segments have a very strong aroma. Use a slotted spoon to remove the scallion segments from the pot and set them aside. Next, it's time to prepare to steam the scallions. Steaming the scallions is a crucial step in making braised sea cucumber with scallions. A large part of the seasoning for this dish is done in this step. The main purpose of this step is to extract the aroma of the scallions into the broth of the braised sea cucumber with scallions, while also enhancing the umami flavor of the scallions themselves. Beside Chen Feng was the broth that Ji Ranju had prepared in advance the day before. To enhance the flavor of scallions, they should be added to broth. Chen Feng poured the broth into a container and then added the fried scallions to the broth. The broth, steamed with scallions, is the same broth used later when cooking sea cucumber. During the steaming process, the flavorful broth absorbs the aroma of the fried scallions, while the scallions also absorb the umami flavor of the broth. Simply having broth isn't enough. To achieve a bright red color for braised sea cucumber with scallions, it's essential to caramelize sugar. Chen Feng added the caramelized sugar to the broth and steamed it together with the scallion segments. In this way, the broth used to cook the sea cucumbers will be successfully colored by the caramelized sugar. This colored broth will evenly coat the sea cucumbers during the cooking process, improving their color. In addition, enough salt needs to be added to the broth from the steamed scallions that will be used to braise the sea cucumber later. This time, an additional 8 parts salt were added to the broth. Combined with the 2 parts salt added when simmering the sea cucumber earlier, the salt needed for this dish is now complete. When it comes to actually cooking the sea cucumbers, there's no need to add any extra salt. In addition, Chen Feng added a few dried scallops to the broth from steaming the scallions. This was to enhance the umami flavor. Although broth is extremely flavorful, if only one type of broth is used to enhance the flavor, the final dish will inevitably be somewhat bland. The umami flavor of the broth is different from that of the dried scallops. Adding both to a dish can make the final dish more complex in flavor. Fortunately, Yi Ranju's kitchen had some soaked dried scallops. If not, Chen Feng would have had to consider adding some message to enhance the flavor. Even in dishes of this caliber, message still has its place. However, the umami flavor of message is ultimately a bit monotonous, so adding dried scallops would certainly be better. Some ancient chefs would add sea cucumber powder to enhance the flavor when they didn't have message. Whether you add message, dried scallops, or sea cucumber powder, the ultimate goal is the same. It's important to know that the braising sauce for braised sea cucumber with scallions is made with stock. If you want to enhance the flavor of the braised sea cucumber with scallions, you should choose umami ingredients that can complement the stock. There are many ingredients that have a umami flavor. If the goal is simply to enhance the flavor, any chef can name at least 5 ingredients. However, if you want to enhance the flavor of braised sea cucumber with scallions while adding broth, there are only 2 ingredients that can achieve this. First, there are dried seafood products without any added flavor. Examples include dried scallops, and sea cucumber noodles. Another one is message. Afterwards, Chen Feng added a little scallion, pepper, and cooking wine to the container, then put it in the steamer to start steaming the scallions. The steaming time for scallions is not fixed, usually around 15 minutes. There is no specific time limit. The only limit is that the aroma of the scallions must be released to its maximum extent. Therefore, there is no specific time for steaming scallions, which is also the difficulty of making braised sea cucumber with scallions. Although the dish can still be made even if the time is slightly longer or shorter, the taste will inevitably be slightly different. While preparing braised sea cucumber with scallions, Chen Feng kept a close eye on everything happening in the kitchen. Apart from the braised sea cucumber with scallions, none of the other dishes on today's menu were prepared by Chen Feng himself. However, Chen Feng was fully aware of the progress of the other dishes at this time. The cold dishes are all ready, and several of the stir-fried dishes are almost done as well. While waiting for the simmered sea cucumber and steamed scallions to be cooked, Chen Feng took a stroll around the kitchen. Several stews are also nearing the seasoning stage. Chen Feng took a walk around the kitchen. Add 5 extra grams of minced garlic to each plate of poached pork knuckle sauce, Chen Feng said after tasting the sauce. Tasting dishes to determine flavor is one of the head chef's important responsibilities in the kitchen. This requires a good head chef to not only have an excellent ability to emphasize flavor, but also an extremely sensitive sense of taste. Chen Feng offered insightful suggestions for improving the seasoning of many dishes. The banquet in the front hall is about to begin, and the first batch of cold dishes should be served soon. While the wedding was taking place, Gu Yaming could only try his best to avoid thinking about things in the kitchen. Ever since learning of old Yang's accident, Gu Yaming has been unable to find peace of mind. His girlfriend noticed that something was wrong with Gu Yaming's expression, but in order not to worry her, Gu Yaming could only smile and say that it was nothing. The long wedding ceremony finally ended, and the wedding banquet began. The first batch of cold dishes were served. The menu for this banquet at Yiranju consisted of 4 cold dishes, 4 vegetarian dishes, 10 stir-fries, and 2 soups. There are 20 dishes in total. When the cold dishes were served as scheduled, Gu Yaming finally felt half relieved. Since the cold dishes were served as scheduled, it means that the kitchen is still operating normally and has not completely fallen into chaos despite Mr. Yang's absence. This means that, no matter what, at least the dishes for this banquet can be prepared. Of course, Gu Yaming still had one concern: the quality of the dishes. With old Master Yang gone, will the dishes prepared in the kitchen meet the standards that will impress those gourmets, especially the last dish, braised sea cucumber with scallions? Several dishes that require precise control of heat have been prepared and are being served one after another. The scallion segments that Chen Feng placed in the steamer had reached the right cooking time. The sea cucumber has been simmered for a sufficient amount of time. The next step is the final step in making braised sea cucumber with scallions. It is the roasted element that appears in the dish's name. But there is one more step before you can start cooking the sea cucumbers. There's a saying in Shandong cuisine: whenever you braise, you must fry. Before cooking, the sea cucumbers need to be fried in oil. Of course, this step doesn't need to take too long, as the characteristics of sea cucumber make it unsuitable for prolonged frying. Chen Feng poured Sichuan peppercorn oil into the pot and turned on the heat. The oil temperature in the pot rose to 50% of its maximum. Chen Feng placed the previously stewed sea cucumber into a strainer, and then quickly swept the sea cucumber through the hot oil in the pot, in and out, almost instantly. Next, Chen Feng used another large ladle to scoop out hot oil and poured it from above onto the sea cucumber in the strainer. The hot oil poured onto the sea cucumber, slid over it, and flowed out from the holes at the bottom of the strainer, making a sizzling sound. This step is also called pulling oil in the Lu dialect. Pulling here is a word that combines action and onomatopoeia. Lathering the sea cucumber in hot oil reduces the surface moisture, which helps it absorb the sauce better later. At the same time, the high temperature of hot oil far exceeds that of boiling water, and the stimulation of hot oil allows the sea cucumber to better absorb the flavor during cooking. Now, we can finally begin the firing process. Firing is the final step, and also the relatively simple one. This step is relatively simple because the real complexity of flavor infusion is completed before braising. Braising is just the final step, allowing the flavors of the scallions, sea cucumber, and broth to fully blend together. Chen Feng poured the juice from steaming the scallions and the steamed scallion segments into the wok. Thanks to the caramel coloring, the scallion segments, which had already been steamed until soft, turned a reddish brown and glossy. The scallions, which have been fried and then steamed, are very soft. Therefore, you must control the force when cooking them, otherwise the scallions may be crushed if you use too much force. After adding the scallion segments, Chen Feng added the sea cucumber that had been simmered and then deep-fried. Chen Feng did not add all the broth. At the end of the scallion stew, the sauce needs to be reduced and drained. If all the broth from steaming the scallions is added to the pot, it will take even longer to reduce the sauce. For other dishes, a slightly longer reduction time is not a problem, but it's not suitable for sea cucumber. Sea cucumbers are dried and then drained. If the cooking time is too long when reducing the sauce, the sea cucumbers will shrink. Shrinkage not only makes sea cucumbers smaller, affecting their shape and appearance, but also their taste. Therefore, Chen Fengzi added the juice that had just covered the sea cucumber and scallion segments, and then began to cook it. At this time, several more dishes were completed in the kitchen, and the banquet began a new round of servings. Throughout the cooking process, Chen Feng kept the scallion segments and sea cucumbers distributed on both sides of the wok. If the scallion segments are too soft and mushy, they will be mashed up as soon as they come into contact with the sea cucumber in the wok. As the fire simmers, the broth in the pot gradually reduces. When the broth has reduced by about half, it's time to thicken it with cornstarch. For sea cucumber to have a rich and complex flavor, it needs the help of broth. Only when the broth truly coats the sea cucumber can the final dish have a more complex and flavorful taste. Chen Feng slowly added wet starch to the pot, and the soup began to thicken as the starch gelatinized. Chen Feng gently shook the wok, skillfully controlling the flow of the broth inside, which eventually coated the sea cucumbers evenly. After thickening with cornstarch, the next step is to drizzle with oil. Many dishes in Shandong cuisine have the custom of drizzling a clear oil over them when they are finished. The so-called bright oil is cooked cooking oil, Sichuan peppercorn oil, or scallion oil. Because the oil makes the dish appear more glossy and shiny, the cooked oil added in this step is called bright oil. Different dishes use different types of oil, but with a few exceptions, most dishes follow the rule of red dishes with Sichuan peppercorn oil, and white dishes with scallion oil. Braised sea cucumber with scallions is a typical red dish, and Sichuan peppercorn oil should be added at this step. After thickening the sauce, Chen Feng drizzled a little Sichuan peppercorn oil over the braised sea cucumber with scallions. Apply a glossy, oily sauce, then plate it after cooking. Braised sea cucumber with scallions is now complete. The 4 happiness meatballs have extra fatty meat added, so they need to be stewed for 10 minutes longer than usual to melt the extra fat, making the meatballs softer and juicier. At this point, most of the dishes in the kitchen had been completed. Many of the challenges that would have been difficult were easily overcome under Chen Feng's guidance. Only a few dishes that required long cooking times were still not finished. 4 happiness meatballs is one of them. Chef Zhao was watching the 4 happiness meatballs in front of the stew pot to prevent any problems with the cooking time. Suddenly, someone lightly patted my shoulder, and I heard a voice behind me. When Master Zhao turned around, a chef's uniform was stuffed into his hand. The young man who practically directed the kitchen staff to complete the entire banquet was left with only his back to the camera. While Mr. Zhao was still in shock, the other party had already left. Even after the person left, the kitchen staff still hadn't figured out who he was. Chen Feng walked out of the kitchen door and breathed a long sigh of relief. The banquet was being prepared and served simultaneously, and Chen Feng was in the kitchen the whole time, so he naturally knew the current progress of the dishes. Chen Feng immediately strode towards the banquet hall. The banquet dishes hadn't all been served yet, and if he went now, he could still catch the meal. Bite. As Chen Feng left the kitchen, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Observe the kitchen of Yi Ranju. Reward, 10,000 RMB in cash. The host must have learned a great deal during this observation, which will become a valuable asset as the host embarks on the path of culinary arts. In the banquet hall, several young people were sitting at the same table. Most of them were family-oriented younger generations or young people who were familiar with Uncle Zhang. The banquet had been going on for some time before the last empty seat at this table was finally filled. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he returned to his seat, looking at the fried double crisp that the waiter had just brought him. At least it didn't delay the banquet too much. Not far from this table, at another table full of middle-aged people, a few nodded slightly as they looked at the freshly served stir-fried double crispy vegetables. The man in the Zhongshan suit was the first to pick up his chopsticks. The man's name is Cai Yongchang, the founder and editor-in-chief of the famous Chinese food magazine A Bite of China. Even though traditional print media has become somewhat less influential compared to various new media in China today, Cai Yongchang still holds a significant position in the Chinese catering industry. Even some official food documentaries have sought him out as a consultant. Cai Yongchang was the oldest person at the table, so he naturally took the first bite of the stir-fried double crispy dish. Although Cai Yongchang was not from Lu, he was well-traveled and knowledgeable, and naturally understood Lu etiquette. Therefore, he didn't say anything, but simply picked up his chopsticks. He was the only person among those present whose hometown was not Jiangbei City. He came to Jiangbei from another place, and compared to the others at the table, he was a guest. As both an elder and a guest, he should naturally be the one to start eating first. Shandong people value etiquette, and Cai Yongchang was well aware of this. He had already noticed the cravings of everyone at the table for the stir-fried double crispy dish. But he, who should have been the first to pick up his chopsticks, didn't touch the dish. Even the nouveau riche Wang Dali was reluctant to touch it out of politeness. Everyone present was of high emotional intelligence, and this unspoken consensus and eye contact were already established as the dishes were being served. As soon as Cai Yongchang picked up his chopsticks, the others also started reaching out to pick up the fried double crispy snacks from the plate. The dish oil-fried double crispy is also a well-known classic Shandong dish. The double crispness in this dish refers to pork belly and chicken gizzard. These two ingredients have a certain odor, so there aren't many restaurants that can make this dish well. If it's just about removing the fishy smell and other unpleasant odors, chefs can find many ways to do it, but this dish is called fried double crispy, and the key is in the word crispy. When cooked at the right temperature, both of these ingredients will have an extremely crisp texture. To make these two ingredients crispy, the chef cannot cook them over high heat. Only by cooking them briefly over low heat, keeping them crisp and tender while removing any unpleasant odors, can a truly excellent dish of fried double crispy be made. Therefore, this dish is also used by many gourmets as a tool to select restaurants. A restaurant that dares to list this dish on its menu must have a chef with a high level of skill. There is an insurmountable gap between those who can make this dish and those who cannot. For other dishes, even if the chef doesn't know how to make them, as long as they follow the recipe steps slowly and get the various seasonings and ingredients pretty close, the final product may not taste very good, but it will still be edible. If a chef doesn't know how to make fried double crispy, the resulting chicken gizzards and pork belly will be practically inedible. Chicken gizzards are fine when stewed, and even if the heat is a bit high, they are still edible. However, if they are stir-fried or deep-fried, they will turn from crisp and tender to extremely hard if the heat is too high, and they will taste like chewing on a teething stick. After eating a plate of chicken gizzards, your cheeks will be swollen from exhaustion. Therefore, a chef who knows his skill level is insufficient would never dare to make this dish. Cai Yongchang put the chicken gizzard, which had been scored, into his mouth and chewed it slowly. The chicken gizzards were extremely tender and crisp. The people at the next table could even faintly hear the chewing sounds. The cooking time was fine, so it didn't tarnish Yi Renju's reputation. The others nodded slightly after tasting the dish, especially Wang Dali, who even closed his eyes and showed an expression of enjoyment. Several stir-fried dishes were served around the same time, and the key to enjoying stir-fried dishes is the chef's ability to control the heat. This is especially true for the dishes on today's menu. However, after tasting the fried double crispy filling, the people at the table already had a general idea of what to expect. If you can make the stir-fried double crispy dish well, you should be able to make the other stir-fried dishes without any problems. Everyone present was a member of the catering industry, specially invited by Gu Yanming. Upon seeing today's menu and hearing the news of Old Yang's comeback, they already understood Gu Yanming's intentions. If Yurenju could truly regain its former glory, that would naturally be something they would be happy to see. Judging from these few stir-fried dishes, Yurenju's kitchen is quite stable. However, everyone knew in their hearts that the real key was not these dishes that required extremely precise control of heat, but rather old Master Yang's signature dish, braised sea cucumber with scallions. That's the main dish on the table. Wang Dali, who usually loves food, was extremely restrained at this moment. The person at the next table politely recommended dishes to him, but Wang Dali only took a small bite. Wang Dali has his own ideas. A main dish like braised sea cucumber with scallions will definitely be saved for last. You guys eat quickly and eat as much as you can. I'm saving room for the sea cucumber. Thinking of this, Wang Dali couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. Just then, the previously noisy banquet hall fell silent for a brief moment. A rich and strong aroma of scallions spread through the crowd. Several waiters entered the hall, each carrying a large tray. Braised sea cucumber with scallions is served. Why is braised sea cucumber with scallions a single serving? And why is it being served so early? These were Wang Dali's thoughts at that moment. The aroma arrives before the dishes are served. Is this the braised sea cucumber with scallions that old Master Yang made himself? I heard that old Master Yang has been retired for more than 10 years. Although he passed on the recipe for braised sea cucumber with scallions, no one can recreate the taste from back then. I heard that Master Yang is an officially certified Shandong cuisine master. How delicious must his braised sea cucumber with scallions be? Immediately, those in the hall who were well informed began to whisper among themselves. Needless to say, Cai Yanchang's table was full of people who had come specifically for the braised sea cucumber with scallions. Even those in the lobby who weren't in the food and beverage industry had heard something about it. Back when Mr. Yang was still alive, Yi Ranju's braised sea cucumber with scallions was a famous dish that could be compared to Peking duck in Beijing. When the braised sea cucumber with scallions is served, each guest is presented with a small plate containing a plump, round sea cucumber that is over 10 centimeters long and covered in a thick, clear sauce. The sea cucumber is reddish in color and exudes the aroma of scallions. Beside the sea cucumber, there were several soft, tender scallion segments, which were also reddish and appetizing at first glance. At a banquet of this size, braised sea cucumber with scallions is naturally a dish served individually, one plate per person, so there's no need to fight over it. The organizers naturally knew that many people came specifically for this dish, and this arrangement was made so that everyone could have a chance to taste it. If a large plate of braised sea cucumber with scallions is served, and a child with a sweet tooth eats a few more sea cucumbers, there will always be someone who is too slow to taste the dish. As for the order in which the dishes are served, if Old Yang hadn't had that accident, according to the menu arranged by Gu Yanming, braised sea cucumber with scallions would naturally have been placed last. Only by putting such a grand dish last can diners leave the deepest impression. As for braised sea cucumber with scallions, it should be served as soon as possible after it is made, because the sea cucumber is thickened with starch. If it is left for too long, the starch may come off the sea cucumber, causing the juices hanging on it to fall off. If it were Elder Yang, he would likely begin the final steps of this dish in the latter half of the banquet, making it the grand finale and the last dish served. But Chen Feng cannot do that. Chen Feng will be coming over for the banquet, so things definitely need to be prepared early. Moreover, in terms of flavor, braised sea cucumber with scallions, a savory and salty dish with a strong scallion flavor, is not suitable as the grand finale dish. Originally intended as the grand finale, this was Gu Yanming's decision based on the consideration of enhancing Yi Ranju's reputation. Chen Feng didn't need to consider these things, so he naturally planned the order of serving the dishes, ensuring that the braised sea cucumber with scallions was served at the appropriate time. Gu Yanming's wedding ceremony had already ended, and he was in the front hall toasting the guests in turn. Although he was still worried about the situation in the kitchen, as the protagonist of this wedding, he naturally couldn't leave. After several rounds of toasts, Gu Yanming was already slightly tipsy, and at this point he had no time to think about the situation in the kitchen. When the braised sea cucumber with scallions was served at an unexpected time, Gu Yanming felt a sudden jolt, and his drunkenness seemed to sober him up halfway. What's going on in the kitchen? Gu Yanming wondered. But he could only suppress his doubts as much as possible. Now, life and death were truly in the hands of fate. Or perhaps, in Gu Yanming's heart, he had already begun to pray for divine protection. May God protect this braised sea cucumber with scallions, and let it go smoothly. Gu Yanming raised his wine glass, silently praying. Cai Yongchang stared at the braised sea cucumber with scallions that was served in front of him, seemingly lost in thought. He picked up a soft, mushy piece of scallion with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The rich aroma of scallions, mixed with a strong umami flavor, exploded on the tip of the tongue. Cai Yongchang closed his eyes and savored it. Let me tell you a secret, the scallions in this braised sea cucumber with scallions are actually tastier than the sea cucumber itself, Wang Dali said to the person at the next table at the banquet. The middle-aged man in the next seat gave an awkward smile. This kind of thing was common knowledge to gourmets, and only Wang Dali would treat it as a secret. Wang Dali's voice wasn't loud, but everyone at the table heard it. Cai Yanchang's closed eyes seemed to twitch slightly. This unfamiliar phrase, along with the aroma of braised sea cucumber with scallions, transported his thoughts back to 20 years ago. Didn't you say you were a true Jianbei native? How come you've been taking me out for braised pork every day since you came to Jianbei on this business trip? Cai Yongchang said, looking at his female colleague. The girl, who was about the same age as Cai Yongchang, did not answer his question. Instead, she jumped onto the bus and waved for Cai Yongchang to follow. Cai Yongchang and the girl were both reporters for a newspaper in Beijing. The two young men worked tirelessly and without complaint, and all the errand running work was assigned to them. I came to Jiangbei City for a relatively minor interview, and luckily the girl was a local. She said she would take Cai Yongchang to see all the beautiful sights and taste all the delicious food in Jiangbei City. Then Cai Yongchang was taken by the girl to eat braised pork for 3 consecutive days. Faced with Cai Yongchang's questioning, the girl smiled and said, "You don't understand. Every braised pork in Jianbei City has its own unique characteristics. Besides," the girl said, her voice tinged with grievance, "we two interns can't afford those high-end foods." "I don't believe you can't afford it. Just lead the way, it's my treat." As if something had given Cai Yongchang the courage, he suddenly said, "You said it yourself." The girl gave a meaningful smile. Of course. Cai Yongchang, still young at the time, naturally refused to be discouraged and answered with a forced smile. Besides, you bring me breakfast every day in the capital, so what's wrong with me treating you to a meal? Cai Yanchang's tone suddenly softened. Okay, after we finish visiting our interviewees this afternoon, let's go to Urinju and have braised sea cucumber with scallions, the girl said. The bus arrived at the station, and the girl walked briskly off the bus. As night fell, looking at the antique-style decor of Urinju, Cai Yangchang had second thoughts. This renovation, this location, one meal here will cost me 2 months' salary, Cai Yangchang thought to himself. Come in, what are you standing at the door for? The girl turned around, smiling sweetly. She had already entered the room, but she turned back and pulled Cai Yangchang inside. Since we're all in Jianbei, how can I let you treat us? The girl said with a smile. I'm from Jianbei, so it's my turn to treat you when you come here. It's unclear what she was thinking as she said that. Cai Yangchang felt a little uneasy. He had been working with the girl for some time. As the two lowest-ranking interns in the newspaper, they always went on business trips together. Upon hearing the girl's words, Cai Yangchang blushed even more. Let me tell you a secret, the scallions in this braised sea cucumber with scallions are actually tastier than the sea cucumber itself. The moment the dish was served, the girl didn't touch the sea cucumber, but immediately picked up a mouthful of scallions with her chopsticks. Actually, I'm planning to resign and start my own business, Cai Yangchang suddenly said. Start a business? Great. When you become a boss, I'll help you out. There was a hint of melancholy in the girl's eyes, but she still smiled. Have you decided what you want to do? The girl asked. The magazine's theme is the cuisine from all over China. What's the name of the magazine? I'll buy every issue from now on, as a way of supporting you, the girl said, swallowing the sea cucumber in her mouth. Actually, Cai Yangchang hadn't decided on a name for the magazine yet. The lighting at Jiranju was somewhat dim. This century-old establishment did not have very bright lights installed. In the dim light, the girl's red lips moved slightly. She even wore makeup today. Only then did Cai Yangchang notice that the girl seemed different from usual. The girl seemed quite calm. The news she had just received did not seem to have caused her much distress. She just kept her head down and ate. How about we call it a bite of China? Looking at the girl's pretty face in the dim light and feeling the rich aroma of scallions on his tongue, Cai Yangchang suddenly had this idea. Bite. The system notification sounded in Chen Feng's mind once again. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission Food from My Memories. 5/5. Award received. Right to use shop number 18 in the Jianbei University Town Food Street. While Chen Feng was enjoying the meal, the system in his mind brought him good news. It must have been one of the guests at the wedding banquet who, after tasting the braised sea cucumber with scallions, recalled a precious memory and helped Chen Feng complete another Food from My Memory mission. At this point, he had finally completed 5 Food from My Memory missions and finally earned the right to use the shop as a reward. Although I haven't figured out what to do with this shop yet, it's better to have something than nothing. Now Chen Feng is only curious about one thing: in what form will the system hand over this shop to him? Cai Yangchang did not open his eyes until the new dishes were brought by the waiter. He seemed to still be savoring the taste of braised sea cucumber with scallions. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. The others at his table were whispering among themselves. This braised sea cucumber with scallions was an unexpected surprise for everyone at the table. The plates in front of each person, whether filled with sea cucumber or scallions, had been completely devoured, and everyone was still somewhat unsatisfied. Wang Dali, in particular, had even started scraping the little soup left at the bottom of the plate with a spoon. All of them were seasoned professionals in the catering industry. They exchanged silent glances, making no attempt to hide their inner surprise. Actually, I also tried Master Yang's braised sea cucumber with scallions back then. I thought that Master Yang's skills might have declined after so many years of retirement. But I didn't expect that Master Yang's skills have improved even more after tasting it today. One person at the table exclaimed. That's right. The best dishes of braised sea cucumber with scallions are made by restaurants in the capital and Jianbei. Among them, Wubinlu in the capital and Yurinju in Jianbei are the best. Back then, the two restaurants were equally famous and each had its own strengths. However, 20 years later, when old Master Yang returned to the scene, Wubinlu was no longer as good as Yurinju, said another person in the catering industry at the table. He was from Jianbei, so naturally he had a preference for Yurinju. But what he said wasn't an exaggeration. If we consider today's standards, Wubinlu is indeed a bit inferior to Yurinju. When this person from the catering industry mentioned Wubinlu restaurant in Beijing, many people at the table turned their attention to Cai Yangchang, who was sitting in the guest of honor seat. Cai Yangchang was the only person from Beijing among those present. The capital city is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, while Jianbei is the capital of Shandong Province. Since its origin in Jianbei, Shandong cuisine has spread to the capital city and has flourished in both places. However, whether Shandong cuisine in Beijing or in Jiangbei is better has always been a controversial topic in the catering industry. If Cai Yongchang disagrees with that person's words and the two start arguing, the harmonious atmosphere at the dinner table will inevitably be ruined. Cai Yongchang was pragmatic and did not feel displeased when the person said that Huibinluan, the capital, was not as good as Yuranju and Jiangbei. He just smiled faintly. Speaking of which, I must thank old Yang. Back then, although my wife and I admired each other, in the end, we confirmed our relationship at Yuranju. Old Yang's braised sea cucumber with scallions was indeed delicious. After eating a plate of braised sea cucumber with scallions, I don't know where I got the courage, but I actually confessed my feelings to her. It's a pity that she was supposed to treat us, but in the end I had to pay the bill. Cai Yongchang spoke with a mix of reminiscence and self-deprecation, successfully keeping the conversation at the dinner table on track. The waiter then brought out another dish of 4 happiness meatballs, and everyone began to enjoy the new dishes. Gu Yanming, as the groom, was the protagonist of this wedding banquet. Even after the wedding ceremony was over, he couldn't rest. The groom also has his own seat, but he usually doesn't have time to sit down. According to the tradition of Lu, as the groom, he must toast each table of relatives and friends. Gu Yanming therefore had no chance to taste today's dishes. But after the braised sea cucumber with scallions was served, he thought about the original planned serving time and, considering the current situation, felt a little uncertain. After all, this wedding banquet is of great importance, and braised sea cucumber with scallions is the star dish of the banquet. Therefore, even though he had to take turns toasting at each table, Gu Yanming still managed to steal a moment to return to his seat and taste a bite of braised sea cucumber with scallions. It's safe. This was the only thought in Gu Yanming's mind at that moment. However, Gu Yanming immediately became puzzled. He has been staying in the front hall and hasn't been able to leave yet, so he naturally has no way of knowing what happened in the kitchen after old Yang fainted. When did Master Zhao become so skilled? Did he have an extraordinary performance today? Still unaware of the details, Gu Yanming could only thank Master Zhao for his extraordinary performance in his heart. Enjoying the braised sea cucumber with scallions was just a quick moment of leisure. Gu Yanming still had to go around toasting guests at each table. Gu Yanming glanced at the seating arrangement in the hall and decided it was time to go to the next table to offer a toast. The next table is for people from the catering industry. Gu Yanming was initially a little apprehensive, but after tasting the braised sea cucumber with scallions, his apprehension completely disappeared. Gu Yanming offered a toast, and everyone at the table raised their glasses in return. For some reason, Cai Yongchang seemed particularly happy today. Toasting is not the same as it used to be. With the development of the times, some traditional etiquette in Shandong has also changed. Many years ago, toasts were always made by drinking the whole glass. If we really followed the old customs, Gu Yanming, who couldn't hold his liquor, would probably have collapsed long ago. Now, when offering a toast, just take a small sip, that's enough to show your sincerity. Only Wang Dali stood out, drinking his glass of wine in one gulp and showing everyone the empty glass he had just finished. Chen Feng reached out and picked up a piece of sweet and sour carp, about to put it in his mouth, but suddenly stopped. The groom was toasting, and it was their table's turn. Chen Feng's table was mostly filled with young people under 20. There were several people at the table who, according to their seniority, should be considered Gu Yanming's cousins. However, in Ludi, seniority is never simply based on age. Just now, Chen Feng overheard that there was a boy at the table who was 2 years younger than him, and according to seniority, he was actually Gu Yanming's great-uncle. This is normal, especially for families like the Gu family that have a genealogy. This situation is even more common. Gu Yanming came to this table and deliberately paid attention to Chen Feng. Is this the young man Uncle John was talking about? At first glance, Gu Yanming felt that apart from being handsome, this young man didn't seem to have anything special about him. But Gu Yanming later discovered that Chen Feng exuded confidence in every gesture and movement, and was neither arrogant nor humble even though he didn't know anyone there. No wonder Uncle John has high hopes for him. After Gu Yanming finished toasting and left, Chen Feng immediately focused on eating. After toasting everyone in the hall, Gu Yanming finally gained a moment of freedom. At this point, almost all the dishes on the menu had been served. Gu Yanming rushed to the kitchen immediately to see what was going on. Even after tasting the braised sea cucumber with scallions, which finally put his mind at ease, he still wanted to go to the kitchen to take a look. He knew Chef Zhao's skill level. He was indeed a good chef. Even in a high-end restaurant like Yi Renju, Chef Zhao's skill was more than enough to handle the daily operations flawlessly. He had eaten Chef Zhao's braised sea cucumber with scallions before, and it was a pretty good dish, but it was definitely not as good as today's braised sea cucumber with scallions. Regardless, Yi Renju's kitchen certainly delivered a perfect performance today. Gu Yanming suppressed his doubts and walked into the kitchen with a smile. Anyway, everyone in the kitchen must know exactly what happened today. Gu Yanming's current guess is that Chef Zhao performed exceptionally well. I never expected Chef Zhao to be such a big competitor. How about the restaurant registers him for a major competition next time to further unleash his potential? For a period of time just now, Gu Yanming, the protagonist of the wedding, was unaware of what had happened. By this time, all the dishes in the front of the restaurant had been served, and the kitchen was finally able to relax. After several hours of continuous work, even experienced chefs will inevitably feel somewhat tired. But more than exhaustion, the group of chefs, led by Master Zhao, felt bewilderment and shock. What exactly is going on? Could it be that Manager Gu specially hired an expert at the last minute? How could he know such a talented chef? What's more, this chef is so young. When Gu Yanming walked into the kitchen, Chef Zhao saw him immediately. Filled with questions, the two finally spoke. Master Zhao, we owe you so much this time. Mr. Gu, we owe you so much this time. Similar words came out of their mouths at the same time. The same question arose halfway through the conversation. Wasn't that chef specially invited by President Gu this time? Head chef? What head chef? Old Yang has fainted, so aren't you the head chef, Chef Zhao? The people in the kitchen looked at each other in bewilderment. Chef Zhao told Gu Yanming everything that had just happened in the kitchen, and Gu Yanming felt it was all too real. You mean, just when you were about to start cooking, a young chef suddenly appeared? He oversaw all the work in the kitchen, and he even made that braised sea cucumber with scallions dish? Gu Yanming felt that what the people in the kitchen were saying sounded like a fantasy. Are you sure he doesn't look like he's under 30? It's important to understand that being a chef requires a lot of experience. Even if a chef under 30 years old has been learning to cook since birth, it's impossible for them to have exceptional culinary skills and also be able to single-handedly organize a large-scale wedding banquet. To effectively manage the kitchen operations, good culinary skills alone are not enough. There's no way a chef this young could have such ability. Surely he can't have been hosting high-profile banquets all the time since his debut? 30 years old, it's hard to say. Maybe she's about my age, but just looks younger. Master Zhao was well aware of this and said somewhat uncertainly. At that time, completing the banquet was the top priority, and Chen Feng's temperament and ability overwhelmed the doubts of the kitchen staff, so they did not realize this at the time. The wedding banquet was almost over in the banquet hall. A few guests who had urgent business had already left. Even as the banquet was in progress, the hall remained very lively. Many people were looking for acquaintances at other tables. Many of the guests at this wedding banquet were relatives and friends of the Zhang and Gu families, people they might not see each other even once a year. Many people left their seats at the same wedding banquet to find acquaintances they hadn't seen in a long time and take the opportunity to reconnect. Xiao Feng. A slightly familiar voice came from behind Chen Feng. Uncle John patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Chen Feng's face was flushed, he smelled strongly of alcohol, and his speech was somewhat slurred. He must have drunk quite a bit. Xiao Feng. Uncle John was indeed drunk, and he repeated what he had just said. Thank you so much this time. Uncle John said, reeking of alcohol and rambling incoherently. Chen Feng was waiting for Uncle John to say something next, but to his surprise, he suddenly stopped talking. Looking back again, Uncle John, who had drunk an unknown amount of alcohol, had already fallen asleep. Chen Feng found a waiter and asked him to take good care of Uncle John. The waiter naturally recognized Uncle John, he was their boss's father-in-law. All good things must come to an end. As evening approached, the guests in the hall gradually dispersed. Chen Feng should leave now. When Chen Feng left, the waiter at the door gave him 2 bags of wedding candy. The package was supposed to include a pack of cigarettes and a bag of candy, but since Chen Feng doesn't smoke, he asked the waiter if he could exchange the pack of cigarettes for a bag of candy. So Chen Feng left with 2 bags of wedding candy in the end. After leaving Yuranju, Chen Feng did not immediately return to his residence. Instead, they arrived at the shop at number 18, Jiangbei University Town Food Street. He wanted to see how the system would distribute the reward for this task to him. At the wedding banquet that just ended, Chen Feng received a notification from the system that he had completed the Food from My Memories mission 5 times. After completing 5 tasks, Chen Feng will receive the right to use a shop in the Jiangbei University Town Food Street as a reward. Chen Feng had noticed this shop more than once when he passed by here before. It was quite large and in a good location. The rent for this kind of shop, especially in the Jiangbei University town with its high foot traffic, must be quite high. For some reason, this shop had been vacant for a long time. Chen Feng has now arrived in front of the shop and mentally selected to claim the reward. Chen Feng was still somewhat curious about how the system would reward him with this shop. The shop itself is here, unlike a food cart or a kitchen knife stand. Could the system directly send the property ownership certificate to the user? Just as Chen Feng was feeling somewhat expectant, a system notification sounded in his mind. Bite. The host has claimed the reward for the Food from My Memories quest. Due to the special nature of the reward for this task, it will be distributed in cash. Chen Feng didn't know if the system had a problem or if he himself had a problem. Based on current market prices, the the payment for the purchased shops in this incentive program has been dispersed. System notification: the reward for this task is the right to use a shop. Therefore, this payment is for a specific purpose and can only be used to purchase that particular shop. The source of funds is normal and reasonable, the host can use it with confidence. The way the system distributed rewards left Chen Feng speechless. Give me money and let me buy it myself. Even though he was already used to this not-so-smart system, Chen Feng was still speechless. In his previous life, Chen Feng had taken some time out of his busy schedule to read some novels. Other people's systems are all-powerful, capable of going to heaven and earth, and can provide whatever the host wants in the blink of an eye. But even with its own system, when it issues a shop reward, you still have to buy it yourself. The kitchen of Yi Ranju. As Gu Yanming and Chef Zhao looked at each other in bewilderment, a young chef in the kitchen suddenly offered a weak reminder. Mr. Gu, Mr. Zhao, it seems that Manager Wang brought him here at the time. That's right. Gu Yanming suddenly realized, acknowledging that he had really drunk too much. Why don't we just ask the person who brought him here? The two immediately left the kitchen and found Manager Wang. That young man? He's someone Mr. Zhang temporarily hired to help out. Inside Yi Ranju, most employees call Uncle John General Manager Zhang. Ignoring his lingering drunkenness, Gu Yanming only wanted to call his father-in-law immediately to ask about Chen Feng. Chen Feng was invited to the wedding banquet by Uncle John, and was also asked by Uncle John to help in the kitchen at the last minute. Therefore, only Uncle John should know about Chen Feng. The call rang, and a few minutes later, "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable." On the other end of the phone, Uncle John, completely drunk, didn't notice the ringing phone at all. Gu Yanming was still not giving up and made several more phone calls. Lu Region, N City. As the only professional chef in the family, Li Heiran naturally takes charge of cooking for any family banquets, and is not far from Jiangbei. It only takes a few hours to drive there. However, due to his profession, Li Heiran has not returned to his hometown around the Mid-Autumn Festival for several years. Because his parents are getting old, Li Heiran hasn't told them about his career change to becoming a restaurant review blogger yet. In the eyes of the elderly couple, the profession of a restaurant review blogger is too unstable, and he was afraid that they would not be able to accept it in a short time. As for his resignation from Yuranju, he didn't tell them at all. His mother asked him why he had time to come back for the Mid-Autumn Festival this year, and he lied, saying that he had taken leave specifically for it. The father remained silent as usual, while the mother scolded him, but her eyes revealed an uncontainable joy. Li Heiran felt as if his recent experiences were a dream. After working as a chef for 10 years, he quit and became a restaurant review blogger, even apprenticing himself to a young man 10 years his junior. During the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, Li Heiran not only cooked at home in the evenings, but also spent his lunch breaks in city looking for material for restaurant review videos. More people watch videos during holidays than usual, and videos are more likely to get traffic. Li Heiran plans to take this opportunity to post more restaurant review videos. Just then, Li Heiran's phone suddenly rang. She was a former colleague who worked with me in the kitchen of Yi Ranju restaurant. The other party had also worked in the kitchen of Yuranju for quite some time. Although Li Heiran and his Yuranju kitchen staff are not as experienced as Master Zhao and his generation of senior chefs, they have still worked there for quite some time. As soon as the call connected, after exchanging a few pleasantries, the other party told Li Heiran about what happened in the kitchen at Gu Yanming's wedding banquet. Humans have a desire to share, especially when it comes to something as bizarre as this. You wouldn't believe it, according to Mr. Gu, that young man is a friend of Mr. Gu's father-in-law, and he's still in college. You mean, after old Master Yang fainted, a young man who was not yet 20 years old came, took over the kitchen, and then directed you to complete this wedding banquet? Li Heiran finally asked. At the same time, a figure slowly emerged in his mind. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Li Heiran thought to himself. Chen Feng glanced at the huge sum of money that had suddenly appeared in his bank account and the messages on his phone, and then looked at the shop in front of him. This shop has been unattended for a long time, and the roller shutter door at the entrance is tightly closed. On the roller shutter door, there was a piece of white paper with the word transfer written on it, along with the phone number of the previous shop owner. Chen Feng made a phone call and told the other party about his desire to buy the shop, and they readily agreed. The price was a flat 3 million, and the shop itself, along with the catering equipment inside, happened to be the reward amount that the system had just given to Chen Feng. From this perspective, the system's judgment on prices is quite accurate, although the way the rewards are distributed is still somewhat unsettling. The transfer of the shop cannot be completed immediately, and Chen Feng will have to wait before he can truly own the shop. However, according to the shop owner, the shop was previously used for catering. Someone rented the shop to sell braised food, but his skills were too poor and business was slow. He went out of business in less than half a year. The previous tenant left the catering equipment in the shop to offset the rent for a period of time. Now these devices have been packaged and sold to Chen Feng by the shop owner. This saved Chen Feng a lot of effort. Chen Feng's food cart is equipped with a full range of catering equipment, but those devices are editable modules that can only be used on the food cart. Now that we have another shop, it's natural to need to buy new equipment. Chen Feng glanced at the time. It is 4 p.m. now. I definitely won't have time to set up a stall to sell braised pork today, it'll be lunchtime soon. To make braised pork belly well, it needs to be simmered over low heat for 2 hours. However, there should be enough time to make hand-pulled noodles. Today is the third day of the National Day holiday. Students from nearby schools have either gone home or gone on trips, so the number of people at the Jiangbei University Town Food Street is much lower than usual in the evening. However, this did not affect Chen Feng's ability to set up his stall. It just requires fewer ingredients. After deciding to set up his stall as usual today, Chen Feng returned to his residence and began preparing hand-pulled noodles. As dinner time approached, Chen Feng's food cart had already come to a steady stop at its usual stall. Today we're not selling braised pork belly, we're only selling stir-fried noodles. As for fresh meat mooncakes, they will be discontinued today. If Chen Feng starts preparing fresh meat mooncakes at 4 o'clock, it is indeed difficult to guarantee that he will be able to set up his stall on time. More importantly, today is the 16th day of the 8th lunar month, and the Mid-Autumn Festival is over. Chen Feng peered out from inside the dining car, looking up at the round, bright moon in the sky. The moon really is fullest on the 16th day of the lunar month, Chen Feng muttered to himself. Although the Mid-Autumn Festival has passed, the moon is still bright today, even brighter than yesterday. Just as Chen Feng predicted, there weren't many customers today. Only occasionally do a few students who stayed at school during the holidays come over. Several people came specifically for braised pork belly, but upon hearing that it was unavailable, they were somewhat disappointed and ordered a bowl of stir-fried noodles instead. Because of Li Heiren's video, most students from nearby schools only learned about Chen Feng's stall because of the braised pork. They didn't even know that before Chen Feng started selling braised pork, his stall mainly sold stir-fried noodles. Isn't this just a bowl of plain noodles? It's definitely not as good as braised pork belly, a boy thought to himself. But since he was already there, he still ordered a bowl of stir-fried noodles. Sizzle accompanied by the sound of sizzling oil, the rich aroma of scallions wafted into the boy's nose. This noodle seems pretty good. Just as Chen Feng was cooking noodles, a familiar old man came to Chen Feng's stall as usual. The old man was no longer as lonely as he had been on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. He greeted Chen Feng with a smile and carefully looked around Chen Feng's food cart. I wonder if he's looking for Suzhou-style mooncakes. Is stir-fried noodles all you have today? The old man asked casually. Yes, the Mid-Autumn Festival is over, so I didn't make mooncakes. And I had some things to do today, so I didn't have time to make braised pork either, Chen Feng said as he ladled noodles from the pot into bowls. The old man nodded slightly and said, that's true. Even the most delicious food gets boring if you eat it every day. Then I'll have a bowl of noodles. The old man walked to the table with his hands behind his back and slowly sat down. Before the old man arrived, a student had already ordered a bowl of stir-fried noodles, and Chen Feng had just made that bowl for him. The student took the packaged stir-fried noodles from Chen Feng, his expression somewhat strange. Chen Feng noticed that the student seemed to have been observing the old man the whole time. Before leaving, he made a special trip to the old man's side and greeted him with utmost respect. This student is a graduate student at Jiangbei University of Architecture. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the graduate students were assigned tasks by their supervisor and had to stay in the lab to work. He certainly knew Professor Zheng, his advisor, had been Professor Zheng's student. However, Professor Zheng might not have known him. Working 996 during holidays is the norm for graduate students. After buying food and returning home, he still has several construction drawings to draw. Ever since Professor Zheng ate a fresh meat mooncake at Chen Feng's stall on the Mid-Autumn Festival, the way he looks at Chen Feng has changed. When Chen Feng served the stir-fried noodles to the old man asked with interest, young man, which school do you go to? When the old man first came to Chen Feng's stall, he could tell that Chen Feng was probably a student from one of the nearby schools, but he didn't ask Chen Feng which school he was from. I'm from Jianzi University, Chen Feng replied after putting down the stir-fried noodles. The old man smiled with great interest. He had patronized Chen Feng's stall so many times, but only now did he realize that Chen Feng was actually a student at Jianzi University. Which college are you from? The old man asked with a friendly smile, intrigued. Civil engineering. Upon hearing Chen Feng's answer, the old man's expression changed slightly. He realized he hadn't noticed Chen Feng back at school. This is quite normal, though. The School of Civil Engineering has at least several thousand students, and Chen Feng, being a freshman, doesn't have a very strong presence. Professor Zheng made a note of this, and left after finishing his noodles. Chen Feng's phone rang. It's about a shop. Because it's currently the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, the transfer procedures can't be completed in the short term. It will take at least 3 or 4 days. Once we get the shop, what should we sell there? The food truck wasn't busy today. After the dinner rush, Chen Feng had some free time. Hello. A weak voice pulled Chen Feng back to reality. It's the same stall owner who sold starch sausages last time. The girl stood under the streetlight, her shadow stretched long by the light. She looked up at Chen Feng in the food cart. After hesitating for a few seconds, she said, "I'd like a bowl of stir-fried noodles, no takeout." As Chen Feng was stir-frying the ingredients, the girl finally couldn't help but ask, "Why does it smell so good?" That's how you stir-fry food, using the oil temperature to bring out the aroma of the scallions and Sichuan peppercorns. Chen Feng explained without stopping his work. Chen Feng tried to explain it simply, but he didn't know if the girl understood. "Go to your seat and wait. I'll bring it to you when it's ready," Chen Feng said casually. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the girl remained standing in front of the food cart, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng's back as he cooked noodles, seemingly mesmerized. The girl had taken out her phone without anyone noticing, and after taking the picture, she immediately hid it away like a thief. Chen Feng finished cooking the noodles and turned around, only to find the girl standing outside the food cart, staring blankly at something. As Chen Feng turned around, the other person's eyes even showed a moment of panic. "The noodles are ready." Chen Feng didn't notice the slightly flustered look in the other person's eyes. "Why didn't you sit down and wait?" The girl immediately reached out and took the noodles from Chen Feng's hand, then ran to the seat next to her as if fleeing. Lin Xinyu placed the noodles in her hand on the small dining table. Although she had a deep memory of the aroma of Chen Feng's stir-fried noodles, she had never actually tasted them before. He used his chopsticks to pick up a small strand of noodles and put it in his mouth. The incredibly fresh and fragrant noodles entered her mouth, and Lin Xinyu's eyes narrowed happily. "It's delicious." However, she still didn't understand the principle of stir-frying that Chen Feng had explained earlier. Although Chen Feng's stir-fried noodles had previously stolen her business, it made her determined to buy a recipe and study it carefully. However, as an ordinary female college student with virtually no cooking skills, even after looking at the recipe, there were still many things she couldn't understand. But she didn't care about any of that now. All she could see was the bowl of freshly cooked noodles in front of her. However, a sudden WeChat message notification interrupted her eating. It was a message from my roommate. "No, big sister, are you lost? I'm starving in my dorm." In fact, female college students always need to team up no matter what they do. Lin Xinyu and her roommate were originally supposed to come to buy food together. However, for some unknown reason, Lin Xinyu finally managed to persuade her roommate to wait for her in the dormitory after much pleading, while she went out alone to buy food and also bring some for her roommate. "The queue is so long today?" That shouldn't be the case, everyone's away from school for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Another message came from the other side. "Don't rush me, I have my own pace." After replying to the message, Lin Xinyu continued to eat her noodles with her head down. She would occasionally look up, her eyes secretly glancing at Chen Feng. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the canteen at Jiangbei University of Architecture, a number of people were having a meeting. The canteen at Jiangbei University of Architecture has 3 floors. Now that it's the holidays and many students have left the school, the 3rd floor of the canteen is deserted. So the cafeteria management temporarily converted this place into a meeting room, where the school cafeteria management and chefs held meetings. Why are the sales of mooncakes specially supplied to the cafeteria for the Mid-Autumn Festival so low? There were a few mooncakes on the plate next to the cafeteria manager. He slammed his hand on the table angrily as he said this. When he slammed his hand on the table, perhaps because he was too angry, he also accidentally bumped into the plate containing mooncakes, knocking one of the mooncakes to the ground. The mooncake hit the ground with a crisp sound and bounced twice on the ground. An eerie silence immediately fell around the dining table, which had been used as a conference table. After a while, someone finally spoke up. "Manager, I think it's because students nowadays eat too well from childhood to adulthood, they're spoiled and have become less fond of mooncakes." He is the floor manager of the restaurant's 1st floor, overseeing all the stalls on that floor. Upon hearing this, the others in the conference room echoed his sentiments. "Yes, last time we gave out free mooncakes, none of the students came to collect them. The building manager is right. Today's students have no respect for traditional culture at all. They just abandoned the centuries-old custom of eating mooncakes. Yes, and our mooncakes are all produced by legitimate manufacturers. They have been kept at low temperatures for the past year, so they could never have spoiled. The quality is definitely not a problem." The crowd started chattering amongst themselves. "There's definitely no problem with the mooncakes. The person in charge of purchasing ingredients for the cafeteria is the manager's brother-in-law." "Enough!" The cafeteria manager interrupted the conversation. "The mooncakes are good quality and inexpensive, but unfortunately the students don't know their value. However, our cafeteria also has problems. With the internet so developed now, students' ideas are changing rapidly, which requires us to be bold in innovation. Perfect timing, we still have a batch of mooncakes left over from the Mid-Autumn Festival." I'm planning to have the kitchen develop an innovative dish using these mooncakes. Let's all give our opinions. After finishing his speech, the cafeteria manager handed the stage over to the crowd. After intense discussion, everyone decided to introduce a new dish, stir-fried mooncakes with oranges, at the cafeteria's stir-fry station. This novel dish is sure to be a hit with the students. With that matter settled, the cafeteria manager raised the next issue. The braised pork stall on the first floor has been doing really bad business lately. What's going on? Braised pork is a traditional delicacy in Jiangbei City, so it should sell very well there. When the braised pork dish was first introduced on the first floor of the cafeteria, business was quite good. Although there are no repeat customers, quite a few students do choose to buy one out of curiosity to try it. However, once someone has tried it, they never have the courage to try it a second time. Over time, the business at the braised pork window on the first floor of the cafeteria became increasingly poor. After the cafeteria manager raised this question, the people around the table fell silent once again. A few minutes later, the cafeteria manager on the second floor said, "Manager, the cafeteria's reputation among students hasn't been very good lately. Whether it's the school's forums, online communities, or confession walls, there are many people complaining about the school's cafeteria. Now many students would rather walk a few more steps to the food street outside the school than come to the cafeteria." As he spoke, the second floor manager took out his phone and pulled out several screenshots from his photo album. As the cafeteria manager looked at the words on these screenshots, his expression gradually darkened. Smack! The other half of the plate of mooncakes also fell to the ground. "Alright, you three building managers, come up with a way to turn around the cafeteria's reputation within a week." Finally, the cafeteria manager passed the problem on to the three building managers and got up to leave. As night deepened, Chen Feng's stall welcomed another regular customer. On a normal day, there would be quite a few people coming to the food street for late-night snacks at this time. However, it is now a short holiday, and most of the students from nearby schools and the tenants of several residential areas have left, so there are no longer so many people during the late-night snack time. But Chen Feng then spotted a familiar customer at the stall. Chen Feng remembered him because it was this young man who first triggered the "no regrets in this life" mission. All day long, Liang Wenbin couldn't stop thinking about smashing his chair over that idiot boss's head. Liang Wenbin, who was supposed to be on vacation, was called back by a phone call. There was an urgent matter at the company that required him to work overtime. Liang Wenbin wanted to refuse, but after thinking about how he still had to pay rent next month, he had to force himself to stop. Just as Chen Feng was about to close up shop, Liang Wenbin finally got off work. When Liang Wenbin saw that Chen Feng's food cart light was still on, a glimmer of light appeared in his previously dim eyes. Upon arriving at the food cart, Liang Wenbin ordered a bowl of stir-fried noodles. Afterwards, while waiting for Chen Feng to cook the noodles, he began to talk to himself. Chen Feng vaguely heard a few words, which seemed to be something like "idiot boss," "overtime pay," "the takeout downstairs is terribly bad," or something like that. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed softly and brought over the cooked noodles. Just then, the system's voice rang in Chen Feng's mind again. "Bite. A wide market suitable for setting up stalls has been detected in a specific location. A tree dies when transplanted, but a person thrives. Trying new stall locations will help the host accumulate more culinary experience. Task posted: set up a stall in the commercial area outside Jiangbei University Town for 1 day. Daily turnover must exceed 300 yuan. System notification: both the new stall location and the high sales target of 300 yuan present a huge challenge for the host. Please give it your all. Task time frame: 1 month. 300 yuan in sales." Chen Feng was at a loss for words when faced with the task requirements issued by the system. This system is indeed not very smart. On the second day after Chen Feng's transmigration, the business volume exceeded 300 yuan. After the stall introduced new dishes, the 300 yuan was less than half of Chen Feng's turnover. If it weren't for the small size of the stall and the fact that Chen Feng also had to go to school, his sales revenue could have already reached 5 figures. The system gave Chen Feng a 1-month time frame for the task. It seems the system figured that with Chen Feng's skill level, setting up a stall in a real commercial area might require a month of preparation. Chen Feng also knew about the commercial area outside Jiangbei University Town. There were several large office buildings there, and Liang Wenbin should work there. Although the system gave him a month, Chen Feng decided to go tomorrow. It's currently a holiday, so Chen Feng has plenty of time during the day. Operating in the commercial area for half a day should be enough, and in the evening, you can return to the Jiangbei University Town food street, so that your regular customers don't have to come back empty-handed. Having thought this through, Chen Feng had already made his decision. The system gave me a 1-month deadline for the task, and I couldn't really wait a whole month. So, just as Liang Wenbin finished his noodles and was about to pay the bill and leave, Chen Feng casually asked, "Are there any places near your company where I can set up a stall?" Yes, there are several office buildings around our company with a lot of foot traffic. It seems that the property management has designated a specific area for street vendors. Usually during our lunch break, if we don't order takeout, we'll just grab something to eat from a street stall, Liang Wenbin continued. After receiving an affirmative answer, Chen Feng nodded slightly. Since he could set up a stall there, he no longer needed to worry. At this moment, Liang Wenbin seemed to realize why Chen Feng had asked that question. Boss, are you going to set up a stall near our company? Liang Wenbin asked, his face beaming with undisguised joy. That's great. Takeout is getting more and more expensive these days, and the food from the stalls downstairs isn't very good either. I'm struggling to decide what to eat for lunch every day now, Liang Wenbin said excitedly. Chen Feng simply smiled and did not give a direct answer. After all, I will still have to attend classes in the future, and apart from winter and summer vacations, I naturally won't have time to set up a stall in the commercial area outside Jiangbei University town for a long time. I wonder what Liang Wenbin's reaction will be when he finds out he might only be setting up his stall there for one day. But at least for now, Liang Wenbin is very happy. After being called back from his holiday to work overtime and having 5 proposals rejected by clients in a row, this is the only good news Liang Wenbin has heard all day. As he walked home from get off work, he kept talking to himself and cursing. When he learned that Chen Feng might set up a stall near his workplace, he even hummed a tune as he left. After Liang Wenbin left, it was already quite late, and it was time for Chen Feng to pack up and close up shop. The next morning, Uncle John, still hungover, finally woke up. Uncle John was a heavy drinker when he was young, but he quit drinking for a period of time for the sake of his health after he got older. Uncle John hadn't drunk this much alcohol in a long time, until the day his daughter got married. Fortunately, the wine I drank yesterday was of good quality, otherwise I would probably have had a splitting headache the next day from the hangover. When Uncle John woke up from his hangover, he found that his phone had more than a dozen missed calls. Aside from a few calls from his wife, the most missed calls were actually from his son-in-law. With a hint of doubt, Uncle John dialed the number back. Gu Yanling answered the phone quickly. Dad, who is this young man you mentioned? Gu Yanling asked anxiously as soon as the call connected. What young man? Uncle John was still a bit groggy from waking up from a hangover and didn't immediately understand. It's the one you invited to the banquet, the one who's not even 20 years old yet, Gu Yanling said. Oh, you mean Xiao Feng? He's a student at Jiangbei University of Architecture and Technology. I think he's doing part-time work and running a stall. What's up? Uncle John quickly realized who Gu Yanling was talking about. I met him in the stairwell and we chatted for a while. He said he could help. I figured he could only work in the kitchen, so I decided to give it a try and greeted manager Wang, then took him into the kitchen. Gu Yanling was also surprised when he heard Chen Feng's identity, but he definitely shouldn't be an ordinary student. So he began to recount what happened on the day of the wedding banquet. Old Yang is out of danger now, and the person who hosted the wedding banquet was Chen Feng, Gu Yanling replied. It's a long story. That day in the kitchen. Gu Yanling began to recount the events from the beginning. Achoo! Chen Feng got up early, but suddenly sneezed. It has indeed gotten a bit colder recently, Chen Feng thought. Chen Feng plans to set up a stall near Liang Wenbin's workplace at noon today, and he will start preparing the ingredients in the morning. Braised pork belly with boxed lunch is a perfect lunch option, and Chen Feng plans to make a lot of it for lunch. Although it should theoretically be the National Day holiday, there are quite a few people like Liang Wenbin who still need to work overtime at the company during the holiday. For lunch, we sell braised pork belly, tiger skin green peppers, rice, and a bowl of stir-fried noodles. Chen Feng pondered the dishes he would offer at his lunch stall. Lunch and dinner are different, some dishes are not suitable for lunch. For example, plain noodles. Plain noodles are a good choice for breakfast or dinner, but they can be a bit monotonous for lunch, leaving you feeling a little hungry. From this perspective, stir-fried noodles are not really suitable as a lunch. But what else can he make if he doesn't make stir-fried noodles? Chen Feng pondered. The system did have a previous task that required making rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. However, making rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, requires advanced preparation, and one morning is clearly not enough time. Moreover, rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, is best paired with liangpi, cold skin noodles, and soda. Making liangpi requires chili oil, which also needs to be prepared in advance. Therefore, Chen Feng passed on the rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. In addition, the system previously issued a task to make fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. Selling fried dough sticks for lunch does seem a bit out of place. Excluding the 2 dishes recommended by the system, Chen Feng still has many other dishes to choose from. However, this dish needs to meet a few requirements. Firstly, it should be suitable for lunch. Secondly, the preparation time should not be too long, as working people only have a short lunch break, so it is best to prepare this kind of food in advance. Chen Feng walked out of his house and wandered aimlessly through the streets. Because it's currently the National Day holiday, there are far fewer breakfast stalls on the streets. The old man who sold fried dough sticks last time didn't set up his stall today. The Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, vendor had set up his stall, but Chen Feng ignored it and walked right past it. After all, the way they make Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, doesn't mean they expect to have repeat customers. A tofu pudding stall came into Chen Feng's view. This tofu pudding is different from the one Chen Feng had last time. The last place I went to used processed soy sauce as the broth for their tofu pudding. It was a Shandong or Hebei province style. The tofu pudding served here is made with authentic braised sauce. The gravy is made by simmering eggs, wood ear mushrooms, and cornstarch, and it's as thick as rice porridge. This is the practice in northeast China. When the bowl of tofu pudding was placed in front of Chen Feng, he also decided on the dishes he would serve at his stall for lunch that day. Of course, braised pork belly is a must, and as for the other dish, Chen Feng plans to make a classic noodle dish. This noodle dish perfectly meets those requirements. After finishing breakfast, Chen Feng immediately went to the Jiangbei University town vegetable market to buy ingredients. After finishing his phone call with his son-in-law, Uncle Zhang felt somewhat unable to accept it for a moment. The college student who rented a room in my house turned out to be a highly skilled chef. This was still a bit too advanced for Uncle Zhang. Gu Yanming insisted on seeing Chen Feng no matter what. Chen Feng arrived at the Jiangbei University town vegetable market to select the ingredients he would need for his lunch stall. There is already a stable supplier for the ingredients to make braised pork, and the quality of the pork at this butcher shop is guaranteed. Therefore, if Chen Feng needs the ingredients for braised pork, he only needs to contact the butcher shop owner. However, Chen Feng would need to personally select the ingredients for the new dishes at lunchtime from the market. The vegetables and meats needed for the new dish all had high quality requirements, which is why Chen Feng decided to select them personally. The holiday did not affect the operation of the farmer's market, it was as bustling as usual. Chen Feng walked straight to a vegetable stall. Previously, when Chen Feng made bobo chicken, he chose to call the stall owner directly to have the ingredients delivered. This is because the dish, boiled chicken in chili oil, is quite unique. The vegetables are simply boiled in water, and diners mainly enjoy the flavors of the chili oil and chicken broth. Therefore, as long as the vegetables used to make bobo chicken are of acceptable quality, that is sufficient. However, the vegetables are the main ingredient in the dish that Chen Feng is going to make today, and their quality has a huge impact on the final result. Therefore, Chen Feng had to personally select the ingredients to be used today. Arriving at the vegetable stall, Chen Feng was going to select some tomatoes, mushrooms, and eggplants. These three vegetables are the main ingredients for the noodles that Chen Feng sells at his stall at noon. Or rather, it is the main ingredient in the topping for braised noodles. Braised noodles perfectly meet Chen Feng's needs for setting up his stall at noon. Most steps can be prepared in advance, it's suitable as lunch, and even packing it away is convenient. The taste of braised noodles largely depends on the quality of the toppings. Yes, if we're going to sell braised noodles, we can't just sell one kind. Chen Feng plans to sell 3 different types of braised noodles. All 3 types use the same hand-pulled noodles, but the toppings are different: eggplant with diced meat, mushroom with diced chicken, and tomato with egg. Chen Feng was selecting vegetables at the stall. Dried shiitake mushrooms are used in many Shandong dishes. Compared to fresh shiitake mushrooms, dried shiitake mushrooms have a unique umami flavor after being soaked. However, the shiitake mushroom and chicken broth requires fresh shiitake mushrooms. The shiitake mushrooms at the vegetable stall were plump and light brown in color. When you gently touched them, the surface of the caps was dry and smooth, which meant that the shiitake mushrooms were fresh enough. If the shiitake mushrooms are dark brown and the caps feel slightly sticky, it means they have been stored for a while and are starting to lose their freshness. The fresh shiitake mushrooms at this vegetable stall are of good quality. Next up are tomatoes. There are so many different qualities of tomatoes these days. Tomatoes are easier to distinguish than shiitake mushrooms. If a tomato spoils, its color and appearance will change noticeably. If the tomatoes appear greenish, it means they may not be ripe enough. There are 2 common types of tomatoes on the market. One is the firm tomato, which is not bright red when ripe, but light red. After selective breeding, this type of tomato is slightly firmer than ordinary tomatoes, making it easier to store and transport. However, every gain has its loss. While reducing storage and transportation costs, these tomatoes also have slightly less juice. The pink color and firm texture are due to the variety, not because it is not ripe. In places like the Jiangbei University town vegetable market, people come and go, and those who come here to buy vegetables are mostly residents of nearby communities. The characteristics of artificially ripened tomatoes are too obvious. If any vegetable stall dares to sell such tomatoes, it will probably become known to everyone very soon. After tomatoes, comes eggplant. Choosing an eggplant is also very simple. As long as the eggplant is tender, it can meet the needs of most dishes. Once an eggplant matures, many small seeds will grow inside. These are the eggplant seeds. Too many seeds in an eggplant will affect the taste of the finished dish. Chen Feng arrived at the stall where the round eggplants were displayed, reached out and picked up an eggplant, weighing it in his hand. This is how to tell if an eggplant is old or young. Eggplant seeds are heavier than the eggplant flesh. Therefore, 4 eggplants of the same size, the heavier they are, the more seeds they contain, and the tougher they will be. Based on Chen Feng's experience, he could naturally judge the age of an eggplant by its weight as soon as he picked it up. If an eggplant feels very heavy in your hand, it means that the eggplant is already very old. If such an eggplant is used in stir-fries, its texture may become the downside of the entire dish. Fortunately, judging from the weight in my hand, the eggplants at this vegetable stall were quite tender. Chen Feng nodded and bought the ingredients from this store. The stall owner watched Chen Feng select vegetables the entire time. He was deeply impressed by Chen Feng. Last night, just as he was about to close up shop, Chen Feng suddenly called, and he delivered another batch of vegetables to Chen Feng's stall. The other stall is doing very well and could potentially become a major customer for us. But the stall owner was still a little confused. Chen Feng clearly had his contact information, so why did he come to personally select the vegetables? Moreover, Chen Feng didn't order these kinds of dishes last time. The tomatoes, mushrooms, and eggplants I'm buying this time are completely unrelated. Judging from the quantity of vegetables Chen Feng selected, they were most likely intended for his stall. The stall owner finally couldn't help but ask, "What are you making?" "Noodles with braised meat sauce," Chen Feng replied to the stall owner's question. The stall owner felt like he understood, but not completely. "So you sell whatever snacks you feel like?" The last time the stall owner delivered the goods to my door, I personally witnessed the long queue that formed when Chen Feng sold his pot-boiled chicken. Such a booming business, you're just going to quit like that? How can you guarantee that if you switch to braised noodles, so many customers will still buy it? The stall owner, seeing this, felt that Chen Feng was too young and wanted to give him some earnest advice. "Young man, I saw that the Sichuan and Chunqing snacks you sold last time were quite popular, weren't they? Why did you suddenly switch to this category?" Chen Feng hesitated for 2 seconds before replying, "Since we're just starting out, let's give it a try. Maybe this one will be more popular." "You can't exactly answer. I changed the dishes because I can cook everything." After selecting the vegetables, Chen Feng still needed to buy some meat. Eggplant and minced pork noodle soup requires slightly fatty pork belly, as eggplant has a strong ability to absorb oil, making it a perfect match for pork belly with a high fat content. There's no need to choose this one specially, using the same raw material as braised pork belly is enough. As for the braised chicken and mushroom noodles, this dish is also available in the cafeteria. The cafeteria uses diced chicken breast as the main ingredient. Diced chicken breast is dry and doesn't taste good. This type of meat is usually chosen either to reduce fat or to cut costs. Chicken breast is often the first choice for weight loss meals because of its incredibly low fat content. However, it is obvious that the cafeteria's use of chicken breast to make shiitake mushroom and chicken stew is not for the health of the students. Chicken thigh meat is actually more suitable as a raw material than chicken breast. Because of its proper fat ratio, chicken thigh meat has a much better taste than chicken breast meat. However, it also has 2 disadvantages compared to chicken breast. Firstly, there's the price. Chicken thigh meat is slightly more expensive than chicken breast meat. Secondly, there's the difficulty of processing. Chicken breast is just one piece of meat, and processing it only requires removing the tendons and membranes. The cafeteria didn't even remove the tendons and membranes. After that, it can be directly diced and used in dishes. The chicken thigh meat has bones attached. The presence of bones means that chicken thigh meat cannot be diced and used in dishes like chicken breast meat. There is also a deboning process, which is quite strenuous for ordinary people and average chefs. For Chen Feng, simply deboning the chicken leg was not difficult at all. For Chen Feng, deboning a whole chicken, let alone a chicken leg, only takes about a minute. Chen Feng quickly selected the chicken legs. The chicken legs at this stall were quite fresh, and the feathers on them were very clean. Besides not being fresh enough, the worst thing about this ingredient is that it still has some hair that hasn't been completely removed. The braised chicken and mushroom noodle soup doesn't require a hen's leg, a regular chicken leg will suffice. The ingredients for the mushroom and chicken noodle soup are finally all ready. All that's left is the eggs needed for the tomato and egg noodle soup. After selecting all the ingredients, Chen Feng returned to his residence. All kinds of ingredients were delivered quickly. Braised pork belly requires a long cooking time, so Chen Feng completed most of the steps for making it first. Once the pork belly was simmering over low heat, Chen Feng began making braised noodles. All 3 types of sauces can be prepared in advance. When the customer wants to eat whichever one, they can cook the hand-pulled noodles, pour the sauce over them, and the meal is ready to serve. Chen Feng took out the chicken leg. These chicken drumsticks are quite large, and they are not the kind of chicken drumsticks found in fried chicken shops. In many ready-made food shops, chicken drumsticks usually refer to the chicken's lower leg, which has only one bone. This type of chicken drumstick is also known as a peepa leg. The chicken leg that Chen Feng bought was a whole piece of chicken, consisting of the thigh and the calf. This type of chicken leg is also called a chicken side leg or a whole leg. These chicken drumsticks need to be deboned. Chen Feng took out a chicken leg and began to debone it. Because of the chicken's unique body structure, its legs are usually shaped like a capital L. The letter L has one side representing the chicken's thigh and the other side representing its lower leg. Chen Feng grabbed one side of the L with each hand and straightened it by force. Because there is a joint connecting the thigh and calf, this step does not actually require too much force. After straightening it, continue bending it in the same direction you just applied force, until the L is completely reversed. At this point, the joint at the junction of the thigh and calf could no longer withstand the force, and a smooth bulge could be clearly seen at the joint through the chicken leg's muscles and skin. This is where the two main bones of the chicken leg connect. They are called main bones because, in addition to these two bones, there is another small bone in the chicken leg. Chen Feng held the whole chicken leg with one hand, keeping the smooth protrusion in place. Then, Chen Feng picked up the kitchen knife with his other hand and slashed it across the smooth protrusion. A bone was found in the cut. This is the bone in the chicken's lower leg. Then, Chen Feng used force to pull the bone out. Chicken legs don't have much fascia, so as long as you know the right direction of the force, you can pull them out with your hands. However, the bones in a chicken thigh cannot be processed in this way. Next to the bone of the chicken thigh, there is a small bone, and many fascia connect the bone and muscles. Let alone whether it can be pulled out by force. Even if it is pulled out, the whole piece of chicken will be torn apart. Therefore, deboning chicken thighs is more complicated than deboning chicken calves. It's the same incision as before, but in a different direction, slightly deeper than the bone in the lower leg. As Chen Feng slowly peeled the chicken meat around the bone, he gently scraped around the bone with the cleaver in his hand. This was to break the fascia that connected the bone and the chicken meat. It's like slowly peeling chicken meat off the bone. Soon, the entire bone was exposed. At the cartilage at the other end of the bone, there are many fascia that connect the end of the bone to the muscles. With a few light slashes of the cleaver, the last connection was severed. The entire large bone, along with the smaller one, fell off. At this point, the chicken leg deboning is complete. Because of his skill, Chen Feng didn't need much time to debone a chicken leg, and he quickly deboned all the chicken legs. These chicken drumsticks are relatively fresh and don't need to be blanched, but they still need to be soaked briefly to remove any remaining blood. While soaking the chicken legs, Chen Feng began to chop the shiitake mushrooms. Wash the shiitake mushrooms and remove the stems. Removing the stem from fresh shiitake mushrooms is very easy, just gently break it off and the stem will fall off completely. The stems of shiitake mushrooms are not inedible, but they are not suitable for use in braised noodles. This part of the shiitake mushroom is too tough and will ruin the texture if added. If the shiitake mushrooms are to be used as a broth, they should be cut into soft pieces. Whole shiitake mushrooms are definitely not suitable for making braised noodles. The shiitake mushroom should be sliced thinly, but not too thinly, otherwise they will lose their texture. The goal is to make sure that diners can taste that they are eating shiitake mushrooms. Too thick is also not good. If the shiitake mushroom slices are cut too thick, they will remain straight after heating and will not stick to the hand-pulled noodles. Chen Feng laid the shiitake mushrooms flat on the cutting board, and with a swift stroke of his knife, he quickly sliced them into 0.3 mm thin slices. While the shiitake mushrooms are being sliced, the blood in the chicken is also being removed during the soaking process. Chen Feng took the chicken out and dried it with kitchen paper. If the chicken has too much moisture, it will lower the temperature in the pot when it is put in. Once the temperature in the pot drops, the aroma of the ingredients cannot be fully brought out. Chen Feng cut the chicken thigh meat into small cubes, each about 1 centimeter in size. Then, various ingredients were prepared. Now that all the ingredients for the shiitake mushroom and chicken dice sauce are ready, we can start making the sauce. Heat a wok and add lard. Both shiitake mushrooms and chicken are very flavorful ingredients, but to make the final shiitake mushroom and chicken stew taste even better, shiitake mushrooms and chicken alone are not enough. In addition to these two flavor-enhancing ingredients, lard is also needed to sauté the ingredients in oil. The snow-white lard melted quickly when it was put into the pot. When the oil reached 50% of its maximum temperature, Chen Feng added a small amount of star anise. Star anise has a very strong aroma, so it's best not to add too much. After the star anise changed color, Chen Feng took it out. Next, Chen Feng added the chopped scallions and ginger that he had prepared beforehand. Diced meat with diced meat, sliced meat with sliced meat, chopped scallions with chopped ginger. When stir-frying this dish, ginger must be added. Ginger and scallions not only enhance the aroma but also remove the slight off flavors of the meat itself. The reason for chopping ginger into small pieces is so that you can eat ginger without seeing it. If ginger is cut into too large pieces, it becomes an assassin in the dish. Therefore, mincing the ginger not only imparts a ginger flavor to the dish but also prevents diners from noticing its presence, so they don't suddenly find a piece of ginger while eating. Cut the scallions and ginger into cubes with a diameter of about 0.5 millimeters. Ginger is easy to chop, just slice it first, then shred it, and finally mince it. However, if you don't know the tricks to chopping scallions, it can be quite difficult. Chen Feng peeled off the outer layers of the white part of the scallion, spread it out, and flattened it out. You can't use the core of the scallion to chop it, because the core has too much moisture, and even if you chop it into small pieces, it will still be sticky. Roll the white part of the scallion, which is laid flat on the table, into a tube shape from top to bottom. Chen Feng cuts from one end of the rolled scallion to the other, straightens the scallion, and the scallion shreds are ready. If it is not rolled into a tube, the white part of the scallion is layered and its fibers are very tough. If you cut it directly, the white part of the scallion may slide and shift. Although Chen Feng's knife skills are now so good that he could cut directly without much effort, using this little trick can indeed improve efficiency. When minced scallions and ginger are added to the pot, they immediately change color. The finer you chop the scallions and ginger, the faster they will change color and release their aroma. If the scallions and ginger are cut into larger pieces, you need to use a lower heat to slowly fry them until fragrant. After frying the scallions and ginger until fragrant, Chen Feng added the pre-cut chicken thigh meat cubes. After being placed in the pot, the chicken begins to turn white under the high temperature. This indicates that the moisture content of the chicken has decreased significantly, and the chicken protein has begun to denature. Turn up the heat and stir fry for a few seconds until the chicken is cooked through. Then, Chen Feng tossed a large spoonful of light soy sauce into the pan. When light soy sauce touches the extremely hot pot wall, its aroma is immediately released. After that, Chen Feng added a handful of pre-soaked dried shrimp, including the water used to soak them. The dried shrimp are washed before soaking, and the water used to soak them also becomes a seasoning. Chicken and shiitake mushrooms are both umami-rich ingredients, and the addition of dried shrimp makes them even more delicious. Stir fry a few more times, and the chicken in the pan begins to take on the color of soy sauce. Next, Chen Feng added the previously sliced shiitake mushrooms and continued to stir fry vigorously. The shiitake mushroom slices are cut very thinly and cannot withstand long-term stir frying. After stir frying for a couple of seconds, the shiitake mushroom slices begin to soften, at which point water should be added. Add hot water and keep boiling for 3 minutes. It takes time for the various flavors in the pot to meld together. When hot water is added, the ingredients in the pot are already cooked. The 3 minutes of boiling are to allow the flavors of the ingredients in the pot to blend better. 3 minutes later, add salt and set the flavor. The soy sauce and dried shrimp added earlier are already salty, and the flavor of the shiitake mushroom and chicken dice sauce should not be too salty, so you don't need to add too much salt at this step. Chen Feng could rely on his experience to add just the right amount of salt. However, even without Chen Feng's current experience, there are still ways to overcome this challenge. When Chen Feng first started learning to cook, although he was extremely talented and could learn many dishes very quickly, seasoning was indeed a challenge for him at that time. Later, the old man said to Chen Feng, "Why don't you just try it?" Chen Feng suddenly understood. If you're unsure about a flavor, just try it. Add salt in small amounts several times, taste it, and add more if it tastes bland. Although this method is inefficient, it is indeed a good method for beginners in cooking. Now, when Chen Feng adds salt, it's always a perfect spoonful. After adding salt, the seasoning is complete. The next step is to thicken the sauce. When starch slurry is added to the pot, the starch gelatinizes, increasing the concentration of the liquid in the pot. The industry calls it rice soup thickening, meaning that the concentration of the broth in the pot is similar to that of a relatively thick rice soup. After thickening the sauce with cornstarch, Chen Feng removed the sauce from the pot and placed it in a bowl, but at this point the sauce was not yet completely finished. There's one last step, stir-frying the ingredients in the wok. This step is similar to stir-frying, but it is usually done when the dish is basically finished. The oil from stir-frying is poured directly onto the dish. The initial stir-frying is the beginning, while the final stir-frying is the end, hence, this step is called final stir-frying. Like stir-frying, the method of stir-frying also originated in Shandong. Chen Feng added the mixed oil to the pot and heated it. Once the oil temperature reaches 60%, add the Sichuan peppercorns. After frying the Sichuan peppercorns until they turn dark brown, remove them from the oil and pour the oil used to fry the peppercorns over the sauce. The temperature of the hot oil at this moment is far higher than the boiling point of water. Therefore, when the hot oil is poured into the basin, the surface of the brine immediately ripples and makes a sizzling sound as water and oil meet. The exact origin of the mushroom and chicken noodle soup is now unknown, but this dish was indeed very popular in Beijing, so much so that now many people add Old Beijing before mentioning this dish. Old Beijing braised noodles are similar to Old Beijing fried sauce noodles. In the past, in the capital city, braised noodles with shiitake mushrooms and diced chicken were indeed a popular dish among the working people. The production process back then was similar to Chen Feng's now, but with subtle differences. For example, in the final step of stir-frying, the old Beijing method doesn't involve removing the blackened peppercorns. Instead, the peppercorns are poured over the broth along with the sauce, resulting in visible black peppercorns on the surface of the broth. People in the old capital city called it fly broth, a name that might make one lose their appetite. The reason for doing this is probably because in ancient times, Sichuan peppercorns were a relatively expensive ingredient. The restaurant wanted diners to see the Sichuan peppercorns in the dishes to show them that the restaurant had not cut corners. Over time, this became a habit and a sign of whether the old Beijing way of doing things was authentic. However, since Chen Feng was going to sell this dish in Jiangbei City, there was no need to follow the old capital standards. Finally, he removed all the black peppercorns from the hot oil, making it even more perfect. The dish is only truly complete after adding Sichuan peppercorn oil. Chen Feng covered the large basin containing the braising liquid. There was still some time before noon, and if he didn't cover it, the aroma of the Sichuan peppercorns would dissipate by the time he set up his stall, greatly diminishing the flavor. After finishing the braised chicken with shiitake mushrooms, Chen Feng began preparing the braised tomato and egg sauce. Tomato and egg noodles with gravy are arguably the simplest of the three types of noodles with gravy that Chen Feng prepared this time. Dice the tomatoes and crack the eggs into a bowl. Chen Feng diced the tomatoes. If you're making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, you should cut the tomatoes into larger pieces for a better texture. But since we're making tomato and egg noodles, we need to cut the tomatoes into smaller pieces. Cutting tomatoes into smaller pieces makes it easier for them to release their juices, and the final product will also be easier to coat the surface with. Before dicing, the tomatoes need to be peeled. Similarly, for other dishes, tomatoes can be left unpeeled. Sometimes, the unique texture of the tomato skin can even add a touch of flavor to the dish. However, if you're making tomato noodles, it's best to remove the tomato skin. Make a cross-shaped cut on the tip of the tomato, then place the tomato tip up in the bowl. Chen Feng poured the pre-boiled hot water over the tomatoes. When the shallow cross-shaped cut on the tomato comes into contact with hot water, the skin at the cut begins to curl up. The tomatoes with the cross-shaped cut edges curled up slightly under the influence of hot water. Chen Feng grabbed the rolled up side and slowly peeled it off, completely removing a quarter of the tomato's skin. Then, Chen Feng did the same thing again, tearing off the other three curled corners and completely peeling the tomato in his hand. Peeling tomatoes makes them easier to dice. Chen Feng set the diced tomatoes aside and brought out a large bowl for the eggs. Next, Chen Feng added a small spoonful of salt to the eggs. Adding salt makes the eggs easier to whisk. Whisked eggs, once cooked, will have a loose, porous texture, allowing them to better blend with the tomato juice. After scrambling the eggs, Chen Feng heated the wok. Heat the pan with oil, then add the eggs. When eggs come into contact with hot oil, they immediately begin to solidify. Chen Feng used long chopsticks to reach into the pot and stirred frantically, breaking up the eggs that should have solidified into large chunks. When eggs are stirred and then come into contact with hot oil, they turn into small, crumbly pieces. In most dishes that require scrambled eggs, the shape of the egg should not be easily damaged after they are put into the pan. For example, when making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, you should gently push and shake the pan when the eggs are first put in, and you should avoid frying the eggs into small pieces. Even if the eggs are scrambled later in the stir-fry, they are often scrambled into walnut-sized pieces, that is, large pieces similar in size to walnuts. In this type of stir-fry, the eggs must maintain their texture while also being easy for diners to eat. If the pieces are too small, they won't be able to be picked up with chopsticks. But the eggs in braised noodles are different. Once the eggs are in the pot, they must be broken up immediately to make the egg pieces as small as possible. This will allow the sauce to coat the noodles. This method of preparation is similar to that of egg sauce in northeast China. After scrambling the eggs, Chen Feng stirred them a few times. When small, shallow bubbles appear around the edge of the egg, it's cooked to perfection. These small bubbles indicate that the water in the egg has begun to evaporate, but has not yet completely evaporated. If you wait until all the moisture has evaporated, the eggs will be too hard and won't taste good. If the moisture hasn't started to evaporate yet, the eggs won't be cooked long enough and will have a fishy smell. Only with this level of heat can the balance of texture and flavor be guaranteed. After scooping the eggs out, Chen Feng added more oil to the pan. Heat the oil, add minced scallions and ginger, and then immediately add diced tomatoes. Chen Feng then added salt and stir-fried the diced tomatoes until they released their juices. Most dishes are decided on later, but tomato and egg noodle soup needs to be decided on beforehand. After seasoning, the loose and porous egg juice is full of flavor. However, if seasoning is added later, the eggs will be difficult to absorb the flavor. Moreover, adding salt earlier also helps the tomatoes release their juices. After the tomatoes were cooked until soft and juicy, Chen Feng added the previously cooked eggs. Stir-fry for a few seconds until the eggs and tomatoes are combined, then immediately add hot water. Tomatoes naturally contain juice, which blends into the eggs, resulting in a harmonious flavor combination. Therefore, unlike the shiitake mushroom and chicken stew, the tomato and egg stew does not require any additional simmering. Hot water was added, and it boiled very quickly. Add cornstarch slurry to thicken the sauce, using the same rice water thickener. When thickened with rice water, the boiling state of the broth resembles the constantly blinking eyes of a fish. Therefore, the fish eye bubbles are considered one of the characteristics used in the industry to determine whether the thickening is adequate. Turn off the heat and serve. The tomato and egg sauce is now complete. Next, all that's left is a braised eggplant and diced meat dish. Of the 3 types of braised dishes Chen Feng made today, the eggplant and diced meat braised dish is arguably the most complex. The first 2 types of sauces, whether it's mushroom and chicken sauce or tomato and egg sauce, are easy for beginners to make if they know the general steps. Eggplant and diced meat stew requires a slightly higher level of basic skills. Of course, these 3 kinds of braising sauce were no different to Chen Feng. Eggplant, although a common vegetable, has an unusually high oil absorption rate. Eggplants have a soft and porous structure, making them easy to absorb oil. This characteristic is like a double-edged sword. If eggplant isn't cooked properly, it will either be too dry or too oily. Experienced chefs will take advantage of eggplant's ability to absorb oil, resulting in a final product that is fragrant with oil and has a unique taste. Chen Feng peeled the eggplant, cut it into small cubes about 2 centimeters in size, and put them into a large bowl. Eggplants are white when freshly cut, but this vegetable oxidizes very easily. If not treated, the eggplant will turn black when it is cooked. There are many ways to prevent eggplant from oxidizing, depending on the dish. You can choose to coat the eggplant with starch paste or deep fry it. Of course, you can also reduce oxidation by rinsing the eggplant to remove excess water. When making eggplant and minced meat noodles, the eggplant should not be fried in oil, and it should not be coated with batter. If you use a batter, the resulting sauce will harden and won't stick to the noodles easily. If you deep fry the eggplant, it will make it tender enough, but it will ruin the best part of the eggplant and diced meat sauce. Although eggplant absorbs oil, the amount it can absorb is limited. Pairing eggplant with diced pork belly allows the eggplant to absorb the oil rendered from the pork belly during stir-frying, giving the eggplant a rich meaty flavor. If the eggplant is deep fried, it will have already absorbed a lot of oil, making it difficult for it to absorb more lard, resulting in a less flavorful dish. Therefore, Chen Feng chose to use salt to remove water, thereby reducing the oxidation on the surface of the eggplant cubes. While the eggplant was being salted to draw out the water, Chen Feng cut the pork belly into small cubes about 1.5 centimeters in size. In order to better render the lard later, Chen Feng deliberately separated the lean and fatty parts of the pork belly while slicing it. First, cut the pork belly into layers, so that the fat and lean meat are naturally separated. Then, cut the fat and lean meat into small cubes. Eggplant shrinks slightly after cooking, at which point a 2-centimeter eggplant cube will shrink to about the same size as a meat cube. After dicing the green peppers, Chen Feng then chopped them into small pieces. Green peppers are not the main ingredient in this dish, they are only used for seasoning and coloring. Green bell peppers have a unique flavor that many people dislike, but when this flavor meets eggplant, a chemical reaction occurs, producing a unique aroma. Besides liking oil, eggplant also has excellent compatibility with garlic, especially raw garlic. Therefore, Chen Feng chopped the garlic in advance. It was added at the very end of the cooking process. This is called garlic for the tail. At this point, the eggplant has been blanched. The diced eggplant placed in the large bowl has released some moisture due to the salt. After draining the water, Chen Feng turned on the stove and added a little peanut oil. Heat the oil in a pan, then add the eggplant. The purpose of this step is simply to further dry out the moisture in the eggplant, so you shouldn't add too much oil. Chen Feng stir-fried the eggplant over high heat for a few seconds until it turned slightly yellow, then immediately took it out of the pan. Next, Chen Feng added a little oil to the pot and turned on the heat. After heating the oil, add a small amount of star anise. Once the star anise turns brown, remove it from the pot. After that, Chen Feng put the diced fatty meat into the pot and stir-fried it over medium heat. The diced fatty meat quickly changed color, and the oil in the meat began to seep out. Next, Chen Feng put the diced lean meat into the pot, along with the chopped scallions and ginger. The reason for adding chopped green onions and ginger after the pork has rendered its fat is to prevent them from burning. If you add minced scallions and ginger after heating the oil, the scallions and ginger will be burnt by the time the fat is rendered out, because you will be stir-frying the fatty meat later. After adding diced lean meat, minced scallions, and ginger, Chen Feng began to stir-fry over high heat. When the lean meat turns white, it's done cooking. Chen Feng tossed scallions, peppercorns, cooking wine, and light soy sauce into the pot. It enhances aroma and freshness. After that, Chen Feng poured the eggplant cubes that had been stir-fried until slightly yellow into the pan. As the eggplant was added to the pan, it began to become oily, and an even stronger aroma rose from the pan. When the aroma reached its peak, Chen Feng added hot water to the pot. The final product of the eggplant and diced meat sauce is thicker than the other two sauces, and you can't see too much water in the finished product. Therefore, add less braising liquid to the eggplant and diced meat, and reduce the sauce until thick. After adding hot water, Chen Feng added a little dark soy sauce for color and simmered it for a while until the eggplant was soft. Then, Chen Feng added the previously chopped green peppers. Green peppers are usually cooked in most dishes, but they don't need to be cooked in eggplant and diced meat sauce. In this dish, green peppers play a role somewhat similar to the chopped green onions and cilantro added at the end of other dishes. The strong flavor of green bell peppers complements the aroma of eggplant perfectly. By this time, the broth has thickened. After adding the green peppers and stir-frying briefly, it's time to thicken it with cornstarch. The gravy for this dish is slightly thicker than that for tomato and egg sauce. Due to the oil, the gravy itself has a high viscosity, so the cornstarch slurry used for thickening doesn't need to be too concentrated. Finally, cook until there is no more noticeable flowing broth in the pot. The consistency is somewhat similar to the sauce used in zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste. After thickening the sauce, Chen Feng poured the pre-chopped raw garlic into the pot, stirred it a few times, and the rich aroma of garlic immediately burst forth. Eggplant sauce must be finished with a handful of garlic cloves. Minced garlic greatly enhances the flavor of eggplant, even to the point that 1 + 1 = 10. Whether it's cold salad, stew, boiled or stir-fried, eggplant can be enhanced with raw garlic, as if these two ingredients were a match made in heaven. After adding the garlic cloves, just like with the shiitake mushroom and chicken broth, Chen Feng poured the broth into a bowl and then poured freshly fried Sichuan peppercorn oil over it. Sichuan peppercorn oil has a wide range of uses in many cuisines. If you want to enhance the flavor and color, you can use Sichuan peppercorn oil that has been fried in advance. However, if the goal is to enhance the aroma, you must add freshly fried Sichuan peppercorn oil, otherwise, you won't have such a rich fragrance. At this point, the sauces for all three types of braised noodles are ready. In the morning, a group of 3 people were walking towards Chen Feng's residence. Of the 3, it was Uncle Zhang who led the way. The other person was Uncle Zhang's son-in-law, Gu Yanming. After learning about Chen Feng's identity, he decided to come and see Chen Feng immediately. As for the other person, it is Chef Zhao from the kitchen of Yi Ranju. Mr. Yang is still hospitalized, and the 3 of them visited him this morning. With Mr. Yang hospitalized, Chef Zhao became the backbone of the kitchen, as he was rarely able to leave Yuranju. Even so, he still took advantage of the brief free time in the morning to meet Chen Feng with Gu Yanming. He was considered an eyewitness to the events in the kitchen at yesterday's wedding banquet, so Gu Yanming did not refuse. Along the way, Gu Yanming asked his father-in-law many questions about Chen Feng. Uncle Zhang knew something about Chen Feng, but not much. Besides knowing that Chen Feng was an orphan and that he usually ran a stall in the food street, Uncle Zhang couldn't say much more about Chen Feng. Uncle Zhang now felt that Chen Feng was full of secrets. On the way to Chen Feng's residence, Gu Yanming suddenly stopped the car when passing a bank. When Uncle Zhang saw the bank by the roadside, he immediately understood what had happened yesterday. At first, Master Zhao didn't realize what Gu Yanming was up to. However, since the leader didn't say anything, Master Zhao didn't ask either. Gu Yanming had his own considerations. Regardless, the surveillance footage doesn't lie. Chen Feng almost single-handedly saved the day in the kitchen during yesterday's wedding banquet. Therefore, in Gu Yanming's view, Chen Feng had indeed done him a great favor. Although Master Zhao is quite skilled, if yesterday's wedding banquet had actually been hosted by him, who knows how much trouble it would have gone wrong. It wasn't that Gu Yanming looked down on Master Zhao, it was because Master Zhao himself felt the same way. In other industries, there might be some resentment. But in the culinary profession, you can tell whether someone is better than you as soon as you start working together. Although the kitchen staff are nominally divided into head chef, sous chef, head cook, and second cook, it all boils down to one thing: whoever has the ability calls the shots. That's why Master Zhao insisted on coming along to see Chen Feng. As Chen Feng was preparing the dishes for his lunch stall in the food cart, Uncle Zhang and his 2 companions arrived at the door of Chen Feng's residence. At this moment, Chen Feng was in the food cart, pouring freshly fried Sichuan peppercorn oil over the eggplant and diced meat sauce. The first thing that caught Gu Yanming's eye was the food cart parked in front of the rented house. Xiao Feng. Chen Feng suddenly heard Uncle Zhang's voice inside the dining car. Chen Feng turned his gaze toward the direction from which the sound came. Uncle Zhang brought 2 people with him. Chen Feng remembered one of the middle-aged men. He was a chef in the kitchen after yesterday's wedding banquet. As for the younger one, Chen Feng found him somewhat familiar. He seemed to be Uncle Zhang's son-in-law. The organizers have come? What's Uncle Zhang and his son-in-law doing here too? It's all right if they come, it's not a big deal. Yesterday, Chen Feng only knew that it was Uncle Zhang's daughter's wedding, but what Chen Feng didn't know was that Uncle Zhang's son-in-law was also the owner of Yi Ranju. As Chen Feng stepped out of the dining car, he saw the younger of the 3 men excitedly stride over. Chef Chen, thank you so much for yesterday. As she spoke, she took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Feng. Gu Yanming was a few years older than Chen Feng, and after thinking about it, he decided it would be better to call him Chef Chen. Gu Yanming gripped Chen Feng's right hand tightly, his gratitude genuine and heartfelt. But beyond gratitude, he also had other thoughts. Such a talented chef, if only he could come to Yiranju. By then, Yiranju will surely dominate the high-end dining scene in Jiangbei. Uncle Zhang then introduced Gu Yanming's identity. Xiao Feng, this is my son-in-law, and also the general manager of Yiranju, where the wedding banquet was held yesterday. Only then did Chen Feng realize that there was such a connection between them. Gu Yanming's eyes burned with passion. He shook hands with Gu Yanming for a full half-minute before reluctantly letting go. After releasing his right hand, Gu Yanming immediately pulled out an extremely thick red envelope from somewhere. Chef Chen, I rushed over to thank you and didn't have time to prepare any other gifts. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Only then did Master Zhao realize why Gu Yanming had suddenly gotten out of the car to get money on the way. However, judging from the thickness of this red envelope, it can hardly be considered a small gift. Gu Yanming had his own considerations, and there were 3 reasons why he decided to give this red envelope. On the one hand, Chen Feng did indeed save his wedding banquet yesterday, and for that alone, Chen Feng deserves his generous thanks. Secondly, Chen Feng's culinary skills, as demonstrated at yesterday's wedding banquet, are certainly worthy of Gu Yanming's efforts to recruit him. Third, Uncle Zhang said that Chen Feng was an orphan and had been poor since childhood. Although Gu Yanming did not understand why someone with such superb cooking skills would be short of money, he still remembered this point. Since Chen Feng might be short of money, giving him money directly might be more effective than anything else. So direct? Chen Feng was also surprised when Gu Yanming sent out the red envelope. This Gu Yanming is quite interesting. At this moment, even though Gu Yanming was the one who was giving the money, he still felt uncertain. Can I really hire such a great chef? It's important to understand that the more advanced a chef is, the broader their horizons will be. Since Chen Feng can make braised sea cucumber with scallions so skillfully, he is naturally far superior to ordinary chefs. Gu Yanming was able to persuade Old Yang to come out of retirement by appealing to his emotions, relying on the fact that Old Yang had been the head chef at Yiranju for decades. Chen Feng reached out and took the red envelope. If an ordinary young chef were to encounter this scene, they might be at a loss for words. But Chen Feng was the youngest master of state banquets in the Dragon Kingdom in his previous life, so he had seen this kind of thing many times before. For a long time in his previous life, 8 out of 10 high-end restaurants in the capital sought Chen Feng to serve as their consultant. Back then, many gourmets in the capital used Chen Feng's certification as their standard for evaluating a restaurant. Although this restaurant has 3 Michelin stars, without Chef Chen as an advisor, its quality needs to be assessed. This restaurant just hired Master Chen as an advisor last month, so his skill level is definitely not a problem. Seeing that the red envelope had been successfully sent, Gu Yanming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he finally revealed his purpose. Chef Chen, would you be interested in becoming the head chef at Yiranju? I'm not going. But if you encounter any problems in the future, you can call me. This was the cooperation model between Chen Feng and many restaurants in the capital city in his previous life. Chen Feng was an incredibly influential figure in the catering industry back then. Although being rejected was expected, Gu Yanming was still a little disappointed. But upon hearing the second half of the sentence, Gu Yanming's eyes quickly lit up again. But since the other party accepted the red envelope and has the relationship of his father-in-law, there's still plenty of time. If there's another situation like the last wedding banquet in the future, he can invite Chen Feng again. Even if the other party is unwilling to personally take charge, as long as they can provide guidance to the kitchen, it would be a significant help to Yiranju. Chen Feng returned to the dining car and turned off the low flame that was simmering the braised pork. Fortunately, Uncle Zhang and the other 2 did not stay for too long, which allowed him to make it in time. Otherwise, if the conversation is halfway through, you'll have to go back to the dining car to turn off the fire. After that, Chen Feng started preparing hand-pulled noodles. Such a good sauce should be paired with hand-pulled noodles. By the time all the dishes were ready, it was almost time. That business isn't far from here. If we go now, the time to set up our stall will be just right. Near Jiangbei University Town, there is a commercial area with a relatively high concentration of office buildings. Although the area here is not considered a bustling area in Jiangbei, the overall transportation is still quite convenient. Several office buildings here are rented out on different floors, housing many small and micro-sized enterprises. Some startups are very small, with only 30 to 50 employees, and some floors are even shared by more than a dozen such companies. A significant number of businesses have brought in a large number of workers. These people support almost 90% of the nearby takeout shops and almost all the stalls near office buildings. Chen Feng arrived at the stall area near the office building early. This place is very different from the food street in Jiangbei University Town. The Jiangbei University Town Food Street didn't originally have that many stalls. It was just because it was close to several universities that students from those universities often passed by. Over time, the stall owners, attracted by the customers, spontaneously formed a food street. The stalls in this commercial area were specifically designated later. Initially, the presence of these office buildings meant that the area had a considerable flow of people, especially during lunchtime. Therefore, there are also many stalls scattered around the building. However, over time, problems arose. The scattered stalls had a significant impact on traffic, and they became difficult to manage over time. Later, the officials in charge of the area designated a specific area near the building for street vendors. This not only makes things more convenient for vendors and diners, but also reduces the negative impact of street vending on traffic. However, one thing to note is that in these areas with centrally managed stalls, a stall fee must be paid. However, the stall fee isn't expensive, only a few dozen yuan per day, which is quite affordable considering the foot traffic in the area. Chen Feng paid the stall fee at the management office outside the area and then parked the food truck at the stall. At this time, quite a few stalls had already set up shop here. Even though it is still technically the National Day holiday, there are still quite a few people working overtime to make up for lost time. Some workers even proactively asked their bosses to adjust their holiday schedules to avoid peak travel times because the National Day holiday was too crowded. The stalls in these office buildings have a very obvious characteristic. There's absolutely no business outside of mealtimes. However, the number of customers will suddenly surge when people get off work and have lunch. Then, when it's time for people to start work in the afternoon, the customer flow will quickly disappear again. All the stalls in this area only do business during the 2 hours around noon. Because they were all doing business during mealtimes, almost all the food stalls Chen Feng saw could be served as a lunch. Snacks like starch sausage, which are often considered snacks, were nowhere to be found here. Chen Feng didn't arrive early. The stalls that were further out and most visible had already been taken. However, in areas with extremely high passenger volume and very clear variations over time, location has little impact. The outermost stalls are the first to be seen, but diners have limited time, so if they see that the queue at that stall is too long, they will naturally go to the inner stalls where there are fewer people. For working people who are in a hurry to eat lunch, taste may also influence their choices, but convenience is even more important. That is precisely why stir-fried noodles are not suitable for sale here. Each serving of stir-fried noodles is prepared by stir-frying the ingredients on the spot. Although several servings can be stir-fried together, it still takes a few extra minutes to cook the vegetable broth. The pace of dining in the commercial area is much faster than that of the food street in Jiangbei University Town. University students are willing to queue for half an hour just to enjoy the food. If workers have to queue for half an hour during their lunch break, they might go hungry. From this perspective, both braised pork belly and braised noodles are very suitable for the local dining pace. After Chen Feng parked his food cart, the owner of the rice noodle stall next door greeted him. Rice noodles originated in the south, but because of their unique taste and texture, and because all the ingredients can be prepared in advance and the food can be served quickly, they have also gained a place in the snack scene of Jiangbei City. Although the stall owner and Chen Feng's stall were very close and seemed to be competitors, in reality, the commercial area here has extremely high foot traffic. At lunchtime, as long as the food is not too bad or the price is too high, almost every stall is busy. Even though it's currently the National Day holiday and not all the workers in the building have returned to work, this piece of cake is already enough for all the stalls to eat. When Chen Feng saw the size of these office buildings, he made a rough estimate of the customer flow during the lunch rush. Even after excluding a large number of customers who ordered takeout, the remaining customers were still a considerable number. From this perspective, the task of achieving a turnover of over 300 yuan issued by the system seemed ridiculously easy for Chen Feng. Even if this system cures you, you'll still be drooling. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Just then, Chen Feng was drawn to the voice of the rice noodle stall owner next door. The other person was also a young man, who looked to be only in his 20s, not much older than Chen Feng. "Teacher, your food cart is really cool," the other person said in a standard Jiangbei accent. Teacher is a specific term in the Jiangbei dialect, and these three characters can be used to address almost everyone. Chen Feng smiled and nodded in response to the greeting. The rice noodle stall owner was clearly a very outgoing person. After Chen Feng smiled and nodded to him, he immediately started talking. "Teacher, this is the first time I've seen your food truck. I've never seen it before. Is this your first time setting up a stall here? There will be a lot of people here later. Will you be able to handle it all by yourself?" "I haven't actually been running this stall for very long. I was working here last month," the rice noodle stall owner said, pointing to the office building not far away. "I used to be a programmer there, but as a programmer, you're in front of a computer all day and nobody talks to me. The only product manager who regularly communicated with me at work was an idiot. I was tired of being a programmer, so I quit my job and started a small stall. You can tell from the way this stall owner talks that he's definitely not suited to be a programmer. Chen Feng chatted with the other party for a few minutes. Although personality traits played a part, the fact that this rice noodle stall owner was able to quit his stable job and choose to set up a stall without any prior experience suggests that it must have taken considerable effort for him to make that decision. Moreover, he is a local from Jiangbei. Jiangbei is the capital of Shandong province. In the eyes of most locals, these homeless street vendors are no different from unemployed vagrants. This young stall owner must have faced a lot of resistance from his family when he started setting up his stall. The two chatted casually. Just then, the rice noodle vendor suddenly stopped. Time is up. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet office building suddenly became noisy. It was lunchtime when we finished get off work. Chen Feng looked at the nearby office buildings. He could almost see many people queuing in front of the elevators. At this moment, Chen Feng noticed a figure. That was the office building closest to the area where the stalls were set up. A slightly chubby figure rushed out of the office building entrance and immediately ran towards the stall area. This scene is rarely seen. Even if they are in a hurry to eat, the office building is full of working people who have been through the harsh realities of life, and they rarely act as hastily as students going to the cafeteria. The figure arrived at the area where the stalls were set up and looked around. His eyes seemed to show some disappointment. Then, he immediately went to the inside of the stall area. He had been running so hurriedly at first, but now he seemed to have stopped, as if he were beginning to choose. Finally, his gaze landed on Chen Feng's food cart. Liang Wenbin's eyes immediately lit up. He immediately strode towards Chen Feng's stall. "Boss, a bowl of noodles, please." Liang Wenbin's voice carried a hint of surprise. He hadn't initially held out much hope. Although Chen Feng had inquired about setting up a stall in this commercial area yesterday, it seemed a bit too fast for him to just ask yesterday and then set up a stall today. Therefore, Liang Wenbin could not be sure whether Chen Feng would come here to set up a stall today. After clocking out at noon, he rushed downstairs to find Chen Feng's stall when there were fewer people around. He had already ordered his food when he was still several steps away from Chen Feng's stall. "Which of the 3 types of braising sauce do you want?" Chen Feng asked. It was only then that Liang Wenbin noticed that the small blackboard on the food cart did not list the usual stir-fried noodles today. Instead, it listed tomato and egg noodles with broth, eggplant and diced meat noodles, and mushroom and chicken noodles. As for the braised pork and rice, they were the same as usual. Each dish has a price listed below it, and the 3 types of braised noodles are not all the same price. Eggplant and diced pork noodles and mushroom and diced chicken noodles are both 15 yuan, while tomato and egg noodles are 14 yuan. "I'd like a bowl of eggplant and diced pork," Liang Wenbin said after a 2-second pause. "Should we rinse it with cold water?" Chen Feng asked. After the hand-pulled noodles for braised noodles are cooked, there is an option to rinse them with cold water. If the noodles are not rinsed in cold water, this way of eating them is called pot-picked. It means that the noodles are just picked out of the pot and have not been cooled. As to whether or not to rinse with cold water, opinions vary widely. Some people say that to truly experience the authentic Beijing-style braised noodles, you have to eat the pot-stirred noodles, just like Empress Dowager Cixi ate them back then. Only the pot-stirred noodles are the real deal. However, if the weather is hot, piping hot noodles are indeed hard to eat. In fact, Chen Feng wasn't too fixated on whether it was authentic or not, whether hand-pulled noodles were rinsed in cold water or not, each had its advantages and disadvantages. If you rinse them in cold water, in addition to cooling them down and making them easier to eat, it can also prevent the noodles from sticking together and make them smoother. However, rinsing with cold water is not all good. When noodles come into contact with cold water, their elasticity will decrease slightly, and the wheat aroma naturally present in the flour will also diminish. Therefore, Chen Feng did not directly choose whether or not to rinse the food with cold water, but instead let the diners choose for themselves. They definitely need to be rinsed in cold water. Liang Wenbin couldn't wait any longer. He rushed out as soon as possible so he could eat the delicious food Chen Feng had made. If the noodles weren't rinsed in cold water, they might take a long time to cool down. Hand-pulled noodles are always cooked in a large pot in Chen Feng's food cart using a separate strainer. This way, you can cook many servings of noodles at once, which is very efficient. After scooping out a bowl of noodles, Chen Feng placed it in cool, purified water and then immediately scooped it out. Next, Chen Feng poured the noodles, which had been rinsed in cold water, into the takeout box, and then poured a spoonful of eggplant and diced meat sauce over the noodles. "Do you want the scallions and cilantro?" Chen Feng asked. Liang Wenbin seemed to be drawn in by the aroma of the braising sauce, and only came to his senses when Chen Feng asked him a question. I want them all." Liang Wenbin stood at the elevator entrance, holding a bowl of braised noodles. The space for the nearby stalls is limited, so almost none of them have small tables for dine-in customers. Most of the stalls here only offer takeout, so many diners have to take their food back to their offices and eat at their workstations. Liang Wenbin felt that the time it took to get back to his workstation from downstairs was incredibly long. The aroma of braised eggplant and diced meat seemed to waft out from the cracks in the packaging box, tugging at Liang Wenbin's heartstrings. When Liang Wenbin returned to his workstation, his eyes were almost red from hunger and the aroma. Liang Wenbin sat down and placed the braised noodles in front of him. He let out a long sigh and opened the lid of the takeout box. A rich aroma wafted out along with the sound of the lid being opened. Liang Wenbin's eyes, which had been somewhat listless due to hunger, suddenly lit up. The aroma of the braised noodles also attracted the attention of colleagues at the next workstation. My colleague at the next workstation had already calculated the delivery time for his takeout and ordered it in advance before leaving work. Just as I finished work at noon, the takeout arrived. Compared to those who personally go downstairs to queue at the stalls, ordering takeout in advance allows them to eat lunch earlier. This colleague was eating braised chicken that had just been delivered. The sound of Liang Wenbin opening the packing box wasn't quiet, and his colleague at the next workstation turned to look at him because of the noise. Then, his gaze fell on the braised noodles in front of Chen Fang. The bright red eggplants are glossy and translucent, accompanied by a distinct aroma of Sichuan peppercorns. For some reason, my colleague, who was almost full, suddenly swallowed. The braised chicken in front of me, which had an extra portion of chicken, suddenly didn't seem so appetizing anymore. Tearing open the packaging of disposable chopsticks, Liang Wenbin picked up a large mouthful of braised noodles and put it in his mouth. After the smooth and chewy noodles entered his mouth along with the rich and flavorful broth, Liang Wenbin began to chew them voraciously. After being rinsed in cold water, the chewy hand-pulled noodles became incredibly smooth, and Liang Wenbin felt as if the noodles were deliberately crawling into his mouth. The noodles are smooth as silk, yet have just the right amount of chewiness. Along with the noodles, you'll also taste a rich and flavorful gravy. The eggplant and diced meat are of uniform size and stick to the noodles with the sauce, making them easy to eat together. The diced eggplant absorbs the rich aroma of the meat, while the eggplant's own fragrance permeates the braising sauce, complementing the subtle aromas of garlic and green peppers. Besides its rich flavor, the eggplant also absorbed the broth, becoming smooth and tender. Compared to the soft eggplant, the diced meat has a more distinct texture. The diced meat, with its distinct lean and fatty parts, retains just the right chewiness after being stir-fried. With each bite, you can not only feel the smooth noodles but also experience the distinct texture of the diced meat. The diced meat adds a delightful texture to the noodles, making every bite a delightful surprise. In addition to its exquisite taste, the braising sauce is also accompanied by layers of complex aromas. The aromas of Sichuan peppercorn oil, minced garlic, and green peppers are not particularly strong, but when these aromas combine with the meaty flavor of eggplant, it's as if a wonderful chemical reaction occurs. The savory flavor, accompanied by a rich and complex aroma, caused the noodles in the package to disappear rapidly. In a short while, a whole bowl of braised noodles was gone from Liang Wenbin's stomach. He was still somewhat unsatisfied at this point. I didn't expect Boss Chen's braised noodles to be so delicious, Liang Wenbin thought to himself, savoring the taste of the braised noodles. Wenbin. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Liang Wenbin noticed that his colleague at the next workstation seemed to be calling him. Actually, the person had called him several times while he was eating noodles, but Liang Wenbin was so focused on the noodles in front of him that he didn't notice his colleague at the next workstation calling him. What's wrong? Liang Wenbin turned to look at the workstation next door and asked. Your noodles smell so good, a colleague at the next workstation said with a smile. Which food delivery service did you order from? The guy's face was full of curiosity. It wasn't takeout, it came from a small stall downstairs. Liang Wenbin reluctantly threw the empty takeout box into the trash can and replied, It smells really good, so it must taste good too, right? My colleague asked. Of course. Liang Wenbin's voice even rose a few decibels. This is absolutely the best braised noodles I've ever had. At this moment, Liang Wenbin seemed to notice something and lowered his voice even further. The lunch break is very short, and many colleagues choose to take a nap at their workstations after eating. In order not to disturb them, Liang Wenbin deliberately lowered his voice. Which stall is this? It smells so good. I want to try it too, a colleague at the next workstation whispered. It's right downstairs in the office building, in the inner part of that stall area. The owner is very young, Liang Wenbin said, adding at the end, his food cart is very eye-catching, you can recognize it at a glance. Upon hearing this, his colleagues silently remembered Liang Wenbin's words. He had tried almost every food stall in the downstairs area, which is why he chose to order takeout when he didn't know what to eat for lunch. Now that he knew there was such a hidden gem of a stall, he couldn't wait to try it. Unfortunately, he had already eaten lunch, and he might not be able to eat another bowl of noodles with gravy. Moreover, the lunch break is not long, and if I go down to buy braised noodles now, considering the time spent queuing, I don't know if I'll make it in time. I'll go again tomorrow. I definitely have to try it next time, the colleague at the next workstation thought to himself. At this moment, Liang Wenbin was also feeling somewhat conflicted. With his appetite, a bowl of noodles with gravy is usually enough to fill him up. But today he felt that one bowl of noodles with gravy wasn't enough. Chen Feng's bowl of noodles with braised meat sauce was quite generous, but Liang Wenbin still felt it wasn't enough. My stomach was telling me that one bowl would be enough to fill me up, but my brain seems to be constantly repeating, another bowl, another bowl. Liang Wenbin couldn't help but regret that he had only bought a bowl of braised noodles this time. How about I just buy 2 bowls next time? Liang Wenbin thought to himself. Chen Feng looked at the long queue in front of the food cart, ladled out another bowl of rice, added braised pork and tiger skin green peppers, packed it up, and handed it to the female office worker at the front of the line. The owner of the rice noodle stall next door wasn't lying to him. During the lunch rush, the foot traffic near the office building was terrifying. Chen Feng had never set up a stall here before, so he wasn't well known in the area and didn't have many repeat customers. However, during the lunch rush, many people still line up in front of Chen Feng's food cart. What's more, Chen Feng's stall was even selling braised pork today. When unsure what to eat, braised pork belly is a versatile option for office workers who do mental work. Moreover, this is Jiangbei City. Jiangbei's braised pork belly has an extremely high degree of inward curling. In this city, if a small stall's braised pork belly doesn't taste good, then that stall cannot possibly survive in the fierce competition. In other words, in Jiangbei City, as long as it's a dish called bazairo, braised pork belly, the quality is generally not too bad except for the canteen. The stalls and restaurants that couldn't make good braised pork belly have all gone out of business. Anyone who dares to sell braised pork in Jiangbei City must have some skill. Therefore, even if someone happens to notice how young the stall owner looks, they do not look down on him in the slightest. In other words, the reason these passers-by chose Chen Feng's stall was not only because the stalls were in high demand, but also because of the braised pork. Boss, 2 pieces of braised pork, 2 green peppers, and rice with meat broth, please, another customer said. The broth of the braised pork belly has been infused with a rich meaty aroma during its long soaking time, making it an absolute must-have with rice. In some chain fast food restaurants in Jiangbei City, because almost every customer requests rice with meat broth, the restaurants have even put the meat broth in kettles and provided it to each customer for free in a self-service manner in order to improve efficiency. From this perspective, the braised noodles at the stall today seem to benefit somewhat from the braised pork belly. Braised noodles are a fairly popular dish in Jiangbei City, but they are not as well known as braised pork belly. However, quite a few people also order braised noodles. Because Chen Feng uses hand-pulled noodles to make his braised noodles, which can be seen directly from outside the food truck. In addition, the 3 kinds of braised dishes that Chen made in the morning were all delicious and visually appealing, and just looking at them was enough to whet the appetite of diners. Many people were queuing up because they only wanted to buy braised pork belly with rice for lunch. But when they lined up and arrived at the food cart, their thoughts changed when they saw the mouth-watering gravy and the hand-pulled noodles laid out on the counter. How about we try a bowl of noodles with braised meat? How about we try a bowl of braised noodles? He thought to a young man who was queuing with his colleagues to buy food. Boss, I'd like a bowl of noodles with braised meat, tomato and egg, please. After hesitating for a few seconds, the young man finally decided to try the braised noodles. The people queuing with him to buy food still stuck to their original idea. Boss, I'd like 2 pieces of braised pork, 1 tiger skin green pepper, and rice with the broth. The 2 carried different dishes back to the company. The 2 people's workstations faced each other, separated by 2 monitors. Su Weizhi originally wanted to order braised pork, but on a whim, he changed it to tomato and egg noodles. His colleague sitting at the workstation opposite him stuck to his original idea and ordered braised pork. When Su Weizhi opened the takeout box, the tomato-based noodles had a unique sour taste from the tomatoes, which was very appetizing. The loose, porous egg soaks up all the broth and clings to the noodles before being eaten together. The smooth noodles paired with the savory and slightly sour tomato and egg sauce made Su Weizhi's mouth water. He immediately started eating the noodles in large mouthfuls. Across from him, his colleague's eyes lit up after taking a bite of the braised pork. They started shoveling rice into their mouths. After a while, the 2 finished their lunch at the same time. While showing satisfied smiles, both of them glanced at their colleague across from them with pity. What a pity, why did you change it to braised noodles? You didn't get to taste such delicious braised pork. It's a pity that he only ordered 1 serving of braised pork and didn't get to try such delicious braised noodles. Finally, Su Weizhi spoke up, you really should try this braised noodles, it's so much better than anything I've had before. The braised pork belly is clearly tastier. I've lived in Jiangbei for over 20 years and I've never had such delicious braised pork belly before, my colleague across from me retorted. You don't understand, their hand-pulled noodles are especially chewy, and the sauce is just the right flavor, making it impossible to stop eating once you take a bite. You don't understand. Their braised pork is fatty but not greasy, melts in your mouth, and is full of meaty aroma. I can eat 3 bowls of rice with just the broth. Hee, if you're not convinced, try a bowl of braised noodles tomorrow. It will definitely open the door to a whole new world for you. You should also order a plate of braised pork to try. Eating meat is the only proper way to live. The two men started lifting each other up. They were classmates in college and joined the same company after graduation. Bickering and arguing often happened between them. Finally, the two reached an agreement. Su Weazi would order braised pork tomorrow, while his colleague would order noodles with gravy. However, I can't accept eating only vegetarian food. If I had to order, I would order mushroom and chicken noodles or eggplant and pork noodles, the colleague concluded. If I had known there were such delicious food stalls downstairs, who would have bothered ordering takeout? Many office workers in the building exclaimed in admiration after eating the braised noodles from Chen Feng's stall. The lunch rush comes and goes quickly. Even outside of mealtimes, there are still a few diners on the food street near the school, but there's really no one around these office buildings during working hours. As soon as it was time for the afternoon shift to start, the previously crowded throng quickly disappeared. This is, after all, a commercial area, and the stalls in this area mainly cater to the working people in the commercial district. The nearest residential area is quite a distance away, and almost no one would travel such a long way to buy food here. Therefore, as soon as lunchtime ended, there were no customers left in this area where stalls were set up. Many stalls have already started to close up shop. Actually, around dinner time, there will still be a small group of office workers working overtime in the office building, and they might come downstairs to have dinner. However, since it's still the National Day holiday, there are even fewer people working overtime upstairs. Even if you wait until night, there won't be too many people. Therefore, many vendors felt it wasn't worth waiting and packed up early. Before packing up, the stall owners also started to eat their lunch. For example, this young man who is now standing in front of Chen Feng's food cart. "Teacher, do you still have braised noodles?" asked the owner of the rice noodle stall next door. The stall owner, a former programmer, spoke with a strong Jianbei accent. "There are still some left. What kind of braised dishes do you want?" "Chicken and mushroom stir fry, I think." "How much?" Chen Feng originally wanted to say 15 yuan, but he suddenly noticed the rice noodles at the stall next door. "I haven't had lunch either. How about you give me a bowl of rice noodles in exchange?" "Okay." The rice noodle stall owner smiled. "Let me tell you, although I used to be a programmer, everyone who has tried my rice noodles says they are delicious." A few minutes later, the other party brought over a bowl of rice noodles. Chen Feng also made him a bowl of noodles with braised meat sauce. Chen Feng took a small stool from the food cart, sat on it, and held a plastic bowl in one hand. With his other hand, he used chopsticks to pick up a mouthful of rice noodles and slurped it into his mouth. Although the rice noodle stall owner was a programmer before, his rice noodles are actually quite good. Even from Chen Feng's perspective, there wasn't much wrong with this bowl of rice noodles. The rice noodles themselves are of decent quality, with good chewiness and texture. The side dishes and soup base are average in taste, while not exceptionally delicious, they are still quite good. The owner of the rice noodle stall next door had a completely different experience. "Why does this noodle smell so good?" He found a place to sit down at the stall and took a bite of the mushroom and chicken noodle soup. But when he took his first bite of the mushroom and chicken noodles, his eyes immediately became clear. Chen Feng prepared 3 kinds of braised noodles today, each with its own emphasis. Tomato and egg noodles emphasize the unique flavor brought by the sweet and sour taste of tomatoes. Eggplant and minced meat noodles offer a complex aroma from different ingredients. The mushroom and chicken noodle soup is the epitome of freshness. Mushrooms and chicken are both ingredients rich in umami flavor. Chen Feng even added dried shrimp and the original juice from soaking the dried shrimp. The combination of these ingredients makes it even more delicious. The rice noodle vendor's expression immediately relaxed when he took his first bite. Feeling his eyebrows rising so high they were almost flying off, he realized that the saying "eyebrows fall out from being too big" was no exaggeration. The thinly sliced shiitake mushrooms become very soft after cooking. Every time you pick up a mouthful of noodles, several slices of shiitake mushrooms will come with them, along with diced chicken thigh meat. This not only brings a unique umami flavor, but also makes the texture of the noodles incredibly rich. When he finished the bowl of noodles, for some reason, he looked at Chen Feng with a hint of awe. He always believed that he was someone with a high talent for cooking. He has been interested in cooking since he was a child. He started cooking noodles for himself when he was in elementary school. As he grew older, he began to learn by following recipes and online tutorials. By the time he went to college, he was already able to imitate some simple dishes by watching videos. By this time, he was already a well-known chef among his relatives and friends. At some family dinners, he can also make some impressive dishes that are not usually seen at home. This is quite remarkable for someone who has never formally studied cooking, but he remained at the level of a cooking enthusiast. Unfortunately, everyone around him told him that hobbies can't put food on the table. Later, after graduation, he became a programmer. For him, a seasoned e-commerce professional, the job of a programmer was pure torture. Then he remembered his hobby. After trying dozens of rice noodle stalls of all sizes in Jiangbei City, he also learned a lot about flour online. After all this, he figured out a rice noodle soup base on his own, and then started setting up a stall. Perhaps because of his talent, the soup base he developed on his own actually received quite a lot of praise. This further boosted his confidence in his culinary talent. But after eating this bowl of mushroom and chicken noodles today, he felt as if an ant had seen the blue sky, and the way he looked at Chen Feng changed. On the other side, Chen Feng, who had just finished eating the rice noodles in his bowl, also heard a system notification in his mind. Bite. The system detected that the host has tasted a bowl of rice noodles with an excellent and unique flavor. Task now issued: make a bowl of rice noodles that scores 60 points or higher in the system rating. System notification: the core of rice noodles is the soup base. With the host's current culinary skills, developing a soup base is quite difficult. It is recommended that the host directly purchase an established soup base recipe. Task time frame: 1 month. Task time limit: 1 month. Task reward: 10,000 yuan. Looking at the task that had just appeared in his mind, Chen Feng could only give a wry smile. The system's suggestion was good, but it's best not to make suggestions like that next time. This time, the system actually suggested that I directly purchase the recipe for the finished product. Of course, this suggestion still left Chen Feng somewhat amused and exasperated, but it was much better than the system's previous suggestion to buy semi-finished rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. However, since the system had issued the task, Chen Feng decided to give it some face. Chen Feng also put the task of making a rice noodle dish with a rating of over 60 points within a month on his agenda. Only then did Chen Feng notice that the owner of the rice noodle stall next door had appeared in front of him at some point and was looking at him with burning eyes. "Your braised noodles are so delicious. I've never had such delicious braised noodles before. How can it be so flavorful? Actually, adding stock when making the broth would make it even more flavorful." Chen Feng thought to himself, but didn't say it aloud. The rice noodle stall owner considered himself a talkative person, but at this moment he was so emotional that he became somewhat incoherent. "I've never heard of such delicious braised noodles before. Even the famous chain noodle shops in Jiangbei City aren't worthy of shining your shoes," the rice noodle stall owner suddenly said angrily. That's just his personality. He had only known Chen Feng for a morning when he started to stand up for him over a bowl of braised noodles. It was precisely because of his personality that he couldn't stand the dull work atmosphere when he was a programmer, and preferred to set up a stall instead. Chen Feng didn't directly answer the question about braised noodles. Instead, he said, "Next time you make rice noodles, you can add a spoonful of pepper powder to each serving of soup base." While the other party's rice noodle soup base tasted good, Chen Feng felt there was still much room for improvement. However, to comprehensively improve the soup base, it would involve the preparation of the broth. The matter of administering hot water is not something that can be explained in a few words. Even if Chen Feng wanted to offer advice on this matter, he was at a loss for words. If you want to improve the quality of the soup base in all aspects by simmering the broth, you have to teach the person step by step, and even if you do teach them, they may not understand. Therefore, Chen Feng only suggested adding pepper powder. Given the current state of the rice noodle soup base, adding a little pepper powder would be the most immediate way to improve it. Really? The rice noodle stall owner was a little incredulous, as the recipes he found online did not include the option to add extra pepper. But when he thought about the taste of Chen Feng's braised noodles, he felt he couldn't help but believe it. Why does adding pepper make it taste better? Why didn't I think of that before? The highly proactive rice noodle stall owner immediately decided to give it a try. Although he had already eaten a bowl of braised noodles, he was willing to push himself to try out the soup base recipe. "I'll give it a try," he said to Chen Feng, then immediately returned to his stall. The fire was turned back on, and a bowl of rice noodle soup without rice noodles was quickly cooked. Use the disposable spoon from the stall to scoop out a small spoonful, drink it into your mouth, and gently lick it with your tongue. The flavor is much more pronounced than before. Even though only a little pepper was added, the flavor of the other ingredients in the soup base also underwent subtle changes. It's as if the unique spiciness of the pepper powder acts on the tip of the tongue, enhancing its sensitivity to other flavors and elevating the taste of the broth to another level. After taking a spoonful of soup, the rice noodle stall owner's gaze towards Chen Feng became even more intense. "If we spend more time simmering the broth, the flavor of the soup base could be even better," Chen Feng continued. "I made the broth using chicken, pork bones and ham," the rice noodle stall owner said, slightly puzzled. Chen Feng was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Just because you boil a pot of soup with those ingredients doesn't mean you can make a soup. The technique of simmering broth originated in Shandong cuisine, but it is not limited to Shandong cuisine. Nowadays, almost every cuisine has its own unique method of making broth. There's an old saying, a chef's soup is like an actor's voice. In many cases, the skill of making soup is to a chef what singing is to an actor, an important standard for evaluating a chef's culinary skills. The so-called broth making by the rice noodle stall owner is probably just putting those few ingredients in a pot and cooking them into a big pot of soup, without actually extracting the umami flavor of the ingredients. Teacher, the rice noodle stall owner walked up to Chen Feng, his smile somewhat at a loss. Teacher and teacher's son are not the same. Teacher is a Jianbei dialect term that can be used to address anyone. The teacher without the retroflex ending is the more widely known form of address. Even though he is very outgoing, he still felt that he might be a little embarrassed about what he was about to say. Then may I ask, how should one prepare the broth? He asked earnestly. I'm willing to pay tuition. Before today, he always thought his cooking skills were pretty good, but today he realized that there are always people better than him. When I was thinking of starting my own business by setting up a stall, I went to a chain rice noodle shop. The owner said he could sell me the recipe for 10,000 yuan, but after I tasted it, I felt it wasn't worth it, so I didn't buy it, the rice noodle stall owner continued. I think your skills are absolutely worth the price. I'll offer 20,000. Since switching to street vending, his business has been pretty good, and he has saved up a small amount of money. Although 20,000 yuan is a bit painful for him, it is not unacceptable. Chen Feng fell into a brief silence. What truly won over the rice noodle stall owner was that bowl of braised noodles. The taste of that bowl of braised noodles was what really made him determined to pay Chen Feng to teach him. Recalling the taste of the braised noodles, the rice noodle stall owner gritted his teeth and said, if 20,000 isn't enough, how about 30,000? If I make any more, I'll really run out of money. I'll need to stock up on goods for my future stall. Chen Feng's silence led him to believe that Chen Feng would not agree to his request. But Chen Feng's silence is not due to the price or his willingness to teach. Money was secondary. After spending the morning with him, Chen Feng realized that the stall owner next door was also an honest person. But what truly troubled Chen Feng was that the technique of making this soup was not so easy to learn. If it's a recipe for other dishes or snacks, such as fried skewers, Chen Feng can taste a few bites, identify the shortcomings in the seasoning, and then directly offer suggestions for seasoning and recipe improvement. However, Chen Feng couldn't directly explain the technique of making the soup to the other party. This skill requires a certain foundation, followed by practice, and ideally, one should be taught by a renowned teacher step by step to learn it. If the other party already knows how to make soup, Chen Feng can offer suggestions to improve their soup-making technique. However, teaching someone who doesn't know how is not an easy task, even for Chen Feng. Moreover, Chen Feng is actually not good at teaching apprentices. Since his previous life, the master of state banquets has had a reputation in the catering industry for being not good at teaching apprentices. In his previous life, Chen Feng had served as a consultant for many high-end restaurants, but that was for the dishes. No matter what the dish was, Chen Feng could give suggestions for improvement after just one bite. The reason why Chen Feng is not good at teaching apprentices is that he often cannot understand why the other party cannot learn. For Chen Feng, making caramelized sugar over high heat is as simple as turning off the heat at the right time. As for when the right time is, Chen Feng can only say that it depends on his intuition. Therefore, in his previous life, Chen Feng mostly helped chefs who were already quite skilled to further improve their skills in a particular dish. However, teaching an amateur how to make soup from scratch would be a troublesome task for Chen Feng. No, the rice noodle stall owner can't be considered an amateur, he's at least making a living from this business, so he can be considered a catering professional. Chen Feng had no prejudice against any particular sect, nor did he have the old-fashioned craftsman's habit of not wanting to pass on his skills. Older generations of craftsmen were reluctant to pass on their skills, mostly out of concern that teaching an apprentice could lead to the master's downfall. Chen Feng is different. As long as the other party is genuinely willing to learn, Chen Feng is often happy to teach them. On one hand, it was Chen Feng's own idea. In his previous life, he was burdened by fame and fortune. After transmigrating to this world, he realized that his true intention was to share food with more people. Enabling more people to learn how to make delicious food is one way Chen Feng has achieved part of his goal. As for the other reason, it was influenced by the old man who raised Chen Feng in his previous life. Although the old man is not young, his ideas are not outdated. The old man had a high level of understanding. He always felt that since he had such excellent skills, he should pass them on. Only in this way can any cuisine continue to exist and develop. In ancient times, some chefs would only teach 1 or 2 apprentices in their entire lives, and when teaching them, they would hide most of their skills, ultimately taking all their culinary expertise to their graves. An apprentice can only learn half of his master's skills. If the next generation repeats this pattern, and this continues for 4 or 5 generations, the dishes they make will be completely unrecognizable. Whenever the old man talked about such things, he always sounded a bit regretful. Thinking of this, Chen Feng looked at the rice noodle stall owner in front of him. Just give me the money, Chen Feng said indifferently. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the other party assumed that Chen Feng had rejected his request, and his expression became somewhat somber. Making soup is not easy to learn, and there's no way to teach it now, Chen Feng continued. The rice noodle stall owner's gloomy expression vanished instantly, replaced by a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Chen Feng said, "It's not possible to teach now," meaning it's possible to teach later. Chen Feng glanced at the time. He knew he still had to set up his stall that evening, and he needed to go back in the afternoon to prepare the ingredients he would need for dinner. "Here's what we'll do, leave your contact information, and I'll get in touch with you later," Chen Feng said. The rice noodle stall owner, who used to be frequently promised a bright future by his boss at work, was taken aback. Why did these two sentences sound so familiar? However, he still chose to believe Chen Feng. Chen Feng had no need to make empty promises to him. "Teacher, this is my messaging app account, please add me." The rice noodle stall owner took out his phone. Cheng Suyuan. Chen Feng was taken aback when he saw the name saved on the other party's messaging app account. This scene seemed quite common for Cheng Suyuan. He smiled and said, "In my family, the generation with the character Su is the generation. When I was a child, a fortune teller said that I lacked the element of water in my 5 elements, so my parents added the character UN to my name. Everyone at work says I'm a natural programmer, but sitting and writing code all day is no different from being in prison for me." More than 20 years ago, when Cheng Suyuan's parents named him, they certainly did not expect that his name would be the same as a popular profession 20 years later. After exchanging contact information, Chen Feng packed up and left. "As for when I can teach him, it will probably have to wait until after the National Day holiday, and after the shops on that food street are transferred to new owners." Since becoming a university counselor, Li Shan has often felt somewhat uneasy. Counselors are responsible for the safety of students in their major. If an accident occurs to a student, even if the accident is unrelated to the counselor will often be punished. Even during holidays, Li Shan still couldn't find peace. Putting aside the various documents issued by the school, the issue of student safety alone is enough to give Li Shan a hard time. The nickname crispy college student isn't given lightly. Besides safety issues, college students' terrifying ability to act can also lead them into all sorts of trouble. Several years ago, during the same National Day holiday, a student from Jiangbei University of Architecture was tricked into going to another city by a pyramid scheme. After being lured into a pyramid scheme, this college student, who minored in business administration and marketing, relied on his solid professional knowledge and became the leader of the pyramid scheme in just 6 months. When the police dismantled the pyramid scheme, they even contacted the school's counselor. In the years that followed, this incident was repeatedly cited as a negative example in various meetings involving counselors. During the National Day holiday, Li Shan originally planned to spend today at home with his wife. However, this afternoon, he suddenly came across a news article on his phone related to pyramid schemes. This news reminded him of the negative example that had been mentioned countless times in the meeting, and then, for some reason, he thought of Chen Feng. Considering that it's currently the National Day holiday and Chen Feng is all alone, what if? Li Shan suddenly felt uneasy. He then realized that he knew far too little about this student. He only knew what was written in Chen Feng's file, and his understanding of Chen Feng was limited to the fact that the other party never skipped class. He had also heard that Chen Feng seemed to have set up an instant noodle stall outside the school, and would sell cooked instant noodles on the food street when he didn't have classes. Because Chen Feng lives alone in a rented apartment off campus, he couldn't even get to know Chen Feng by contacting Chen Feng's roommate. Li Shan felt increasingly uncertain. Should we go take a look? Li Shan thought. In the end, he decided to call Chen Feng first. After returning from his stall in the commercial area, Chen Feng began preparing the ingredients he would need for his evening stall. It's still during the National Day holiday, so the customer flow for evening stalls won't be too high. Therefore, you can prepare less food. Chen Feng skillfully sliced the pork belly into evenly thin pieces. Just then, the cell phone rang. It's Counselor Li Shan. Chen Feng answered the phone, turned on speakerphone, and continued working without stopping. Chen Feng was cutting meat while talking with his counselor. The cleaver scraped across the cutting board, making a slight sound. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Feng, the counselor hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Li Shan realized something was off about the background noise as he hung up. After hanging up the phone, recalling the voice on the other end of the line, Li Shan felt increasingly uneasy. It's better to be safe than sorry. If something happens to Chen Feng, his counselor will most likely be disciplined. Therefore, Li Shan finally decided to go and see for himself. Chen Feng needed to apply for off-campus accommodation to facilitate his stall, and he had reported his address to the school beforehand, which is why Li Shan knew where Chen Feng lived. After Chen Feng finished packing up his stall in the commercial district, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Byte. Host sales revenue in the commercial district today, 2,586 yuan. Congratulations, host, your sales have exceeded 300 yuan. Mission complete. In fact, for such a densely populated commercial area, a turnover of more than 2,000 yuan in one noon is not much. This figure is even far less than the turnover Chen Feng usually makes when he sets up a stall in the food street of Jiangbei University town. The main reason is that it was Chen Feng's first day setting up a stall there, and there were almost no repeat customers. Even so, Chen Feng's sales revenue at noon today has far exceeded the system's task requirements. Time passed, night was about to fall, and it was time for Chen Feng to set up his stall again. Now that the National Day holiday is halfway over, a small number of students in Jiangbei University town have already returned to school ahead of schedule. "Boss, a piece of braised pork, please." Chen Feng's stall welcomed its first customer within minutes of opening. As evening approached, Li Shan arrived at Chen Feng's residence, based on the address Chen Feng had previously provided to the school. By this time, Chen Feng had already set up his stall, so he naturally couldn't find Chen Feng at his residence. At this moment, Li Shan remembered that when Chen Feng came to him to apply for withdrawal from the dormitory, he mentioned that he wanted to set up a stall to cook instant noodles on the food street outside the school. So he decided to go check out the food street. Overall, Chen Feng was someone he could trust quite well. It's currently the holidays, and many students have left campus, so the foot traffic on the university town's food street is far less than usual, with only a few scattered stalls. Li Shan then realized that he hadn't been to the food street near the back gate of the school for a long time. He had previously made a promise with the counselor from the neighboring department to try the popular braised pork at the food street another day. However, he quickly forgot about it. He hadn't seen the video of the restaurant visit, he had only heard that there was a stall like that. Li Shan decided to go check out Chen Feng's stall first, so he didn't call Chen Feng right away. Today, there are far fewer food stalls on the street than usual. Chen Feng's food cart stands out prominently on the food street. However, Li Shan initially only wanted to find Chen Feng's instant noodle stall and didn't notice Chen Feng at all. In his mind, Chen Feng's stall should be quite simple. Initially, the food truck with a long queue was not within his search area. He didn't notice the figure busy on the food truck until he passed it, nor the long queue in front of it. Didn't Chen Feng say that his place was a ramen stall? Li Shan stopped walking forward and headed towards Chen Feng's food cart. Chen Feng's business is quite good. Looking at the long queue in front of the food truck, Li Shan sighed silently. By this time, he had already walked up to the food cart, and Chen Feng had already noticed him. Chen Feng saw his counselor, who seemed to be looking for him. "Teacher Li, please wait over there for a moment. I'll finish what I'm doing," Chen Feng said. "It's dinner time now, a busy time for diners." Chen Feng really didn't have time to chat with his counselor right now. Although Chen Feng didn't know why the counselor had called in the afternoon and then came to see him in person that evening. Seeing that Chen Feng's stall was indeed busy, Li Shan intended to wait for a while. But then he suddenly smelled a delicious aroma coming from the food cart. Li Shan, who hadn't eaten dinner, suddenly felt a little hungry. By some strange twist of fate, he ended up at the very back of the line and joined the queue. Looking at the long queue ahead, Li Shan realized that Chen Feng's stall was indeed very popular. "Why did you switch to braised noodles today?" Li Shan heard someone at the front of the line ask in confusion. "Yes, we've changed to braised noodles today." Chen Feng answered the person's question with a response that wasn't really an answer. The diner nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Li Shan, who overheard this from the back of the group, also felt a sense of doubt. What do you mean by changed today? How can a street vendor change their offerings every day? Although Li Shan, as a university counselor, didn't understand the intricacies of street vending, he judged from common sense that the dishes sold at a street stall shouldn't be changed easily. After all, street vending is mainly about making money from repeat customers. People might come specifically for this dish. You might be able to make this dish delicious, but you might not be able to make another one well. But I didn't expect Chen Feng's stall to be doing so well. Li Shan thought to himself as he looked at the long line in front of him. In his memory, Chen Feng was an ordinary student. When Chen Feng first enrolled, he learned about Chen Feng's background from his file. Initially, Chen Feng's student loan application was helped by Li Shan. Later, Chen Feng set up an instant noodle stall outside the school to earn money while studying, and he knew about this. Even when Chen Feng was running a stall, he almost never skipped class, which was quite remarkable. That's why Li Shan remembered this incident so vividly. Chen Feng didn't come to the last departmental dinner organized by the counselor. Now that I think about it, it was probably because he was out setting up a stall. However, Li Shan then realized that his understanding of Chen Feng was limited to this. At least, he didn't know that Chen Feng's stall was doing so well. What puzzled Li Shan the most was what Chen Feng was doing when he called him that afternoon. Right after hanging up the phone, Li Shan felt increasingly uneasy. That sound was clearly the sound of a cleaver cutting through flesh. Why would you use a cleaver to cook instant noodles? Even if you're cooking, it shouldn't be done at 3 p.m. Considering Chen Feng's current situation, an orphan, the Mid-Autumn Festival, and all alone, Li Shan was somewhat afraid that Chen Feng would go to extremes after hanging up the phone. Recalling the cases he had seen at the counselor meeting, he even imagined tens of thousands of words of a Today's Talk program. That's why Li Shan decided to come and take a look. Li Shan only breathed a sigh of relief when he actually saw Chen Feng's stall. At the same time, new doubts arose in Li Shan's mind. Unbeknownst to them, the line moved forward slowly, and it was now Li Shan's turn. "Teacher, what would you like to eat?" Chen Feng asked. Looking at Chen Feng in the food cart, Li Shan felt that he didn't look like a student at all. Having served as a counselor for so many years, Li Shan can tell at a glance whether someone is a student or not just by their demeanor. Even students who start their own businesses while still in school can reveal their character through their every move, which Li Shan can discern. Li Shan hadn't seen many professional chefs, but he felt that Chen Feng at this moment didn't look like a student at all. Although his face, which was not yet 20, looked somewhat youthful, his demeanor was undeniable. Li Shan noticed the words braised pork written on the blackboard out of the corner of his eye. "I'll have a piece of braised pork, a green pepper, and a bowl of rice," Li Shan said. Just as Chen Feng was serving him rice, Li Shan seemed to suddenly remember something. "By the way, I heard there's a really good braised pork dish on the food street. The video of it went viral at our school for a while. Have you heard of that stall?" Li Shan asked. Before Chen Feng could answer, a response came from behind Li Shan. "That's the house in the video." A voice came from behind. He was a student from a nearby school. Chen Feng also said, "It seems there are no other stalls selling braised pork on the food street." This was a situation that Li Shan never expected. "You'll know if it's good or not once you try it," said the student behind him. He had been in line for a long time and was getting impatient. Seeing this, Li Shan first took the food that Chen Feng had served to the small dining table next to him. Li Shan was shocked about the fact that my student is actually the owner of a popular online food stall. He never expected that his student would have such a unique skill. Li Shan looked down at the braised pork in the bowl. Its reddish-brown color made it look very tempting. He suppressed his doubts in shock, picked up a trembling piece of braised pork with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. Li Shan attended university in Jiangbei City and became a counselor at Jiangbei University of Architecture after graduating with a master's degree. He has been there for several years now. Having lived in Jiangbei City for several years, Li Shan has naturally tasted the traditional Jiangbei delicacy, braised pork, many times. Although he hadn't seen Li Heron's restaurant review video, after hearing about it from others, he, who often ate braised pork, was still looking forward to that stall on the food street. He has eaten quite a few delicious braised pork dishes, but it was only then that he realized he hadn't expected enough. The taste of this piece of braised pork belly, which he had just tasted, far exceeded all the braised pork belly he had ever eaten before, and far exceeded his expectations. Li Shan wasn't a professional chef and couldn't taste what spices were used in the dish. He just thought the braised pork was incredibly delicious, almost unbelievably so. A piece of braised pork belly was quickly swallowed by Li Shan. He wanted another piece. By the time Li Shan finished eating the rice in front of him, the crowd had gradually dispersed. It's still the National Day holiday, and the universities in Jiangbei University Town haven't officially started classes yet, so only a minority of students have returned to campus early. So Chen Feng soon found himself with some free time. Li Shan had just finished eating and suppressed the urge to have another piece. He had a few questions to ask Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, how have you been lately? Have you encountered any problems with your studies or life?" Li Shan asked first. He had already asked this question once when he called in the afternoon. Chen Feng could only shake his head with a wry smile. "Isn't your stall only for instant noodles? How come?" As he spoke, Li Shan looked up at Chen Feng's food cart. "I thought other snacks might sell better, so I tried making them," Chen Feng said. "I didn't expect them to turn out so well." Li Shan is not in the catering industry and cannot fully understand what Chen Feng's words mean. He just thought that maybe it was because Chen Feng had some talent in cooking. If someone from another food industry, especially someone who spends a lot of money buying various food recipes, heard this, they would probably be devastated. "By the way, what were you doing when you called this afternoon?" Li Shan finally asked the question that had been bothering him all afternoon. Although he met Chen Feng and confirmed that his worries had not come true, he still wanted to ask for clarification. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then recalled for a few seconds. Then he glanced back at the large pot containing braised pork. "I was cutting meat at the time," Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng's calm reply made Li Shan realize that he seemed to have missed the point. In the afternoon, Li Shan was unaware that Chen Feng's stall sold braised pork, so he naturally wouldn't make that connection. Now that Chen Feng said that, Li Shan remembered the braised pork he had just eaten and immediately understood what was going on. Okay. I never imagined that after being a counselor for so many years, I wouldn't even understand something this simple. But this isn't a bad thing, at least I got to eat such delicious braised pork belly ahead of time." "Chen Feng, get the teacher another piece of braised pork," Li Shan said. He really wanted another piece, How could this braised pork be so delicious? Just then, Li Shan suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Chen Feng, tell me honestly, did you put something in the braised pork? Why do I crave another piece after I've finished eating?" Hearing Li Shan's question, Chen Feng was both amused and exasperated. This counselor is a bit too good at making things up. Similar news has indeed been reported in some places, with some diners finding that the snacks at a certain shop are so delicious that they want to eat them again and again, almost to the point of addiction. Later, after testing, it was discovered that the shop owner had secretly added some prohibited items to the snacks in order to attract customers. Although Li Shan was certain that he wanted another piece of braised pork belly simply because it was delicious, he still asked that question. "Don't worry, no," Chen Feng replied helplessly. "Nothing?" Came a slightly aged but strong voice from the front of the food cart. This voice was very familiar to both Chen Feng and his counselor, Li Shan. "Professor Zheng?" Li Shan said in surprise. He then immediately stood up and greeted Professor Zheng. Professor Zheng nodded to him in response. "Is this a new dish of braised noodles today?" the old man said slowly. He was a regular at Chen Feng's stall and had long been used to the surprises Chen Feng would bring with his food offerings. This young man can cook a wide variety of dishes. He even made Suzhou-style mooncakes, a specialty of his hometown, for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yes, there are 3 kinds of braised noodles: tomato and egg, eggplant and diced meat, and mushroom and diced chicken. Professor Zheng nodded slightly. He had been to many places and tasted many kinds of braised noodles. Judging from the appearance, Chen Feng's 3 kinds of braised sauce were all impeccable. Without much thought, the old man quickly chose a dish of mushroom and chicken noodles. After ordering, he sat down at the table. When Li Shan met Professor Zheng, he even felt a little nervous. It seems that Professor Zheng often eats at Chen Feng's food stall. As a counselor, he was no different from any other student in front of Professor Zheng. "Professor Zheng, you're here for dinner too?" Li Shan took the initiative to ask. The old man nodded slightly and then said, "This young man is a very good cook." Li Shan was surprised that Professor Zheng would actually speak up and affirm Chen Feng's cooking skills. He immediately agreed, saying, that's right. I just tried a piece of braised pork, and it was delicious." The braised noodles were quickly prepared and served to the old man. Seeing this, Li Shan quietly paid and left. Before leaving, I packed 2 pieces of braised pork. He originally came here, but he was worried about Chen Feng and afraid that something might happen to Chen Feng during the holiday, and he would have to take responsibility. An orphaned, impoverished college student was involved in an incident in a rented room near the university. With the internet so developed now, if something really happened to Chen Feng, and this kind of headline spread, he, as the counselor, would definitely not fare well either. Of course, even disregarding that, from his own perspective alone, he was somewhat worried about Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng was his student. Now that the situation was confirmed, a huge weight was lifted from Li Shan's mind, and he naturally had no reason to stay. Professor Zheng was clearly out for a walk and had dinner on the way. If I were to try to get close to him at this time, wouldn't I seem to have very low emotional intelligence? Li Shan had originally planned to spend the holiday alone with his girlfriend, but he suddenly decided to come and see Chen Feng in the afternoon, which made his girlfriend a little resentful. Packing these 2 pieces of braised pork together will probably help soothe your girlfriend's resentment. Li Shan thought so. You really can cook all kinds of cuisines. After finishing the mushroom and chicken noodle soup, the old man sighed. I ate braised noodles a few times in the capital back then, and yours is much better than the ones in the Gusthouses, the old man said. Because several types of braised noodles only became widely popular in Beijing, these braised noodles are also known as Old Beijing braised noodles. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, only the braised noodles in the capital city are the most authentic. The old man said that Chen Feng's braised noodles were better than those in the Gusthouses in the capital, which was extremely high praise. I heard that the most authentic braised noodles are in the hole-in-the-wall restaurants in Beijing, but I didn't have time to look for them when I went to Beijing. However, I think even the most authentic braised noodles might not be as good as yours. The old man casually remarked this while paying the bill. That's true. For high-end dishes like braised sea cucumber with scallions, only upscale restaurants can usually make it the best. Small restaurants have low customer spending levels, and chefs might only cook braised sea cucumber with scallions once a year, so they're naturally not very familiar with this dish and it's difficult for them to cook it well. But for everyday dishes like braised noodles, the best ones are often found in small, unassuming eateries hidden in the streets and alleys, catering to the general public. Chen Feng is an exception, he is a special case. Chen Feng had already mastered the 4 major cuisines, and mere experience could no longer hinder him. Hearing the old man's high praise, Chen Feng simply smiled. Chen Feng had heard too many praises in his previous life, and he had long since become indifferent to them. The old man left with his hands behind his back. Looking at the old man's back, Chen Feng finally recalled the old man's identity from the original owner's memories. The original owner had only met Professor Zhang at the opening ceremony and did not have a deep impression of him. Professor Zhang's students are all capable of becoming doctoral supervisors, so it's difficult for ordinary students like Chen Feng to have any contact with Professor Zhang. However, Professor Zhang's reputation is known to almost all students at Jianbei University of Architecture. Only after hearing Li Shan address the old man did Chen Feng finally remember Professor Zhang's identity. However, Chen Feng didn't have many thoughts about it after he found out. Regardless of their status, everyone is the same when they come to the stall. Time passed quickly, and it was already late at night. At this moment, Chen Feng's stall welcomed new customers. A burly woman arrived at Chen Feng's food cart with her child. Chen Feng remembered this woman. She ran a chicken-killing stall near the back entrance of the market. Previously, when Chen Feng made bobo chicken, the old hen he used to make the chicken soup was purchased from the other party's stall. Before the last Mid-Autumn Festival, my older sister took her child to buy fresh meat mooncakes from Chen Feng's stall, which triggered the No Regrets in This Life event. It's not too late now, the woman must have packed up her stall and brought her child out for dinner. A burly woman stood in front of the food cart, seemingly searching for something through the window. It seems she also remembered Chen Feng's stall. The child she had called Chang Chang last time was also brought along by her this time. Are there no fresh meat mooncakes anymore? That makes sense, the Mid-Autumn Festival is over. The older woman muttered to herself. Then, she bent down and said to the child beside her, Chang Chang, there are no mooncakes today. Shall we eat something else? It seems the child still misses the taste of the fresh meat mooncake from last time. The child named Chang Chang was very well behaved. Even after learning that there would be no fresh meat mooncakes today, he didn't cry or make a fuss. He just opened his big eyes and answered in a clear voice, Okay, boss, what do you have today? The older woman asked Chen Feng. They have braised noodles and braised pork belly. Upon hearing the name braised noodles, the older woman seemed to pause for a moment, as if it had stirred up some memories. Then let's have 2 bowls of noodles with braised meat sauce, the older woman said, then looked down and asked her son what kind of braised meat sauce he wanted. That's a large bowl of noodles, will he be able to finish it? Chen Feng kindly reminded him. The woman's child looked to be under 10 years old, while a bowl of noodles with gravy was enough to fill an adult stomach. It's okay, I have a big appetite, the older sister said with a smile. Chen Feng served out a bowl of mushroom and chicken noodles and a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. The older sister and her child sat at a small table next to the food cart. For some reason, her gaze towards the mushroom and chicken noodles in front of her was somewhat complicated. The child sitting opposite her was very well behaved, eating his meal quietly by himself. Generally speaking, it is usually difficult to get children of this age to concentrate on eating. Although it's not too late, the peak time for foot traffic has passed, and Chen Feng's stall has temporarily become quiet. When the older sister finished eating and was paying the bill, she suddenly said something. Boss, the taste of your braised noodles looks familiar. I've never had this kind of braised noodles in Jianbei. I did have it in Beijing before. Chen Feng nodded. The recipe for this mushroom and chicken noodle soup was the one he learned in the capital city in his previous life. Big sister, did you live in the capital before? Chen Feng asked casually. Yes, I used to attend a sports school in Beijing, the older sister said, her eyes seemingly returning to 20 years ago. Back then in Jianbei, a coach said I had a talent for sports, and he introduced me to the Beijing Sports School, where I trained for a year. This woman did indeed look like someone with athletic talent. When Chen Feng first met her, he almost mistook her for a man. Back then, there was a particularly authentic noodle shop in the alley behind the sports school. His mushroom and chicken noodle soup is especially delicious. That's where I met Chinchin's father. The older sister's eyes held a hint of reminiscence. And then? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. The older sister gave a wry smile and said, I have some athletic talent, but it's not enough. I trained for a year, got injured, and was cut from the program. I'm not cut out for studying, and I didn't excel at sports either, so I learned some other skills and started a small stall. That's all she said. Chen Feng didn't ask any further questions. Bite. The system detected that the host used food to elicit the diner's stories. A long-term task is now being offered, please tell your story. Task introduction, no 2 leaves are exactly alike, and no 2 people have exactly the same experiences. When delicious food evokes memories in diners, they may be able to share their stories. Task requirements encourage diners to tell their stories through food. Task reward slightly enhances the host's learning ability. System notification, food that evokes stories doesn't necessarily have to be exceptionally delicious. This presents an excellent opportunity for the host. Slightly improved learning ability? Chen Feng pondered the task just issued by the system. Like the No Regrets in This Life quest, this is a long-term quest with no limit on the number of attempts. The reward for this quest is a slight boost to learning ability. Chen Feng just received this reward. Learning ability is a very abstract concept. How do we determine if someone has strong learning ability? Chen Feng's ability to learn culinary skills is undoubtedly top-notch, but in other areas, he is far inferior to him in culinary skills. After receiving this reward once, Chen Feng understood what slightly improves learning ability meant. Because of the original owner's obsession, Chen Feng never thought of giving up his studies. Therefore, Chen Feng only set up his stall when he had free time during his free time. This is undoubtedly a pipe dream for ordinary students. They have to attend every class, prepare food for their stall, and even change the food frequently. But Chen Feng could do it, relying on his superb culinary skills and the knowledge and memories left in the original owner's mind. However, Chen Feng could also sense that the original owner's knowledge was somewhat insufficient during the first few classes. After all, Chen Feng himself had basically never attended school in his previous life. If things continued like this, even if he had the original owner's knowledge in his mind, he might not be able to guarantee that he wouldn't fail his courses. Just like before the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, the content in class was already somewhat difficult for Chen Feng. After receiving the reward, Chen Feng found that the information became much easier to understand. So, this learning ability really is just the ability to learn? However, it now seems that this ability is also quite useful to Chen Feng. After all, there's no need to worry about not being able to get the graduation certificate for the original owner anymore. It was already quite late, and the surrounding streetlights were gradually going out. It was time for Chen Feng to pack up and close his stall. The next day. Morning. It's still the National Day holiday, and Su Weazi shouldn't be at work today. Due to some special work circumstances, Su Weazi had to work overtime yesterday. By the time he left work yesterday, most of the issues on the project had been resolved. Su Weazi should have continued to enjoy his National Day holiday today, as should his colleague sitting across from him. However, this morning, Su Weazi called his boss and offered to work overtime. "Boss, I think there are still some problems with that plan. I'd like to go to the company today to revise it again," Su Weazi said. The boss had seen many employees slacking off, but this was the first time he had ever seen an employee voluntarily asking to work overtime. He reviewed and checked the plan before leaving get off work yesterday, so there shouldn't be any problems. But if there were no problems, why would Su Weazi volunteer to work overtime? In the end, the boss, with a hint of confusion, approved Su Weazi's request to work overtime. Just after hanging up with Su Weazi, the boss's phone rang again. "Boss, I think yesterday's proposal seemed different people, same reasons for working overtime. Could there really be something wrong with that plan that I haven't noticed?" The young entrepreneur couldn't help but feel a little self-doubt. If only one person said this, he might not be so sure, but since both of them said it, he couldn't help but feel a little uncertain. The two had no reason to lie to him. After all, why would they voluntarily work overtime during a perfectly good holiday? It can't all be for the sake of eating. At the company. As the end of the workday approached, Su Weazi and his colleague across from him were eager to get to work. "Today you order braised noodles, and I'll order braised pork belly. I guarantee that once you've tasted the braised pork belly, you'll never forget it." Before leaving get off work, the two still believed that the dish they had eaten the day before was the best. As soon as they finished work, the two rushed downstairs. There were dozens of familiar stalls downstairs, but that one was nowhere to be seen. The National Day holiday is coming to an end. The number of students returning to school early is gradually increasing. Song Jie was one of them. Among the 4 students in Song Jie's dormitory, Fan Ziyu, whose home is in Jiangbei City, was not the first to return to school. Because his home is in Jiangbei, he can return to school later, or even leave on the morning of the first day of school. To be on the safe side, Song Jie had no choice but to return to school early. Of course, there was another reason for Song Jie to return to school early. That's the little stall on the food street. When Song Jie arrived at the dormitory and put away his luggage, it was exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was almost dinner time. Without thinking twice, Song Jie immediately headed towards the food street outside the back gate of the school. "After 5 days, I was finally able to enjoy Mr. Chen's cooking again." After returning home, Song Jie tried the recipe for Yangchun noodles that Boss Chen had told him. Although the taste wasn't as amazing as the bowl he had at the street stall before, it was still far better than any recipe Song Jie had ever known. The key to seasoning Chinese cuisine lies in the word appropriate amount. The recipe that Chen Feng gave him originally included precise measurements of many seasonings down to the gram. This undoubtedly ensures that there won't be any major problems with the seasoning. However, this one-size-fits-all seasoning method can only guarantee the lower limit of the final dish, but cannot improve the upper limit of the dish's flavor. Even so, Song Jie made it once according to that recipe and still received unanimous praise from the whole family. When Song Jie arrived at the food street, the first thing that caught his eye was the extremely long queue in front of the food trucks. Many students, like Song Jie, returned to school early today. This means that starting today, visitor traffic in Jiangbei University Town has begun to recover. Before the holiday, Chen Feng's stall had already accumulated quite a few customers. Almost every student who has ever bought food from Chen Fengjia's stall can never forget the taste. Every day of vacation without tasting this flavor seems so long. Therefore, on the first day back to school, a large-scale revenge spending phenomenon emerged among these students who returned early. Song Jie originally thought he had arrived quite early today, but he never expected that there would be so many people in line ahead of him. Even though there were many people, Song Jie was willing to wait a little longer to insist on queuing up, because he really wanted to eat the braised pork from Chen Feng's stall. Fortunately, braised pork belly doesn't need to be made to order, otherwise, with such a long queue, I don't know how long I would have to wait. Thanks to Chen Feng's efficiency in serving and packing the food, the team was moving forward at a pace that Song Jie could barely accept. Song Jie took out his phone and took a picture of the long queue in front of him. Song Jie posted the photo in the dormitory group chat, wanting to give his 3 roommates, who had not yet returned to school, a little shock of queuing. The line is so long? You're back at school so early? College students are very free during the holidays, so replies quickly appeared in the group chat. My parents went on a trip, and I've been eating takeout every day for the past few days. I'm so sick of it. Take a picture and show it to us after you buy it. The students in the dormitory expressed their envy to the fullest. Since Chen Feng started setting up his stall, this little stall has become the regular place for their dormitory to have dinner every day. With so many people, will we have to queue in such long lines every day when school starts? Zhang Jinwei suddenly asked in the group chat. Vocal, what should we do then? I feel like ants are crawling all over my body if I can't eat his braised pork, Fan Zaya posted a message. We'll see when the time comes. It's almost my turn. Song Jie sent this message and then put his phone away. During the time he was chatting, the long queue in front of the stall kept moving forward, and he was now very close to Chen Feng's food cart. Less than a minute later, the line had reached the girl in front of Song Jie. After the girl left, it was finally Song Jie's turn to order. Boss, I'd like 2 pieces of braised pork, 2 green peppers, and a bowl of rice, Song Jie said. During the long wait in line, the aroma wafting from the food cart had been tempting him, and now it was finally his turn. Chen Feng looked at this regular customer who had visited his stall many times. The customer's eyes were filled with anticipation. So when Chen Feng said this, he actually felt a little reluctant. There's only 1 piece of braised pork left. There were so many students returning to school early today that quite a few people came to Chen Feng's stall for revenge spending. Although Chen Feng had anticipated this, the amount of braised pork he prepared was still a bit too little. Furthermore, 90% of the students who come for revenge spending too are headed straight for braised pork belly. The braised noodles look tempting, but I'll try them tomorrow. For them, braised pork belly is the top choice. There's only 1 piece of braised pork left. This news was like a bolt from the blue for Song Jie. Then have a piece. Song Jie's tone was somewhat dejected. For a hungry male college student, a piece of braised pork belly was definitely not enough to fill him up. However, after looking back, Song Jie immediately felt a bit better. There were at least a dozen people in line behind him. These dozen or so people couldn't even buy braised pork belly, but he could still buy the last piece. 1 piece of braised pork belly isn't enough to fill you up, even with rice. So, along with a piece of braised pork, Song Jie also ordered a bowl of tomato and egg noodles with gravy. Although Song Jie had never tasted Chen Feng's braised noodles before, as long as the noodles used in this bowl of braised noodles were hand-pulled, the taste of the braised noodles wouldn't be too bad. Moreover, Song Jie trusted boss Chen's skills. After Song Jie packed up and left, Chen Feng looked at the long line in front of the food cart and shouted, "The braised pork is sold out, everyone can try the braised noodles." This statement caused many students who had been waiting in line for a long time to lose their composure. Many people in the group sighed, but no one left. Since we're already here and have waited in line for so long, we have to try the braised noodles. Su Weazi and his colleagues split up and circled the stall area downstairs from the office building several times. The two eventually met up in front of a rice noodle stall. Didn't find it. What about you? Su Weazi asked. My colleague also shook his head. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, based on his memory, Su Weazi recalled that Chen Feng's stall seemed to be right next to that rice noodle stall yesterday. A few people were queuing in front of the rice noodle stall, and the stall owner was busy. Su Weazi bypassed the queue, came to the stall, greeted the stall owner, and asked, "Hey bro, where's the stall next to yours from yesterday? I also want to know why he didn't set up his stall today," Chang Suyuan said quietly. After receiving such a reply, Su Weazi could only leave somewhat disappointed. Sigh. At the spot where Chen Feng had set up his stall yesterday, the two of them let out a long sigh in unison. Sigh. Another long sigh came from not far from the two of them. Liang Wenbin never expected that Mr. Chen's promise to set up a stall downstairs at the company tomorrow would actually only last for 1 day. The thought that Chen Feng had a stall downstairs from the company and that he could buy lunch from his stall had actually improved Liang Wenbin's mood during his morning overtime work. Even when his superiors asked him to revise the plan, he didn't complain at all. However, to his surprise, Chen Feng did not set up his stall today. All the anticipation I had for the morning was dashed. Standing where Chen Feng had set up his stall yesterday, Liang Wenbin couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Just as he sighed, 2 other sighs came from the side. His gaze was drawn to the 2 people. For a moment, their eyes met. Out of curiosity, Liang Wenbin asked directly, "Are you also looking for that braised pork stall?" He was a loyal fan of Chen Feng's food stall. Whenever he worked late, he would have a late-night snack at Chen Feng's stall. When Chen Feng asked him about setting up a stall near his office building, it did bring him quite a surprise. But to his utter surprise, Chen Feng actually only set up his stall there for 1 day. This dashed his hopes from noon today. Just then, he saw 2 other people at the spot where Chen Feng had set up his stall yesterday. He felt the disappointment in their eyes. The 2 men must have come here for the same reason he did. "That's right, but that stall also sells braised noodles," Su Weizhi replied. The core issue in his argument with his friend was which was tastier, braised noodles or braised pork belly, and he naturally hadn't forgotten that. "Oh, yes, his stall did sell braised noodles yesterday," Liang Wenbin said. "But I'm used to eating their braised pork, so I just call it that out of habit," Liang Wenbin added. Upon hearing this, Su Weizhi and his companion seemed to realize something. Judging from Liang Wenbin's tone, he had frequented that stall more than once. "You often eat at his stall? Do you know where that stall is now?" Su Weizhi asked. When he ate the braised noodles from that stall yesterday, he was already prepared to eat there every day from now on. But to my surprise, the stall disappeared the very next day. "Yes, I eat at his house every night after get off work. He usually runs a stall in the university town area." Su Weizhi's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Could you tell us exactly where it is?" "It's on the food street next to Jiangbei University of Architecture," Liang Wenbin replied. "His stall doesn't close until very late every night. I usually have a late-night snack at his house on my way home after I get off work around 10 p.m. Su Weizhi and his companion had been looking on with anticipation when Liang Wenbin mentioned the location of Chen Feng's stall. When Liang Wenbin talked about working overtime until 10 p.m. every day, their eyes suddenly showed more respect and pity. "We definitely won't be able to eat lunch today. How about we have rice noodles for now?" Su Weizhi's colleague sighed. The 3 of them started queuing at the rice noodle stall next to them. It's lunchtime now, and the 3 of them had just finished talking, which had taken up some time. The line in front of the rice noodle stall is already quite long. The rice noodle vendor was working at full speed, cooking several servings of rice noodles at the same time. Many office workers in the nearby buildings remember the owner of this rice noodle stall. The rice noodles at his restaurant taste good, and the owner is very talkative. Even when he's busy, he always likes to chat with the customers waiting in line. It is said that the owner of this stall used to be an office worker in a nearby building. After a while, it was finally Liang Wenbin and his 2 companions' turn in the line. "Give me a bowl of beef rice noodles, no chili." After ordering his food, Liang Wenbin began to wait. The people behind him also started ordering food. Because several portions need to be cooked at the same time, the stall owner makes all the rice noodles at once after several customers choose different flavors. Fortunately, the stall owner used to be a programmer and has a pretty good memory. While waiting for the rice noodles to cook, Chang Suyuan chatted with Liang Wenbin and the others. "Are you looking for that stall next door from yesterday? I tried their braised noodles yesterday, and it was the best braised noodles I've ever had. But his family didn't set up their stall today, and I don't know why." Chang Suyuan's tone revealed a hint of confusion. "I think I ate his braised noodles yesterday and immediately wanted to become his apprentice," Chang Suyuan continued. "However, he neither refused nor agreed at the time, he just added my contact information." "Your rice noodles are ready." Just then, the rice noodles in the pot were cooked, and Chang Suyuan began to pack them up. At 5 p.m., Su Weizhi and his colleague sitting opposite him left as soon as the time was up. They already knew the location of Chen Feng's stall from Liang Wenbin, so they decided to head over there as soon as they got off work. The 2 of them had volunteered to work overtime today, and had already finished their work. They left immediately after clocking out at the designated time. The Jiangbei University town is not far from their office buildings. Even if they walk there, it won't take too long. Liang Wenbin didn't say exactly where Chen Feng's stall was in the food street, but the 2 of them found it as soon as they entered the food street. That familiar food truck, and the long queue in front of it. The 2 exchanged a glance and decided to join the queue. The braising liquid that Chen Feng had prepared in advance was being consumed rapidly. As the holiday draws to a close, a large number of students from several nearby universities are returning to campus, and the first thing these returning students do is come to Chen Feng's stall to buy a piece of braised pork. There might be more than one. This phenomenon of retaliatory consumption meant that the braised pork that Chen Feng prepared this afternoon sold out very quickly. After waiting in such a long line, people behind them will definitely feel unwilling to leave without buying anything. They're out of braised pork, so how about a bowl of noodles with braised sauce? The first thing to run out was the eggplant and diced meat sauce. Next up is braised chicken with shiitake mushrooms. When it was almost Su Weezi's turn, the last serving of tomato and egg noodles had already been sold. Su Weezi stared longingly at the scene inside the food truck. It wasn't until Chen Feng stepped out of the food truck that he wrote "sold out" on the small blackboard hanging outside. That's all? When Chen Feng hung a small blackboard outside the food truck that read "sold out," many people in line sighed in disappointment. Su Weezi, who was at the front of the line, was at a loss for words. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He and his colleagues specifically asked the boss to let them work overtime today so they could enjoy the delicious food from Chen Feng's stall at lunchtime. But to their surprise, Chen Feng didn't set up his stall at noon. They made a wasted trip at noon. Fortunately, they happened to know the location of Chen Feng's nighttime stall. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the Jiangbei University Town Food Street based on the address they got from Liang Wenbin, Chen Feng's stall had already run out of ingredients. Everyone has been queuing for so long, you must be hungry by now. I'm going to call and order some ingredients to make some more braised dishes, but it might take a while. Those who aren't hungry can wait a bit, Chen Feng said loudly. Upon hearing this, the group remained largely still. Except for a few who were so hungry that they left the queue to buy dinner from other stalls, everyone else persisted in queuing. After queuing for so long, it's not just for a meal anymore. After queuing for so long, I still can't get braised pork. If I can't get braised noodles either, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. After informing the people in line that they would have to wait, Chen Feng immediately called the stall owners at the Jiangbei University Town Vegetable Market. "Boss, send me some ingredients, and hurry." The fewer the words, the bigger the matter. Hearing Chen Feng say this, the stall owner on the other end of the phone did not dare to be negligent. Chen Feng was one of his biggest customers. The amount of ingredients used by commercial stalls every day was many times greater than that used by individual customers. Moreover, based on the amount of ingredients Chen Feng used each day, he had roughly calculated that Chen Feng's snack stall was doing business ridiculously well. He immediately began packing the ingredients according to Chen Feng's needs. These ingredients don't all come from his stall, many other stalls also sell them. For example, he doesn't sell chicken drumsticks. This requires him to go to other stalls to source goods. After a flurry of activity, the vegetable stall owner finally prepared the ingredients Chen Feng needed. This step didn't take much time. However, he miscalculated. It was rush hour, and Jiangbei City's traffic congestion during rush hour was second only to Beijing. The distance between the vegetable market and the food street in Jiangbei University Town is not far, it's just 2 traffic lights away. But those 2 traffic lights made him feel like he was waiting for an eternity. After the traffic jam eased, the vegetable vendor finally delivered the ingredients. As he carried large bags of ingredients toward Chen Feng's food cart, he also saw the long queue that had formed in front of Chen Feng's food cart. This scene really startled him. He had only ever seen such long queues in videos describing popular online stores on Douyin. "Excuse me, sir." The long queue blocked his way to the food cart. He had to speak up, which drew the attention of many people in the group. For some reason, the way these people looked at me was strange. "No, why haven't the ingredients arrived yet?" After waiting for a while, Su Weezi couldn't help but smile wryly. "How long has it been? By the time the ingredients arrive, I might have already starved to death." While waiting for the ingredients to arrive, not only Su Weezi, but almost everyone in the team was complaining about the supplier who was delivering the ingredients. When he finally arrived, the way people looked at him was inevitably a little strange. However, everyone quickly shifted their attention away from him. Chen Feng began to busy himself in the food truck. "We've already waited so long, so what's a little longer?" However, everyone was able to remain patient at first, until Chen Feng started stir-frying the ingredients. The hot oil in the pot combines with the spices, releasing a dazzling aroma. The aroma was so strong that even the people at the back of the line could smell it. The aroma further aroused everyone's hunger. Gurgle, gurgle. Some people's stomachs have already started growling. Su Weezi and his colleagues were also nearing the point of being unable to endure the hunger any longer. Su Weezi had a sudden inspiration and said to his colleague, "Wait, I have a good idea." It has to be said that the mindset of working people who have been working for several years is different from that of college students from nearby schools. "Explain." My colleague was too hungry to talk, so he only replied with one word, "We're in line and can't get away, but we can order takeout. Ordering takeout first will fill my stomach and give me more energy to wait in line, right?" As he said these words, Su Weezi wore a confident smile. Even though his colleagues were too hungry to talk, they were still shocked by Su Weezi's genius idea. "If you do this, how can you tell the difference between you and Einstein?" Just then, Chen Feng suddenly stepped out of the food cart and erased the words "sold out" from the blackboard. While waiting in line, many people were also chatting. Since the gravy for the braised noodles can be made fresh, why doesn't Boss Chen take this opportunity to make another pot of braised pork? A student who hadn't gotten any braised pork belly chatted with his roommate, who had come to queue with him, and quietly asked a question. You wouldn't understand. My roommate is from Gyeongbei, the kind who grew up eating braised pork belly. He has a lot of knowledge about the details of braised pork. Authentic braised pork needs to be simmered over low heat the whole time, and the final simmering alone takes at least an hour. How could it be made in time if it's fresh? Actually, he wasn't entirely right. For braised pork belly, an hour of stewing time is still too short. Upon hearing this, the student in line with him exclaimed, I didn't expect it to take so long to make a piece of braised pork. Next time, I'll definitely eat 2 more pieces. The group suddenly started moving. Chen Feng had already stepped out of the food cart, taken down the small blackboard hanging outside the cart, and erased the words sold out written on it. This means that Chen Feng has prepared a new braising sauce. So fast? These are 3 different kinds of braising sauce. Although most people don't know what they mean, quite a few people in line know how to cook. Only those who know how to cook can understand how difficult it is to stir-fry 3 different sauces in such a short time. Chen Feng even used 3 woks just now. Apart from the initial preparation, the later work was almost entirely done in a multi-line operation, completed simultaneously. This is how 3 different kinds of braising sauce were made in such a short time. While many people were puzzled, Chen Feng's food truck had already reopened for business. Su Weazi and his colleague finally managed to buy a bowl of braised noodles each. There happened to be space at the small dining table next to them, so the 2 of them sat down on the small stools with their noodles. It's a pity we couldn't buy braised pork. You won't be able to try it today, my colleague sighed. Yesterday at noon, he chose braised pork at Chen Feng's stall, while Su Weazi chose braised noodles. They all felt that the food they bought was the best. The 2 even made a bet to argue which dish tasted better. According to the bet, Su Weazi should buy braised pork today to see if its taste can convince him. Unfortunately, when the 2 arrived, the braised pork was already sold out. Without saying much, the 2, who were starving, immediately picked up their bowls and began slurping noodles frantically. As the saying goes, when a person is extremely hungry, anything tastes delicious. Not to mention eating braised noodles, which are already delicious. Su Weazi ordered a bowl of diced meat and eggplant noodles. The eggplant sauce was stir-fried until soft and tender, and paired with the smooth and chewy noodles that had been rinsed in cold water, the hungry Su Weazi wished he could swallow the whole bowl. The bowl of noodles practically slid down Su Weazi's stomach in one go. After Su Weazi finished eating, he looked up at his colleague. How about it? Doesn't the braised noodles taste even better? The other person was busy eating noodles and didn't have time to pay attention to Su Weazi. My colleague picked up the bowl and shoveled the noodles into his mouth horizontally. He didn't put the bowl down until he put the last piece of chicken into his mouth. The braised noodles are really delicious, my colleague remarked after finishing the bowl. I told you so, Su Weazi said with a smile. Now you're convinced, aren't you? I can only say that it's no worse than braised pork belly, a colleague commented. There are 100 flavors in food, but the one that suits your taste is the most precious. Even the best dishes can't compare to the simple pleasure of eating them. So even when hungry, my colleague still didn't think that braised noodles tasted better than braised pork. You'll understand when you taste the braised pork next time, the colleague concluded. By the way, tomorrow is the last day of the holiday, are you still going to apply to work overtime? A colleague asked. I definitely can't apply for overtime. We already know where the stall is, so we'll definitely have to come early tomorrow during the holiday, Su Weazi said decisively. I hope I can have braised pork tomorrow. Look what this is. Image. As Jeb packed up his braised noodles and walked back to his dorm, a message suddenly appeared in the dorm group chat. It was posted by Zhang Jinhui. He returned to his hometown in northern Shaanxi during the holiday. The picture shows a tempting-looking rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. This authentic rujiamo can only be found in northern Shaanxi. Pair it with a bowl of cold noodles and a bottle of orange soda, and it'll be perfect. Zhang Jinhui continued to send messages. This rujiamo looks better than the ones sold in the cafeteria. Also, what's the combination of liangpi, cold skin noodles, and soda? Fan Zio replied. You don't understand, do you? This is called the Sankan set meal, and the soda has to be a specific brand. Hungry Song Jie looked at the conversation in the group chat and felt as if the aroma of braised noodles was wafting out of the takeout box. Back in his dorm, he couldn't wait to open the takeout box containing the braised noodles. I'll take a picture and post it in the group chat to make my roommates envious. Song Jeb Boss Chen's stall has new products. Image. Fanzio boss, you've made me want to go back to school early. Song Jeb, then come back early. I'm not going to chat anymore, I'm going to eat noodles first. In the few seconds it took to send the message, Song Jie realized that his mouth was practically watering. He immediately opened the packaging of the disposable chopsticks and began to eat the noodles in large bites. It tastes so fresh. The combined umami flavors of the diced chicken and shiitake mushrooms infused the broth, clinging tightly to the noodles, making each bite an explosion of intense flavor in your mouth. He started to regret it the moment he took a bite of the mushroom and chicken noodles. Why didn't I buy more? While waiting in line, someone spontaneously snapped a photo. It was posted on the school's confession wall. The confession wall is a platform for communication among college students, similar to a forum. I want to express my love for this amazing little stall. I heard the owner is a student from our school. The owner's skills are absolutely top-notch, as evidenced by the fact that so many of us are queuing up. Soon, many people replied, "Really? I went back to school early today and was thinking of going to buy dinner when I passed by there, but there were too many people, so I didn't go. Trust me, the queue is worth it. That stall's braised pork is simply unbeatable. Last time, a professional chef went to check out their place and was completely won over by the taste of their braised pork. Indeed, now our whole dorm buys food from his place every night. The taste is far better than takeout and leagues ahead of the cafeteria. The line is so long? I'll go earlier next time." However, among the many replies, there were occasionally one or two discordant voices. Why are all the replies praising it? Could it be paid trolls hired by the stall owner? Is this a publicity stunt to turn it into an internet sensation? When will they start live streaming sales? How can an open-air stall guarantee the safety of its ingredients? Because of its viewpoint, which differed from most people's, this comment quickly caught the attention of many. Immediately, many people refuted the other party in the comments. The manager of the second-floor cafeteria at Jiangbei University of Architecture angrily turned off his phone after seeing the comments refuting his claims. Since the cafeteria manager assigned the task of changing the cafeteria's reputation to several building managers, he has been trying to find a solution these past few days. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to think of that yet. Just now, he saw someone mention the small stall on the confession wall at school. The manager of the second floor of the cafeteria remembered that stall. He had even seen the video of it on Douyin, TikTok, before. Since that video went viral in the Jiangbei University town area, the sales of braised pork at the canteen, which was already not doing well, have plummeted. That's why he posted that comment questioning Chen Feng's stall. However, his comments were completely unconvincing to the others in the comments section. The stall is located on the food street outside the school, and any student can get there in less than 10 minutes. Those students who had seen Chen Feng's stall in person knew exactly what was going on. His comments are very effective when evaluating other online stores, because there are always people who can't go there, and seeing his comments may lead them to have the same doubts. But now, many students in universities within the Jiangbei University town area have already tasted Chen Feng's cooking. His words were no longer convincing. That's why he angrily turned off his phone. Comments refuting his views kept popping up, and his phone kept ringing with message notifications. Finally, the notification sound stopped. Your comment contained false information and has been deleted by the administrator. This was the latest message he received. He angrily slammed his phone on the table. Only the cafeteria can guarantee the nutrition and health of students' meals. What do they know? The second-floor supervisor muttered angrily to himself. He had previously suggested to the manager that the manager find a way to prohibit students from buying food at the off-campus food street. It would be best to find another way to ban food delivery services from entering schools. In this way, the students will have no choice but to eat in the cafeteria. Then the manager looked at him like he was an idiot. Why don't you become the principal? Once you're the principal, you can ban all students from eating outside of school, the manager suddenly said. No, how could that be? The second-floor manager shook his head modestly. You know this is impossible? The manager slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. If it's a small stall inside a school, the manager can use their connections within the school to find a way to ruin it. However, Chen Feng's stall is located outside the school, and that food street is only close to Jiangbei University of Architecture. In addition to Jiangbei University of Architecture, it is also very close to several other universities in Jiangbei University town. Let alone a mere cafeteria manager like him, even the principal could only advise students not to go there. As for banning food delivery services from entering the campus, that's utter nonsense. Both proposals were ruthlessly rejected by the cafeteria manager. Just then, the phone he had slammed onto the table rang again. It was a message from the cafeteria manager. He was being asked to go to the manager's office. He immediately replied received, picked up his phone, and quickly walked over. The dinner rush was longer than usual today. It wasn't until it was completely dark that the number of people queuing in front of Chen Feng's food cart began to gradually decrease. The holiday is almost over, and many students have already returned to school early. Many stall owners from the Jiangbei University town food street also returned early. The food street was bustling today, even more so than usual when it wasn't a holiday, thanks to the revenge spending on Chen Feng's stall. The busy period is finally over. The owner of the fried food stall next door was carrying a large bag of things and walking towards Chen Feng. Brother, I brought you some local specialties when I went back to my hometown this time. They are homegrown Kaiyu pears, and they are especially sweet. Try them. As he spoke, the other person handed Chen Feng a large bag of plump pears. Chen Feng wanted to refuse, but in the end he couldn't resist the fried food vendor's insistence and had to accept it. As soon as he touched it, Chen Feng immediately felt a weight in his hand. This bag of pears was quite heavy, and thanks to his extensive kitchen experience, Chen Feng had a very accurate sense of weight. This bag of pears weighs at least 40 or 50 pounds. The fried food vendor continued, my hometown is where Akaizuki pears are produced, they're not anything valuable. Since Chen Feng helped him improve the recipe for the fried skewers sauce, his business has improved a lot, and he has more and more repeat customers. When Chen Feng returned to his hometown for the Mid-Autumn Festival, the fried food stall owner naturally didn't forget him. But Chen Feng had said he didn't want any money, so he could only bring Chen Feng some local specialties that he had grown himself. Chen Feng had no choice but to accept this kindness. Chen Feng wanted to cook a bowl of noodles for the other person, but the fried food stall owner insisted that he had already eaten dinner and couldn't eat anymore, so he had to give up. After chatting for a while, a few passers-by arrived at the fried food stall, so the stall owner went back to serve them. After the fried food vendor left, Chen Feng opened the large snakeskin bag in his hand. The burlap sack was crammed full of large, golden pears. Judging from their size, each pear in the bag weighs around 1 pound. Each pear weighs a pound. These Akaizuki pears are this size, so the fried food vendor must have put a lot of thought into selecting them. Chen Feng naturally had some knowledge of the Akaizuki pear variety. The Akaizuki pear is known as a precious variety of pear and is a new variety that was improved in the last century. Chen Feng took out an autumn moon pear, washed it, and took a bite. Accompanied by a crisp chewing sound, the first taste is a refreshing juice, followed by an exquisite sweetness on the tongue. Akaizuki pears are extremely sweet and have one of the highest water content among all types of pears. Looking at the pears in the plastic bag, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little troubled. Akaizuki pears are a delicacy among pears, but they also have a fatal flaw: they are not suitable for transportation and storage. Because the Akaizuki pear usually ripens around the Mid-Autumn Festival and its color and shape resemble a full moon, it is called the Akaizuki pear. However, because they are not resistant to transportation and storage, the Kaiyu pears that fruit merchants usually transport to various parts of China are not fully ripe. After these unripe pears are picked, they are slowly left to ripen during transportation and storage. The taste and texture of these tree-ripened Akaizuki pears are far inferior to those that ripen on the tree. The fried food vendor brought Chen Feng some Akaizuki pears that had ripened naturally on the tree. This type of Akaizuki pear can only be found in the vicinity of its production area because it has a very short shelf life. The pears in the bag are still crisp and refreshing, but if left for 4 or 5 days, they will probably start to soften. The taste won't change much by then, but the texture will be much worse than it is now. Chen Feng definitely couldn't finish eating those 40 or 50 pounds of Kaiyu pears in this short period of time. But if we just let it spoil, wouldn't that be a waste of the good intentions of the skewer vendor? While pondering the difficult question of how to consume these autumn moon pears, Chen Feng had already finished the 1-pound pear in his hand. The Kaiyu pear has almost no residue when you bite into it. After just a few chews, it turns into a sweet and juicy drink. In my previous life, only a very few high-end restaurants could use Akaizuki pears, and they were only available during specific seasons. A pear of this quality from the bag, if taken out individually, sliced, and arranged on a fruit platter, could sell for 3 figures in some high-end restaurants in Beijing. The cost of pears is certainly not that high. Even the best Akaizuki pears don't cost more than 10 yuan per kilogram at the production site. However, in high-end restaurants in the capital, pears can fetch extremely high prices when combined with costs for transportation, labor, service, reputation, and so on. Looking at the Akaizuki pears in the bag, Chen Feng pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. In this season, coupled with the rare and exquisite autumn moon pear, there is just the right dish to enjoy. What's even more wonderful is that this dish is also perfect for selling at street stalls. This delicious dish is called little pear soup. Small pear soup is a dessert, similar to the well-known rock sugar pear soup, but with some differences. Small-sized pear soup and rock sugar pear soup can be said to have the same origin, but small-sized pear soup is slightly more complicated than rock sugar pear soup. In fact, the original type of pear used in xiaodiao pear soup was the snow pear. Even now, many people still consider using pears to make pear soup the most authentic way. However, Chen Feng knew very well that the most authentic was not necessarily the best. When pear soup was invented, the Akaizuki pear variety did not yet exist. Naturally, only snow pears could be used. Moreover, pears are more durable than apricots, and have lower transportation and storage costs, making them available almost year-round. That's why pears have become the choice for most restaurants when making small pot pear soup. In fact, whether it's sweetness or other flavors, the seasonal Akaizuki pear is several points better than the snow pear. I'll go buy the other ingredients for xiao diao pear soup tomorrow morning, Chen Feng thought. Just then, two somewhat familiar faces appeared in front of the food truck. Chen Feng still has a pretty deep impression of the two girls. One of them is the stall owner who used to sell starch sausages next to Chen Feng's stall. As for the other one, it was naturally her roommate. Chen Feng also remembered this girl with a northeastern accent. Because Lin Xinyu was so engrossed in observing Chen Feng last time that she took too long to bring her lunch, her roommate noticed something was amiss. Tonight, as usual, when Lin Xinyu said she was going to buy food, she offered to bring some back for her roommate as well. But my roommate said, "I'll go with you." "No need, the food street is quite far, you can just wait in the dorm." For some reason, Lin Xinyu didn't want her roommate to go with her. But when she went out, her roommate followed her out. The two of them arrived at Chen Feng's stall. They no longer have braised pork belly, so the two girls each ordered a bowl of noodles with braised meat sauce. "Pack it up." Lin Xinyu interrupted the girl from northeast China before she could finish speaking. "I think we should eat here. The taste might not be as good if we take it home." With that, Lin Xinyu walked to a small table near the stall and sat down. She even took a couple more steps and sat down at the other end of the table. The dining car is viewed from that position, offering a good view. For girls from northeast China, whether or not to pack food is not very important, and she readily accepted Lin Xinyu's suggestion. She took a few steps and sat down opposite Lin Xinyu. Her roommate took out her phone, pretending to browse Douyin, TikTok, but actually she was secretly observing Lin Xinyu. She noticed that Lin Xinyu, who was also pretending to play on her phone, seemed to be looking behind her. "What are you looking at?" Lin Xinyu blushed. "It's nothing." Just as his roommate was about to ask more questions, Chen Feng brought over the noodles with braised meat sauce that he had already cooked. Let's eat," Lin Xinyu said. The aroma of the braised noodles masked her roommate's doubts, and she turned away, forgetting what she wanted to ask. "Let's eat first." Lin Xinyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while stealing a glance at Chen Feng. On the top floor of the cafeteria, in the manager's office. When the second-floor manager arrived at the manager's office, he found that the manager and two other building managers had been waiting for him for a long time. The three building managers usually oversee the various food stalls and kitchens on the 3 floors of the cafeteria, and they are actually in competition with each other. Normally, the first floor of the cafeteria is the busiest. The consensus among most students at Jiangbei University of Architecture is that the food in the cafeteria isn't worth climbing one flight of stairs. Therefore, people usually only go to the second floor when there are no seats left on the first floor. However, the good business on the first floor is only relative. In fact, due to the bizarre taste of the dishes, business on the third floor is not very good. Have you thought it through? Do you have any ideas on how to improve the cafeteria's business? Only 3 building managers attended this meeting. The manager looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Let's talk about things the cafeteria can do. Don't even mention banning students from leaving campus or ordering takeout." The cafeteria manager then added, "I think the most important thing to improve the cafeteria's reputation is the price of the food." The floor manager spoke first. If the food in the cafeteria is cheap enough, students will naturally be willing to eat there. In fact, the 3 building managers were well aware of the real problems in the cafeteria to some extent. However, they dared not raise the real issues. Although the cafeteria manager encouraged them to offer suggestions, if their suggestions touched on crucial problems, they might lose their jobs. For example, the quality of the ingredients used in the cafeteria is not very good. They basically use the cheapest ingredients, assuming no food safety issues arise. The 3 building managers naturally knew about this, but they dared not say it. The person in charge of purchasing for the cafeteria was the manager's brother-in-law, and the manager himself probably benefited from it as well. For example, the culinary skills of the chefs in the cafeteria kitchen are somewhat questionable, but these chefs' wages are low enough. With such a high annual contract fee for the cafeteria, both the manager and other management personnel were only thinking about minimizing costs. Finding a few skilled chefs can immediately improve the taste of the cafeteria food. However, in Jiangbei City, hiring such a master chef would cost at least double the salary of a current canteen chef. In this way, no matter what methods the 3 building managers come up with, they dare not touch the interests of the management personnel, represented by the cafeteria manager. Their methods are merely scratching the surface and cannot truly solve the problem. Lower the price again? The manager was clearly not satisfied with the first floor manager's suggestion. The braised pork in the cafeteria is already 1 yuan cheaper than outside, the manager continued. If we lower the price any further, the cafeteria will lose money. We can't lower the price, the manager emphasized in the end. The floor manager had already anticipated this outcome. His goal today was simply to propose a sufficiently foolish plan, only to have it rejected. When you're just working, all you earn is this worthless compensation. The second floor manager shook his head. His previous suggestions had already been rejected, and he couldn't think of any new solutions. the third-floor manager said. The cafeteria chefs. The manager suddenly looked up and stared at the third-floor manager. The cafeteria chefs, their skills are definitely top-notch, the third-floor manager said, forcing a smile. He originally wanted to say that the cafeteria chef's cooking skills needed improvement, but he quickly realized that this was not a suggestion he could make. So he had no choice but to change his tune and grit his teeth and keep making things up. I found that the reason students are giving more negative reviews to the cafeteria is because of the internet. There are so many food videos on Douyin now, some of which include restaurant review videos, and some of the restaurant review bloggers talk about it very knowledgeably. After watching a lot of these videos, students will have a better understanding of the theory of food and will naturally use this standard to demand more from the cafeteria. So to improve the cafeteria's reputation, we can find the students who gave it bad reviews and let them know how difficult cooking is, said the third-floor manager. After saying all this, the third-floor manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is it just telling the students, if you can do it, then you do it? The manager summarized. That's right. So how exactly will this be implemented? The manager continued, glancing at the three building managers. The three of them shook their heads in unison. Why are you eating so slowly today? The girl from Northeast China finished her bowl of noodles with gravy and looked up at Lin Xinyu across the table. As a native of Northeast China, she usually eats very quickly. Therefore, in the past, when she and Ruby Lin ate together, Ruby Lin would always leave a lot of food uneaten when she finished. But today, she noticed that Lin Xinyu was eating unusually slowly. Lin Xinyu simply smiled and remained silent. She withdrew her gaze from the other side and began to concentrate on eating her noodles. Chen Feng was kneading dough in the food cart. The dinner rush had already passed, and there were very few diners on the food street. But in a few hours, it will be time for a late-night snack. Chen Feng had almost used up the hand-pulled noodles he had prepared, so he needed to make some more. Once the holiday is over, the transfer of the shop should be completed. What should I do with that shop then? Chen Feng pondered the purpose of the shop while kneading the dough. This shop, located in a prime location on the Jiangbei University Town Food Street, always has good business, no matter what it sells. The shop even has equipment for making braised food, which was left behind by the previous owner who rented the shop to start a business. Boss, check please. The voice, spoken with a northeastern accent, reached Chen Feng's ears. As time passed, around 10 p.m., people began to come to Chen Feng's stall to order a late-night snack. A young man who was on the phone came to Chen Feng's stall. Don't even mention it. In previous years, business was best around the Mid-Autumn Festival. I don't know why, but this year, even though I prepared a lot of mooncakes in advance, I didn't sell any. The young man muttered to himself on the other end of the phone. I'm not talking anymore, I need to eat something. I was doing inventory until after 10 o'clock today, I'm starving. The young man hung up the phone and looked at the small blackboard hanging in front of Chen Feng's food cart. Boss, a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, please, the young man said. After the young people ordered their food, they waited in front of the food cart for Chen Feng to cook the noodles. He looked up and scanned Chen Feng's food cart. This food truck is so conspicuous, how come I never noticed it before? A young man opened a pastry shop in Jiangbei University Town, just 2 streets away. His pastry shop has been open for some time now, and although his shop is usually quite busy, he rarely has time to stroll around. Looking back, it had been 2 or 3 weeks since he had last been to the food street. Today, I was so busy taking inventory of the dim sum shop stock that I didn't have time for dinner, which is why I came to the food street late at night. The food truck looked good, but the owner was so young that he even suspected the young stall owner was still in school. A stall owner this young can't possibly have exceptional skills, but he was so hungry that he just wanted a quick and filling late-night snack. That's why he chose the braised noodles from this stall. Chen Feng turned back to cook noodles, while the dim sum shop owner waited in front of the food cart. Although it was already very late, there were still a few people arriving at Chen Feng's food cart. Another slightly overweight young man came to the food truck. It was Liang Wenbin, who had just finished working overtime. They're out of braised pork? Then I'll have a bowl of mushroom and chicken noodles. Since the two ordered their food around the same time, they cooked both bowls of noodles together. Liang Wenbin had tried eggplant and diced meat noodles once before, and this time he wanted to try mushroom and diced chicken noodles. A few minutes later, Liang Wenbin sat down at the small table. At another table next to him, a young man was also sitting. The dim sum shop owner, carrying a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, sat down at the table next to Liang Wenbin. There were still many empty seats at the table, and since the two did not know each other, they did not sit at the same table. Liang Wenbin picked up a strand of noodles with his chopsticks, about to put it in his mouth. Is it delicious? A slightly puzzled voice came from not far away. Then came the sound of frantically slurping noodles, making a fuss over nothing. Liang Wenbin, who often ate at Chen Feng's stall, thought the person at the next table was too ignorant. But Mr. Chen's cooking skills are absolutely top-notch, Liang Wenbin thought to himself, before starting to slurp up his noodles. He had been looking forward to Chen Feng setting up a stall downstairs at his workplace all morning, but his hopes were dashed. He decided to make up for it with a big meal at the midnight snack. "Boss, another bowl, please." Liang Wenbin hadn't finished eating when another person next to him shouted, "Vocal, this guy eats noodles as fast as I do." The hungry snack shop owner naturally felt it wasn't enough after finishing a bowl. He had been hungry all afternoon, not to mention how delicious Chen Feng's braised noodles were. Eating such delicious braised noodles has greatly reduced the frustration of poor business during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Not to be outdone, Liang Wenbin also ordered a bowl of noodles. After each eating 3 bowls of braised noodles, the two finally left. It was time for Chen Feng to pack up and leave. Tomorrow is the last day of the National Day holiday, and Chen Feng plans to add a dish of small pear soup to his stall. Limited supply, after all. My original intention was to avoid wasting these excellent Akaizuki pears. This step needs to be done quickly, as ripe Akaizuki pears on the branches have too high a sugar and water content and cannot be stored for long. They may spoil if left for more than a few days. The next day, Chen Feng got up early as usual. After breakfast, Chen Feng prepared to buy the ingredients needed to make the small pear soup. The main ingredients are ready, but in addition to the main ingredients, there are still many auxiliary ingredients to prepare. As the name suggests, the main ingredient in xiaodiao pear soup is pear. The ancients believed that medicine and food share the same origin, so many delicacies were also expected by the ancients to nourish the body, and xiaodiao pear soup is a typical example. This dish originated in the Qing dynasty. When it was first created, it was simply a plain stewed pear with rock sugar. In later generations, this dessert continued to evolve, and the ingredients became increasingly diverse. In addition to the essential rock sugar and pears, ingredients such as white fungus and preserved plums were added to improve the texture and flavor. Later, for added nourishment, medicinal herbs such as goji berries, lily bulbs, dried loquats, and Fritillaria serosa were also added. The specific ingredients added are even related to the solar terms and seasons. It's autumn now, the weather is dry, and people inevitably feel a bit hot and bothered. Therefore, adding lily bulbs to the pear soup in autumn is beneficial, as the appropriate amount of lily bulbs not only helps to remove dryness but also improves the taste of the pear soup. Therefore, most of the ingredients for this dish cannot be found in the market. You need to go to a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Chen Feng's first stop was the traditional Chinese medicine shop where he had bought dried lotus leaves last time. When making braised pork belly, one special spice was needed at the end: lotus leaves. Since dried lotus leaves are such an uncommon ingredient that they can't be found in the market, Chen Feng went to a traditional Chinese medicine shop near Jiangbei University Town. This time, Chen Feng went to the same traditional Chinese medicine shop to buy the ingredients for xiaodiao pear soup. The amount of ingredients needed to make the small pear soup is not large, and Chen Feng's original intention was simply to avoid wasting the kaiyu pears that the fried skewer vendor brought. Therefore, he does not intend to purchase auxiliary materials in wholesale quantities. In many restaurants in Beijing, xiaodiao pear soup is a must-order drink at every table. These restaurants consume a lot of xiaodiao pear soup ingredients every day. They often have specific suppliers and wholesale large quantities of ingredients each time. Moreover, the ingredients for each family's small pot pear soup vary slightly. Chen Feng went into the traditional Chinese medicine shop and bought some jujubes, lilies, goji berries, and yellow rock sugar, which he then had the shop assistant pack up. Authentic xiaodiao pear soup requires the addition of yellow rock sugar, which has a different flavor compared to the common single crystal rock sugar. Yellow rock sugar can usually be found in vegetable markets and traditional Chinese medicine shops. Chen Feng packed up all the auxiliary materials. Now only one last auxiliary material was missing. Traditional Chinese medicine shops do not sell white fungus. However, you can call the vendor at the market to have the white fungus delivered. This ingredient is crucial in the small pot of pear soup, almost as important as the pear itself, which is the main ingredient. After bringing the packed ingredients back to his residence, Chen Feng called the stall owner at the vegetable market. "Boss, bring me 5 caddies of white fungus, preferably made from linden wood," Chen Feng said. There are 2 common types of white fungus. One type is large and white, the other is small and yellow. White tremella has a crisp and tender texture and less gelatinous substance, making it suitable for cold dishes. The yellow tremella, which Chen Feng specifically asked the market vendor to deliver, is smaller in size, softer in texture, and has more gelatinous substance, making it more suitable for making soups than the white tremella. Moreover, because tremella grows more slowly on linden wood, it is also more nutritious. Correspondingly, the price of lindenwood silver ear fungus is slightly higher than that of the common white silver ear fungus. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng waited for the stall owner to come to his door. Less than a minute later, there was a knock on the door. So fast? Could it be that the stall owner was too slow in delivering the vegetables yesterday, which angered the students who were queuing up at the time, and now they've learned their lesson? But 1 minute is too fast. Even if you take away the delivery time, the preparation time alone is not enough. It's impossible for it to be this fast, and the person who came in wasn't the stall owner. A slightly chubby figure with slick back hair carried large and small bags in both hands. Although he looked much more mature than Chen Feng, he greeted Chen Feng as teacher first. The person who walked in was Li Heiren. He had just returned to his hometown to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. During his years as a chef, he had missed many Mid-Autumn festivals in his hometown. I had the opportunity to return to An City this time, so I naturally stayed a few more days. And is not too far from Jiangbei, and both places serve Shandong cuisine. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Heiren also visited many shops in An City and produced several videos. The package he was carrying was naturally a local specialty he had brought from his hometown of And. Master, this is and braised chicken. It's different from those vacuum-packed ones. I specially went to an old shop to buy it, Li Heiren said with a smile. After taking a few lessons with Chen Feng, he is now completely convinced of his master's abilities, who is several years younger than him. In his opinion, the head chef of Yuranju was definitely not as skilled as Chen Feng, so he was definitely not at a loss to have such a master. As Li Heiren spoke, he put down the braised chicken in his hand. And braised chicken is one of the 4 famous chickens in China and is a well-known specialty throughout the country. Many people even know the city of And because of its famous braised chicken. With logistics so advanced now, vacuum-packed and/or braised chicken can be bought all over China. On some e-commerce platforms, you can even buy one for less than 10 yuan. However, the vacuum-packed and/or braised chicken has undergone an improved process for easier storage. Whether this improvement is good or bad is debatable. It is a necessary sacrifice made to expand production and sales. However, the taste is indeed different from the authentic and braised chicken. The braised chicken that Li Heiren brought back didn't even have any packaging, it was just wrapped in 2 layers of oil paper and then put into a plastic bag. Only long-established delicatessens with decades of history would use such packaging. Chen Feng naturally knew about and braised chicken. He even knew the recipe for and braised chicken inside and out. In his previous life, the largest braised chicken manufacturer in An City had invited Chen Feng to provide guidance. After placing the braised chicken on the table, Li Heiren put down another bag. This is a type of ham. The name piqued Chen Feng's interest. In his previous life, Chen Feng traveled all over China to learn how to cook, so he was very familiar with the methods of making local snacks. However, Chen Feng, who is known as a living recipe book, encountered a snack he had never heard of before. After Li Heiren explained for a few minutes, Chen Feng finally understood why this specialty of Ander was called Yizhong ham. This dish was invented by a chef at the canteen of Li Heiren's alma mater and No. 1 middle school. This ham is not the kind of whole pig leg that is cured in the south. After glancing at the appearance of No. 1 middle school ham, Chen Feng roughly deduced how it was made. Fresh meat and starch are mixed, spices are added, wrapped in sausage casing, and steamed. This method of preparing ham is quite common in North China and the Central Plains region. The common way of making ham sausage is an improvement on this method of making ham, but this ham has a much higher meat content than ham sausage. The chef at No. 1 middle school cafeteria improved the way ham was prepared and started selling this type of ham in the cafeteria. It was very well received. Even students who have graduated for a long time will return to their alma mater specifically to buy this ham just for its taste. Over time, the reputation of this ham gradually spread, and the school specially set up a ham sales office outside the school gate to make it easier for everyone to buy it. This Yizhong ham has become a unique local delicacy in An City. Few people, unless they are native to Ander, would know about this. In the eyes of many locals in And, Yizhong ham is even more representative of the taste of their hometown than and braised chicken. After putting down the local specialties from An City, Li Heiren finally asked the question that had been bothering him for several days. Master. Li Heiren's expression was full of doubt. I heard from a former colleague of Yuranju that at the wedding of the general manager of Yuranju, they originally wanted Mr. Yang, who had worked at Yuranju for many years, to be the head chef of the banquet. But on the day of the banquet, old Master Yang suddenly fainted, and Yuranju's original arrangements were almost completely disrupted. Later, a mysterious young chef took over the banquet, which prevented the wedding from going wrong. At this point, Li Heiren looked at Chen Feng with even more awe. Li Heiren had speculated more than once about how skilled Chen Feng was in cooking, given that his master was nearly 10 years younger than him. But Chen Feng was too young, so much so that Li Heiren's boldest guess was that Chen Feng might be slightly better than the head chef of a restaurant like Yuranju. According to the rumors he heard, Chen Feng almost single-handedly raised the quality of the entire Yuranju kitchen by a whole new level. This was something he never expected. Even a renowned Shandong cuisine master like Master Yang, who is famous throughout China, is no better than this, right? You're quite well informed, Chen Feng said, looking at Li Heiren with a teasing tone. In Li Heiren's view, Chen Feng's reaction meant that he had admitted that the mysterious young chef was him. Li Heiren's gaze towards Chen Feng became even more intense. Whether Lee Hae-rin continues to explore new restaurants or becomes a chef in other high-end restaurants in the future, being able to apprentice under such a highly skilled chef will be a lifelong benefit for him. After confirming that the mysterious young chef was indeed Chen Feng, Lee Hae-rin didn't dare to ask any more questions. "Master, is there anything I can help you with?" Lee Hae-rin asked, his voice filled with trepidation. Now that he had secured Chen Feng's support, Lee Hae-rin naturally wanted to make the most of this opportunity. Having worked his way up from a kitchen apprentice, he naturally knew that for a chef, the more work his master gave him, the more he could teach him. That's why he volunteered to be Chen Feng's assistant. Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang again. "Mr. Chen, your ingredients have arrived," the market vendor said on the other end of the phone. Ever since he witnessed the popularity of Chen Feng's stall, he had developed even more respect for Chen Feng and no longer dared to regard him as an ordinary college student. This is one of his major clients. The ingredients have been delivered. In addition to the rock sugar and white fungus needed for the small pear soup, there is also pork belly needed for braised pork. The stall owner asked Chen Feng why he was selling so much rock sugar and white fungus. He was used to Chen Feng buying different ingredients every time. "Perfect timing," Chen Feng said, looking at Lee Hae-rin. "There's a job I need you to do." "What?" Lee Hae-rin asked. "Peel a pear." Lee Hae-rin was visibly taken aback. Having worked as a chef for so many years, he naturally knows some dishes that require pears. However, apart from fruit platters, pears are usually only used in some higher-end dishes. This left him momentarily wondering what dish Chen Feng wanted him to make by peeling the pear. The dessert little pear soup is extremely popular in Beijing, and almost every restaurant serves it. Some chain restaurants even use it as a selling point and name their restaurants after the dish. In Jiangbei City, the dessert Xiao Diao Li Tang is much less popular than in the capital. When Lee Hae-rin saw the bag of golden, plump Kaiyu pears, he actually swallowed hard. Lee Hae-rin previously worked in the kitchen of Yurenju for 10 years, starting from cutting and preparing the fruit. The number of fruit platters he cut by hand is countless. Even a century-old establishment like Yurenju, renowned throughout Jiangbei City, doesn't usually use pears of this quality. Although agriculture in China is now highly developed and pears can be produced almost year-round, this quality of pears is only available around the Mid-Autumn Festival. "Do you know how to peel a pear?" Chen Feng suddenly asked. "Of course," Lee Hae-rin said confidently. Although Chen Feng had asked him in the same tone before whether he could chop vegetables and stir-fry, Lee Hae-rin's performance at that time was not very satisfactory. However, Lee Hae-rin was naturally very confident about something as simple as peeling a pear. Chen Feng nodded and placed the large bag of Kaiyu pears on the table. Peeling a pear isn't too difficult, so there's no need to specifically teach Lee Hae-rin. However, if you want to make small pear soup with Kaiyu pears, there is something to pay attention to in the step of peeling the pears. So Chen Feng casually said, "By the way, peel half of the pear skin and leave the other half." This request seemed a bit strange, and Lee Hae-rin looked somewhat puzzled. If you're making a fruit platter, you definitely need to remove the pear skin completely for better taste. However, if the purpose is to make pear soup, the pear peel can be used to add color, so most restaurants use pears with the peel on when making pear soup. Why cut it in half and leave the other half? What kind of strategy is this? Seeing that Lee Hae-rin looked puzzled, Chen Feng said, "The reason we cut one half and left the other half is because we used a different variety of pear. Most restaurants use snow pears as the main ingredient for pear soup. Snow pears have a lighter skin color, and the soup has the perfect color after stewing. We use Akaizuki pears, which have a darker skin color and more sugar. If we keep all the pear skin, the soup will be too dark." After Chen Feng finished explaining, Lee Hae-rin finally showed a relieved expression. "It's incredibly detailed," Lee Hae-rin exclaimed, noting that very few people would think of the unique characteristics of this uncommon ingredient. Many chefs are used to using snow pears, and when they switch to autumn pears, they may not immediately realize that peeling half of the pear and leaving half can make the pear soup have a more accurate color. Lee Hae-rin poured the pears into a large basin, then sprinkled a little salt into the basin and gently rubbed it on the surface of the pears. Seeing this, Chen Feng realized there was nothing wrong with the way the pears were being washed. The friction of salt can remove some stubborn dirt from the surface of pears, a common cleaning method used in restaurant kitchens. After that, Lee Hae-rin started to fetch water and wash himself clean. Chen Feng then stopped paying attention to Lee Hae-rin and went to the side to start preparing the other ingredients. Another important preparation for making small pear soup is soaking the white fungus. During the growth, drying, and transportation of linden wood-grown white fungus, it is inevitable that it will get dusty. Therefore, it must be cleaned before soaking. Cleaning white fungus is different from cleaning pears. White fungus is uneven, and dust that is difficult to wash out is inevitably trapped in the crevices of its folds. This kind of dust cannot be cleaned with salt. Chen Feng took a little starch and sprinkled it on the surface of the white fungus, then put the white fungus into a large basin of water to wash it. Starch has strong adsorption properties and can effectively remove dust from the crevices of white fungus. Moreover, the residual starch can be completely washed away with water, without affecting the taste of the white fungus itself. Soon, Chen Feng cleaned the white fungus and soaked it in warm water. White fungus is key to the taste of pear soup. To make the soup taste good, the white fungus must be cooked until it becomes gelatinous. Soaking it also helps to extract the gelatinous substance from the white fungus. Looking at the cleaned white fungus, Chen Feng felt a sense of emotion. This ingredient is the best proof of the current level of agricultural development. In ancient times, when productivity was not advanced, white fungus was a precious ingredient on par with bird's nest and shark fin. In modern times, it has become a common dish on the tables of thousands of households. After washing the white fungus, Chen Feng soaked it in warm water and then washed and prepared the red dates. The most important thing about xiaodiao pear soup is the cooking time. As long as the simmering time is right, the taste will be absolutely delicious. The knife skills involved in preparing the ingredients were less important. That's why Chen Feng felt comfortable entrusting Li Heiran with the tasks of peeling and slicing the pear. Some dishes require high knife skills, mainly because properly sized ingredients can cook together, ensuring that some ingredients are undercooked while others are overcooked, thanks to precise control of heat. This is why Shandong cuisine has the saying, dice with diced, shredded with shredded, sliced with sliced. When making pear soup, after a long period of stewing, the pears, whether cut into large or small pieces, will become very mushy. As the name suggests, this dessert is mainly about drinking the soup. The specific quality of the pears is not important. After Chen Feng finished preparing the other ingredients, Li Heiran was cutting a pear on another cutting board. Although the size of the pear pieces in the small pear soup might not be perfectly uniform, it wouldn't have a significant impact. However, Li Heiran must have been trying to impress, so he made sure the pear pieces were all the same size. The chopped pear pieces were piled up in a bowl on the side, forming a small mountain. Li Heiran was quite skilled at cutting and preparing food. He had almost finished cutting up a large bag of Kayuya pears. Cut pear pieces should not be left for too long, otherwise they will oxidize and change color. Generally, the pears in the fruit platter are cut and used immediately. Chen Feng first set up a large pot and added a lot of purified water to it. Jiangbei City is famous for its springs, which are definitely the best choice for making pear soup. Moreover, there are springs almost everywhere in the old town of Jiangbei City, and the spring water can be used for free. It's fine for ordinary families to take a little for making tea, but it's not so good to take it for commercial purposes. Therefore, Chen Feng was still using purified water that he had purchased in bulk. After the water in the pot boiled, Li Heiran had already cut all the pear pieces. By this time, the white fungus had been soaked until it softened. Chen Feng discarded the hard core of the white fungus and cut it into small pieces. Add the pear chunks to the pot, followed by red dates, lily bulbs, and diced white fungus. As for the proportions, on average, each pear contains 2 caddies of water, 3 red dates, and 1 white fungus. Red dates have a unique flavor and can be used to enhance pear soup, adding a touch of richness to its sweetness. This is a dessert, so naturally sugar should be added. But not now. Adding sugar beforehand will change the concentration and osmotic pressure of the liquid in the pot, which is not conducive to the gelatinization of the white fungus. Chen Feng put the lid on the pot and simmered it over low heat. To make the white fungus release its gelatinous substance, it must be stewed for a long time, and high heat must never be used. There are too many pears in the pot, and they are floating around. If you use high heat, some pear pieces may burn and stick to the bottom of the pot. Once the soup has a burnt taste, the soup is completely ruined. Many chefs who are not as good at controlling the heat as Chen Feng will put a bamboo or wooden rack at the bottom of the pot to prevent sticking, which is a good method. Simmering in the pot over low heat, the pear pieces gently tumbling, the rest is up to time. An hour and a half later, Chen Feng lifted the lid of the pot. The color of the broth in the pot has changed, and it has also become somewhat viscous. This is the result of the gelatinous substance in the white fungus being extracted during long-term boiling. At this point, the slightly viscous texture of the soup comes almost entirely from the gelatinous substance in the white fungus. After adding rock sugar, the texture of the pear soup will undergo further subtle changes due to the sugar content. Chen Feng then added the prepared rock sugar to the pear soup. Yellow rock sugar is also called earth rock sugar. This type of rock sugar is usually made from sugarcane. After primary refining, it does not undergo further refining or bleaching, thus retaining its rich nutritional components and flavor. The taste of yellow rock sugar is completely different from that of single crystal rock sugar, which has undergone further refining. Pear soup is, after all, a dessert, and the final product should have a sufficiently sweet taste. Even with the Kaizuki pears, which have a high sugar content, the sugar in the soup is not enough to make this whole pot of pear soup sweet without adding sugar. However, if you want the pear soup to be sweeter, simply adding sugar is not enough. Chen Feng casually picked up the salt shaker and added a little salt to the pot. A single sweet flavor can numb a diner's taste buds, so simply adding sugar will actually make the dish taste less sweet. The subtle saltiness of a little salt can actually enhance a diner's sensitivity to sweetness, making the sweetness richer and longer lasting. An old proverb says, to make something sweet, add a little salt. Lee Hae-rin watched as Chen Feng brought the salt shaker and added a few small spoonfuls of salt to the pot. He had never seen salt added to pear soup before. After putting the lid back on, Chen Feng caught a glimpse of Lee Hae-rin's puzzled expression out of the corner of his eye. Clearly, Lee Hae-rin couldn't understand why salt should be added to sweet pear soup. Remember, if you want it sweet, add a little salt, Chen Feng casually explained. Lee Hae-rin then realized that he seemed to have learned another skill. Lee Hae-rin silently repeated Chen Feng's words a few times, memorizing this little trick. After putting the lid on, Chen Feng continued to simmer it over low heat. Another 10 minutes passed, and the rock sugar in the pot had melted. At this point, only the goji berries remained unadded to the dessert. Goji berries are better soaked than boiled, which is why Chen Feng didn't add them beforehand. Chen Feng turned off the heat, lifted the lid again, and added goji berries at a ratio of 2 goji berries per pound of pear soup. Turn off the heat and let it steep for half an hour. After half an hour, strain out the solids, and your small pear soup is ready. In ancient times, this dessert was sold in a copper pot, which was also known as tidiao. Therefore, the diao in xiaodiao pear soup actually refers to the container for the pear soup, which is not much different from dawan quan mian, big bowl of wide noodles. Chen Feng's stall naturally didn't have such a copper kettle. In some restaurants in Beijing, this tradition is still maintained. If you order a small hanging pear soup, the waiter will bring a copper kettle to pour the soup for you. This makes it seem more cultured. Chen Feng unintentionally pursued cultural depth in this area, which is why he chose a milk teacup. After filtering out the solids, the pear soup can be served in a covered milk teacup. Chen Feng first poured some of the pear soup into a milk teacup and put it in the refrigerator to chill. The pear soup has a unique flavor after being chilled. As the temperature drops, the sweetness of the pear soup becomes more pronounced. Moreover, even now that autumn has arrived, Jiangbei City still retains some of the summer heat, making it even better to eat chilled. If a diner wants a hot drink, Chen Feng will serve it to them immediately. After all this commotion, the sun was rising, and it was almost lunchtime. Lee Hae-rin suddenly asked, "Master, are you setting up your stall at noon today?" Chen Feng shook his head. He rarely sets up his stall at noon. The last time he did so was in the commercial area near Jiangbei University town. I'm going to film a restaurant review video at noon. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now, Lee Hae-rin said. Even after returning to his hometown, he continued to update his restaurant review videos every day during the National Day holiday, and his video views increased during this period. After returning to Jiangbei City, I naturally continued to explore new restaurants. Inside a male dormitory at Jiangbei University of Architecture, Zhang Jinhui was the last person to return to the dormitory during the holiday. Northern Shaanxi is too far from here, and Zhang Jinhui couldn't get a plane ticket, so he had to take the high-speed rail. The high-speed rail isn't slow, but it still takes almost a whole day to get from Zhang Jinhui's hometown to the school. Inside the dormitory, several people were talking about what happened during the holiday. I haven't had Chen's braised pork from his stall for days. I feel like ants are crawling all over me, Fan Ziyu said, tossing his phone onto the bed. That's a bit of an exaggeration, Zhang Jinhui commented, somewhat speechless. Oh right, didn't you guys say you were going to invite me? Fan Ziyu suddenly said. They had classes in the afternoon the day before the holiday. However, tickets for the National Day holiday were extremely difficult to obtain, so the other 3 people in the dormitory booked their return tickets well in advance. This resulted in the 3 of them leaving school on the last afternoon before the holiday. Only Fan Ziyu, whose home is in Jiangbei, did not leave the school. He thus took on the important task of answering for the other 3 students when the teacher called roll. Afterwards, to thank Fan Ziyu, the 3 promised to treat him to a meal after the holiday. Clearly, it's time to fulfill that promise. What do you mean? Should we go out to eat or something? Song Jia asked. I'm craving the braised pork from Mr. Chen's stall. It's a pity that Mr. Chen's place isn't suitable for gatherings. Chen Feng was only running a small food stall. Although there were a few small tables around the stall for customers to dine in, there were too few tables, and customers mainly wanted to eat and leave. It's fine to eat here normally, but if you have a group meal here, it feels very strange. What should we eat? This is the ultimate topic of daily discussion in most boys' dormitories. What to eat today? The group continued their discussion. After a busy morning, Chen Feng finally finished making the small pear soup he was going to sell at his stall today. After filtering out the solids, keep half of the pear soup warm in a bucket and refrigerate the other half. Chen Feng wiped non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. It was already lunchtime. The braised chicken that Lee Hae-rin brought was not vacuum-packed and could not be stored for a long time. Even if you put it in the refrigerator, it cannot be stored for too long, and it may even cause the taste of the braised chicken to deteriorate. Therefore, Chen Feng decided to eat the braised chicken at noon today. As for those few pieces of number 1 ham, this type of ham has a relatively long shelf life, so it's fine to leave it for a while longer. Upon opening the oil paper package of the braised chicken, the bright red color of the chicken is revealed. Chen Feng nodded slightly. The color of this braised chicken was quite good. Braised chicken is a dish that is first fried and then boiled. Before frying, honey or syrup is applied to the chicken skin. The sugary ingredients will gradually change color at the right oil temperature, eventually coating the surface of the braised chicken with a very tempting red color. The principle is actually similar to making caramelized sugar, except that caramelizing sugar involves heating it in a pot until it changes color, and then applying it to the food. The coloring process for braised chicken involves first coating the chicken skin with sugar, and then heating it to change the color of the sugar on the surface of the chicken skin. It is precisely because of its enticing color that braised chicken stands out among countless chicken dishes in China, becoming one of the 4 famous chickens of China. Before high-speed rail became widespread, trains were the most important means of long-distance travel for the people of China. For a long time, Andhra was one of the hubs of train transportation in northern China. The fame of braised chicken spread throughout the entire country via the train and along the tracks. For weary travelers who have been stuck on the old green trains for days, just seeing the color of Andhra's braised chicken is a comfort. Chen Feng didn't use chopsticks. Instead, he grabbed a chicken leg with his hands. With a slight exertion of force, a large piece of the tender, mushy roast chicken was torn off. Not only is the color excellent, but the chicken is also cooked to perfection. According to Li Hairan, he bought the braised chicken from a well-known old cooked food shop in recent years, braised chicken has been industrialized in many factories, and the production process of braised chicken has become more and more perfect. However, the taste of mass-produced braised chicken in factories is still hard to compare with the handmade braised chicken made by traditional cooked food shops. Braised chicken has a savory and slightly spicy flavor, making it suitable for both serving with rice and as a snack with drinks. Of course, by Chen Feng's standards, this braised chicken is still not perfect. Putting aside the cooking technique, Chen Feng immediately noticed room for improvement in the proportion of spices alone. As the chicken entered my mouth, a system notification sounded in my mind. Bite. Detected that the host has sampled a famous Chinese delicacy, braised chicken, which is known for its excellent color, aroma, and taste. Task now posted. Task requirements: learn the recipe for braised chicken within 3 months and successfully prepare a complete braised chicken dish. Task reward: 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. System prompt: the braised chicken uses an extremely complex braising technique from Shandong cuisine, which is very difficult for the current host. It is recommended that the host not be overly ambitious and should start from the basics to have any hope of completing the task. Chen Feng. This not-so-smart system did not disappoint him again. However, although the system isn't very smart, one of the prompts it gave this time was indeed correct. The braised chicken uses the braised technique from Shandong cuisine. This technique is indeed quite complex. Besides braised chicken, classic dishes that use this technique include braised shark fin, braised mutton strips, braised bear paw, and braised vegetarian dishes. In a typical Shandong cuisine restaurant, if there are a few classic braised dishes on the menu, then it can be considered to have entered the Hall of Fame. Furthermore, some braised dishes require the use of a large flipping technique during preparation, which creates a visually appealing effect. These dishes have become a top choice for chefs to showcase their skills at many culinary events. Of course, dishes like braised bear paws have completely disappeared for reasons that everyone knows. Even in his previous life, Chen Feng had never personally peeled a bear's paw. The old man did it when he was young. Bringing his thoughts back, Chen Feng noticed that the system had given him a 3-month time limit for this task. It seems that this system does have the ability to adapt to changing circumstances to some extent. At least the time limit given this time is not 1 month. Although it made no difference to Chen Feng, a true beginner might not be able to learn how to make braised chicken in 3 months. Perfect timing. That shop will be ready tomorrow, then we can sell some cooked food in the shop. The braised chicken task reminded Chen Feng. In the afternoon, Chen Feng prepared the braised pork belly he would sell at his stall that day. As time went by, it was time for Chen Feng to set up his stall again. Tonight is the last night of the holiday. Although it's still early, there are already quite a few people on the food street outside the school. After parking the food cart, Chen Feng poured himself a cup of pear soup and walked toward the fried skewers vendor who had just set up his stall not far away. Just as the guy selling fried skewers set up his oil fryer and arranged all sorts of ingredients, he saw Chen Feng walking towards his stall with a cup of something he couldn't quite make out. Since its inception, the serving dish of xiaodiao pear soup has been served in a variety of containers, from rough earthenware bowls to copper teapots, with different containers corresponding to different occasions. Of course, the taste of the pear soup remains unchanged. Just like now, Chen Feng chose a disposable cup for holding milk tea. Pear soup is not a scalding hot drink. Whether it's warm or chilled, it can be drunk with a straw. Therefore, milk tea cups can be used. If it's a scalding hot soup, you absolutely shouldn't use a straw. Straws don't dissipate heat well, and if you use one to drink hot soup, you'll burn your mouth with blisters. I just made this pear soup with autumn pears today, have a taste. Chen Feng placed a cup of warm pear soup in front of the fried skewer vendor. The guy selling fried skewers looked pleasantly surprised. When he returned to his hometown for the Mid-Autumn Festival, he specially brought Chen Feng a large bag of Kayuya pears, partly to thank Chen Feng for his guidance on improving the recipe for fried skewers sauce. He didn't expect that Chen Feng would actually boil the pears he brought into pear soup and even specially bring him another cup. The guy selling fried skewers smiled, picked up the warm pear soup, and thanked him. His hometown is a production area of Akaizuki pears, so he drank a lot of pear soup from a young age. In the hometown of the guy who makes fried skewers, many people make pear soup at home every now and then. He also remembers that whenever he and his younger brother had a cold and sore throat when they were little, their mother would make them pear soup. Pear soup has the effect of relieving cough and moisturizing the lungs. After taking a bowl of pear soup, your throat will feel much better. Of course, the ingredients for homemade pear soup are far less abundant than those for the pear soup Chen Feng made today. The pear soup that the guy who makes fried skewers has been drinking since he was a child usually only contains pears and rock sugar. The sweet pear soup spreads up the straw, easing the early autumn heat upon tasting. The fried food vendor's eyes widened suddenly. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to have such a trick up his sleeve. This pear soup was arguably the best he had ever tasted. The pear soup in my hometown doesn't taste this amazing. Although his hometown is a pear-producing area, the fried skewer vendor still admitted this. The two chatted for a few more minutes. Not far away, customers started coming to Chen Feng's stall, so Chen Feng ended the conversation and returned to his food cart. Tang Yatong and her boyfriend walked side by side on the food street. "Baby, what would you like to eat?" the boy asked gently. During the National Day holiday, the couple did not spend it together. Tang Yatong went back to her hometown in Sichuan to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the two were separated for a few days. These past few days have felt incredibly long for young people deeply in love. Therefore, as soon as the two returned to school, they went on a date to the food street outside the school. "If all goes well, we can go see a movie after dinner." But Tang Yatong didn't seem to be in a good mood. "Don't ask, my throat is so sore and annoying. These past few days at home have been tiring, and for some reason, Tang Yatong's throat started hurting as soon as she got off the plane. A sore throat naturally leads to a loss of appetite, and even if there's a lot of delicious food in front of you, you won't want to eat it. Are you feeling hot and bothered?" the boy asked again. Although he wasn't from Sichuan, he had learned a few words of the local dialect after spending time with his girlfriend. The two continued walking and talking, but because her throat was sore, the girl spoke very little, and it was mostly the boy who did the talking. "Didn't you say last time that braised pork was really good? Even though you don't like Jiangbei braised pork, you thought it was delicious. How about we go to that place?" The boy seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "We're here already," Tang Yatong said, pointing to the food truck on the other side of the street. The braised pork belly at this stall left a deep impression on Tang Yatong. She never imagined that she, a girl from Sichuan, would one day find the traditional braised pork belly from Jiangbei so delicious. Besides the braised pork belly, what shocked her even more was what she had initially thought. "I ate the spicy chicken in chili oil at Chen Feng's stall." During her trip back to Sichuan for the National Day holiday, she discovered that even the well-known Sichuan-style Bobo chicken restaurants paled in comparison to this unassuming little stall in Jiangbei City. "But, my throat hurts so much. When my throat hurts, I can't eat even the most delicious food." "You eat by yourself, I'm not hungry," Tang Yatong said, looking at the boy next to her. "After we finish dinner, do you want to go see a movie together?" the boy asked while queuing in front of the food cart. Tang Yatong didn't speak, and the boy knew her throat was sore, so he didn't ask any further questions. "What is this?" Just then, the boy noticed something. At the front of the line, several people had already packed their food and were ready to leave. The boy noticed that almost everyone was holding a cup or something. The transparent milk tea cup reflected the light apricot color of the drink inside. It looked similar in color to the rock sugar pear drink from milk tea shops. "This stall is amazing, they've even started selling rock sugar pears." He alone had personally witnessed Chen Feng's stall selling 3 completely different types of food. Whether it's braised pork belly, boiled chicken, or rock sugar pear, at first glance they seem like completely unrelated dishes, making it hard to associate them together. However, these almost unrelated delicacies appear one after another on this inconspicuous stall, making people marvel at how versatile this college student who works part-time as a stall owner is. "It's not rock sugar pear soup, it's called small hanging pear soup." Someone in the line ahead heard the boy muttering to himself and then corrected him. "Small pot pear soup." Although this dessert has a deep connection with rock sugar pear, it is significantly less well known than rock sugar pear. Therefore, the boy had never heard of this dish before. "Little pear soup? How does it taste?" The boy looked at the people queuing in front of him. The boy in front of him looked like a student from a nearby university. How would I know? But Mr. Chen's cooking skills are definitely top-notch. The boy in front said that although he didn't know much about the dish, he chose to trust Chen Feng unconditionally. Xiao Diao pear soup is very well known in the capital, but very few people in Jiangbei City know about it. The line moved forward slowly, and most people shared the same opinion as the passerby in the line. Although they had never heard of this delicacy before, they were sure that Mr. Chen's cooking skills were impeccable. Therefore, almost everyone who bought food also ordered a small cup of pear soup. The price of Xiao Diao pear soup is also reasonable, only 6 yuan a cup. It's made with high-quality ingredients and is much cheaper than milk tea. The couple quickly followed the line to the food truck. 2 cups of pear soup, 1 room temperature and 1 chilled, please, the boy said after ordering 2 servings of braised pork with rice. I told you my throat was sore, why did you give me some braised pork? To be fair, during the few days she returned to her hometown for the National Day holiday, Tang Yutong did miss the braised pork from Chen Feng's stall. Unfortunately, my throat hurts now, and I have no appetite for anything. You drink this. The boy handed Tang Yutong a cup of warm pear soup. If your throat is sore, don't drink anything iced, the boy continued. Actually, it's not that you can't drink iced drinks. The girl thought to herself, but didn't say it aloud. Her throat was already sore, and she was quite thirsty after waiting in line for so long, so she immediately drank a large mouthful of pear soup. The girl's previously furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. My throat, which had been feeling very dry and no amount of water seemed to help, now felt a little moist. The sweet pear soup has a subtle and unique aroma. After entering the mouth, it has a distinct viscous texture and slides down the throat, moisturizing the whole body. This texture comes from the linden wood and white fungus that have been boiled until they release their gelatinous substance. Ahem, cough cough. The girl suddenly cleared her throat. To her surprise, her throat, which had been sore, seemed to feel much better. After quickly finishing a large glass of pear soup, my sore throat had almost completely subsided. Hey, Tang Yutong called out to her boyfriend across the table, her voice now clear and crisp as before. After we finish eating, shall we go see a movie together? Now that her voice had recovered, Tang Yutong no longer felt uncomfortable speaking, and she took the initiative to suggest going to see a movie together. The boy's expression clearly showed a hint of surprise. He immediately put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, and started booking tickets. But the earlier movie tickets are all sold out. The earliest movie tickets are for 10 p.m., so by the time the movie ends, the dorms will be closed. The boy's initial surprise faded. It's okay. Then we won't go back to the dorm. Tang Yutong's voice was melodious, like heavenly music to the boy's ears. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the long-term mission, no regrets in this life. Just as Chen Feng was bending down to take out a glass of chilled pear soup from the bottom of the freezer, a system notification sounded in his ear. Is it because of the small pear soup? The stall was doing very well today, with quite a few people eating at the tables next to it. Therefore, Chen Feng didn't know which customer had triggered the reward for the task. Although the fried skewer vendor brought Chen Feng a lot of Kayuya pears, Chen Feng's stall business was simply too good. Chen Feng has no intention of making Xiao Diao pear soup a regular item on his stall. Today's huge pot of pear soup will only yield less than 200 cups at most. Once it's sold out, there won't be any more. No noodles today? How about a bowl of rice then? This was another regular customer who frequented Chen Feng's stall. What is this? Pear soup? 5 yuan a cup, then I'll have a cup. I don't know how many times such conversations have happened today. After all, pear soup isn't expensive, so regular customers usually order a cup. Chen Feng didn't notice that the customer in front of him took out his phone as soon as he took the pear soup and left the stall. The customer, who looked like a student, inserted a straw, took a sip of the pear soup, and then took out his phone. Then he held up the pear soup in his hand, took a picture, and immediately sent it to a group chat. Boss Chen's stall on the food street has new items. This time it's pear soup. I've tried it, and it's especially delicious, but it seems to be in limited supply. It looks really good. How much is it? Is the line long? Can I still get one if I go now? Soon, someone replied in the group chat. Picture. The response to the questions from group members was a photo of a queue in front of a food truck. Vocal? So many people? I was thinking of going over there, but this line is so long. Could someone bring me some? Next time I don't have classes in the afternoon, I'll go there early and wait in line so I don't have to queue. In this group chat called Zhangjian Food Squad, everyone started chatting. The Zhangjian Food Squad chat group was established by alumni from several years ago at Jiangbei University of Architecture and Technology, and over time it has become a gathering place for many food-loving students at the university. Every year at the start of the school year, many new students join this group chat. The food street outside the school is a perennial topic of conversation among group chats. Until recently, quite a few people have started to notice that small stall on the food street. Some people say the stall has been there for a while, but before that it only sold boiled instant noodles, and the taste was just average, so not many people paid attention to it. Until one day, a food blogger filmed a video about braised pork belly, and everyone realized that the stall owner seemed to have had an epiphany overnight. Some people followed the video to try his braised pork belly and were amazed by how delicious it was. As a result, this small stall has become the hot topic of discussion among the Jongjian food squad these past few days. It is said that some people have already discovered the business opportunity and have started to try to take on some queuing services. Of course, since the National Day holiday has just ended, this business has not yet been able to truly take off. In an office on the third floor of the cafeteria, the floor manager looked at the group chat on his phone, his expression growing increasingly serious. As one of the canteen managers, in addition to frequently checking the campus forum and confession wall of Jiangbei University of Architecture, he also joined the Zhangjian Food Squad, a group chat that often discusses food. After all, a group of 2,000 people would definitely be very effective if used to promote the cafeteria's food. But for some reason, whenever the cafeteria is mentioned in the group chat, the feedback is never very good. Over time, the building manager stopped speaking and just secretly watched the screen. Just now, he saw the photo of the queue in front of Chen Feng's stall. So many people are queuing up? Is it really worth it for a piece of pork? The third floor manager frowned deeply. He only thought it to himself and didn't say it aloud. Should I buy one and try it? This thought suddenly popped into his head. Just then, his phone rang. The third floor manager picked up his phone and looked at the incoming call screen. It was the cafeteria manager. The boss's phone call was definitely more important than a piece of braised pork from a small stall, so he had to temporarily put aside the idea of going to the food street to buy a piece of braised pork to try. How's the sponsorship going? The cafeteria manager on the other end of the phone asked bluntly. At the last cafeteria meeting, the third floor manager proposed a strategy to improve the cafeteria's reputation. That is the principle of, if you can do it, then you do it. This argument is not very tenable. For example, it cannot be expected that everyone who reviews a refrigerator will know how to make one. However, the cafeteria manager believes that as long as students realize the gap between themselves and professional chefs, they will naturally be less likely to criticize the cafeteria. Organize an on-campus cooking competition to give the cafeteria chefs a chance to shine. This indirectly achieved the goal of changing the reputation of the cafeteria. While this method may not always be effective, it is indeed very low cost. The competition venue was in the cafeteria, and the ingredients were purchased by the cafeteria. The cafeteria staff were responsible for maintaining order at the venue. Even if there aren't enough people, we can find a group of students to volunteer. From this perspective, the overall cost of hosting the competition is frighteningly low. If they can even secure suitable sponsorship, the cafeteria can make a profit. By the way, how can we ensure that students are willing to participate in the competition? And if we ask students to help set up the venue, there will definitely be additional expenses. Because this plan was proposed by the third floor manager, and they had not yet come up with a complete plan at that time, there are still a few issues. For managers, the most important thing is to control spending. Just kidding. The reason for contracting the cafeteria is to make money. If there are any additional expenses for hosting a competition, the manager will absolutely not accept it. That will be of trouble to you, the third floor manager replied. But don't worry, the cafeteria definitely won't need to incur any extra expenses. The third floor manager understood the manager's biggest concern, so he immediately emphasized that the cafeteria wouldn't need to pay extra. Let's talk to the department at the school that's responsible for organizing various activities, and then we can give innovation credits to the students who participate in the competition. As long as there are academic credits, there will definitely be a lot of people participating in the competition, the third floor manager said with great certainty. As for sponsorship, I'll go ask the seasoning manufacturers that supply our cafeteria. A long queue was slowly moving forward in front of Chen Feng's food cart. The pear soup that had been prepared in advance was being consumed at an extremely rapid pace. 2 pieces of braised pork, to go. A familiar voice came from the food cart. Chen Feng had heard this sound quite often in the classroom. Teacher Li? The figure in front of the dining car was Li Shan, Chen Feng's academic advisor. Li Shan forced a slightly embarrassed smile. Most of the counselors at Jiangbei University of Architecture are young people who have just graduated with master's degrees a few years ago. So many counselors are actually only a few years older than the students. Li Shan felt the same way. As a counselor, it did feel a bit strange for him to be queuing up in front of his own student's booth. Chen Feng didn't show much emotion about this. Apart from being slightly surprised when he recognized Li Shan, he didn't react much else. For Chen Feng, no matter his identity, once he comes to the stall, he is only a customer. After all, no matter how special the guest status is, it can't compare to the heads of state of various countries attending the G20 summit, right? Li Shan hadn't actually planned to come, but the braised pork was just too delicious. Last time, Li Shan bought a few pieces of braised pork from Chen Feng's stall, and after eating it, he was immediately amazed by how delicious it was. This student, with his tragic background, seems to have an absurdly good cooking skill. Although Li Shan was not a skilled cook, he could still tell that Chen Feng's braised pork was delicious. Having lived in Jiangbei City for so many years, Li Shan has naturally eaten his fair share of braised pork. But even those famous old shops tasted far worse than Chen Feng's stall. The braised pork that Li Shan brought back last time received extremely high praise from his girlfriend. Today is the day before the start of the new semester after the National Day holiday, and Li Shan originally planned to come to school early to handle some matters. But once he arrived at school and it was dinner time, he still couldn't forget the braised pork that Chen Feng had made. When he came to his senses, he found himself in the food street behind the school, queuing up with the students. As Li Shan received the braised pork, he immediately scanned the QR code to pay. Seeing this, Chen Feng did not offer to waive the bill for the counselor. For Li Shan, if Chen Feng really gave him a free meal, he should be panicking. After all, he was Chen Feng's counselor. Shocking! A counselor at Jiangbei University of Architecture was caught dining and dashing at a stall run by impoverished students working part-time. Thinking about the possible news headlines, Li Shan couldn't help but shudder, and he took out his phone to pay even faster than usual. Oh, and give me a cup of pear soup too. Li Shan noticed the newly added little pear soup on the blackboard at some point and offered to have a cup of pear soup. After all, this cup of pear soup costs less than 10 yuan, which is much cheaper than most milk teas. Because he had other work to do, Li Shan left quickly after packing up the food. The queue in front of Chen Feng's stall is getting longer and longer. Today is the last day before school starts. During the long National Day holiday, many people have been thinking about the braised pork from Chen Feng's stall. The thought of being able to eat Mr. Chen's braised pork makes the start of school something to look forward to. Many of the people queuing in front of the stall at this moment share this thought. Chen Feng wasn't particularly busy. Today, his stall wasn't serving stir-fried noodles or braised noodles, so there wasn't anything that Chen Feng needed to make on the spot. Whether it's pear soup or braised pork, you just need to pack it up and hand it over to the customer. Therefore, although the queue in front of the stall looks long, you don't actually need to wait for too long. The students who came specifically for the braised pork belly didn't spend much time there. Diners only need to queue, but Chen Feng has much more to consider. The transfer of ownership for that shop will be completed tomorrow. Tomorrow is the first day of school after the National Day holiday, and Chen Feng's major only has half a day of classes. Chen Feng was planning to take over the shop tomorrow during his free half-day. Chen Feng had seen that shop before. The previous tenant sold braised food, but it went bankrupt. The equipment used for making braised food was also left inside. These devices can be used to make many kinds of cooked food, not just braised food. The equipment is very professional, but I don't know how the previous tenant managed to bankrupt this braised food shop. While thinking about these things, Chen Feng's hands never stopped moving. The braised pork belly, prepared in advance, was being consumed at a steady pace in the large pot. "Boss, 2 pieces of braised pork, to go." A voice that clearly did not belong to a student came from the front of the line. After saying this, Su Weizi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and his friend made another appointment to come to Chen Feng's stall together. Not knowing if Chen Feng was setting up his stall downstairs at the company today, they didn't volunteer to work overtime like last time, but instead went directly to the food street in Jiangbei University town for dinner. Because today is the last day of the holiday, there are so many students returning to school that the queue in front of Chen Feng's stall is incredibly long. When the two saw the long queue in front of the food truck, they were somewhat discouraged. After all, the two of them had already waited in a long line once before, and that time the wait was quite long. Even when the vendors run out of ingredients halfway through the queue, they have to wait for the market suppliers to deliver new ingredients. At first, the two even considered ordering takeout first and then continuing to wait. Since we're already here. In the end, the two resolutely decided to queue up. The reason why the queue was longer back then was because Chen Feng's stall served braised noodles that time. The hand-pulled noodles used for braised noodles must be cooked fresh, and once the noodles are used up, they must be rolled out again. Although Chen Feng's efficiency was already extremely high, the speed of serving food still couldn't compare to today's business of only selling braised pork and pear soup. After deciding to join the queue, the two watched as the queue moved forward at an extremely fast pace, and soon there were only a few people left in front of them. Only then did Su Weizi see clearly the names written on the blackboard: braised pork, tiger skin green peppers, and small pear soup. There was no braised noodles today. Su Weizi was soon in line. "Boss, 2 pieces of braised pork, to go." There are too many people at the stall now, so Su Weizi doesn't plan to eat here. "Boss, when are you going to set up your stall in the office building again?" Su Weizi suddenly asked as Chen Feng packed his food. Some other time, Chen Feng replied casually, without specifying a time. On the day Chen Feng set up his stall in the commercial district, many people patronized his stall. For those office workers, Chen Feng's stall was like a fleeting glimpse of a swan, appearing suddenly in their lives and disappearing just as quickly. Nothing was left behind except the unforgettable taste. Su Liazi's words reminded Chen Feng of something else. Back then, downstairs in the office building, next to Chen Feng's stall, was that young man selling rice noodles. The young man's name was Chang Suyuan. He had even asked Chen Feng for advice on how to make rice noodle soup base. The rice noodle soup base involves simmering broth. Although it's not as complex as a real stock, it's still not something that can be explained in a few words. So he added Chen Feng's contact information, and Chen Feng agreed to teach him another day. 2 or 3 days have passed since then. In a rented room in Jiangbei City, a young man is deep in thought, staring at the interface of a messaging app. This young man was Chang Suyuan. Although Chang Suyuan is a local of Jiangbei City, there is no suitable place to set up a stall near his home. To make it easier to set up his stall, he even rented a house nearby to live in. As an e-person, he rarely engages in internal conflicts and usually just does what comes to mind. He even quit his job as a programmer because it was too boring. But now, facing the chat interface of the communication software, Chang Suyuan felt a long-lost sense of unease. Just a few days ago, around noon, the young, mysterious stall owner came to set up his stall next to Chang Suyuan's. The stall owner was even a few years younger than Chang Suyuan. However, Chang Suyuan was amazed by the other person's culinary skills. Chang Suyuan tasted a bowl of braised noodles made by Chen Feng and even had the idea of becoming his apprentice. Chen Feng also agreed to teach Chang Suyuan how to make rice noodle soup base. That's why Chang Suyuan is currently staring at the chat interface, unsure of what to send. The other person's cooking is so delicious, they definitely wouldn't lie to me. However, since he was an e-person, Chang Suyuan didn't dwell on it too much and asked directly after thinking for a moment. "Boss, when are you free?" Chen Feng, who was setting up his stall at the time, did not see his message. Chang Suyuan waited for a while, but when he saw that there was no reply, he didn't waste any more time on internal communication. Instead, he turned off the communication software and started watching short videos. Enjoy delicious food, love life. Hello everyone, I'm Heiran. On a video app, a slightly overweight food blogger is talking animatedly. Chang Suyuan had only recently started following this restaurant review blogger. He had stumbled upon Li Heiran's videos and found that this self-proclaimed former professional chef had some talent, which is why he chose to follow him. In the past few days, this blogger's number of followers has increased quite rapidly. Chang Suyuan never missed a single video episode. A few days ago, the blogger returned to his hometown of And and filmed several episodes featuring And's local delicacies. Dragging the progress bar to skip the ordering stage, Chang Suyuan chose to start directly from the review section. As expected of a professional chef, his comments are so insightful. Chang Suyuan sighed silently. The dinner rush has finally passed. The number of people queuing in front of Chen Feng's stall did not decrease. Everyone has a tendency to follow the crowd, and after so many days of word of mouth, Chen Feng's stall has become increasingly well known among the nearby universities. People who came to Chen Feng's stall before were mostly there to eat or to sample the food. Now, many people are queuing up here simply to check in. Sure enough, when it comes to joining in the fun, college students are second to none. This resulted in a decrease in foot traffic throughout the food street after dinner time, but there were still many people at Chen Feng's stall. "Boss, 50 pieces of braised pork, please," a student-looking person said in front of Chen Feng's stall. "Tao Xiao." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. 50 yuan. His tone was hesitant. Chen Feng frowned. The other person was clearly queuing on behalf of someone else. In other words, they are commonly known as scalpers. Chen Feng shook his head and said, "No." Just now, in the group chat of the Zhangjian University Food Squad, someone posted a photo of the queue in front of Chen Feng's food stall. In this photo, the queue in front of Chen Feng's stall looks rather ridiculous. The queue even turned back several times on one side of the food street. Some people who originally wanted to try Chen Feng's braised pork at his stall have now given up on the idea. The queue was so long that it looked daunting, but some people saw a business opportunity in it. Braised pork belly at the food street is available for those who wish to queue. Hurry and buy if you want. Someone posted this message in the group chat of the Zhangjian University Food Squad. Liao Pengfei firmly believes that business opportunities are everywhere in life. Now a sophomore, he has spent his university years trying to seize every business opportunity, whether it's commemorative coins, rare liquors, or promotional materials from various businesses. For example, a certain rare type of liquor that is in high demand and short supply is only sold at specific times each day, and the supply is limited. For a long time, Liao Pengfei would wait out every night at 8 p.m. to snap up this expensive liquor. After grabbing it, you can resell it and make a profit of hundreds of yuan. Besides, Liao Pengfei has done countless similar things. For example, buying up newly released mobile phones and then reselling them at a high price. They use autoclickers to snatch concert tickets and then resell them to others at a higher price. Just now, Liao Pengfei noticed what everyone was talking about in the group chat. The braised pork at that little stall on the food street in Jiangbei University town is very popular. However, because so many people wanted to eat braised pork belly, there were long queues in front of the stall. Many people don't want a queue, but they still want to eat the braised pork from that stall. In Liao Pengfei's view, this is the perfect business opportunity. The braised pork at that stall costs 8 yuan per piece. Those who want to try braised pork belly but don't want to wait in line naturally don't mind spending a few extra dollars. Soon, many people became Liao Pengfei's clients. Liao Pengfei calculated that these people actually wanted to buy a total of 50 pieces of braised pork. If nothing unexpected happens, he can take this opportunity to make a small profit. Then, boss, 50 pieces of braised pork, please. No. Chen Feng would naturally not allow this kind of scalping behavior. Why not? You didn't say there was a purchase limit. Liao Pengfei pointed to the small blackboard hanging on the food cart. The blackboard only listed the types and prices of the dishes, without mentioning any purchase limits. Before Chen Feng could speak, a commotion arose from the group. You bought them all, what are we going to eat? You can eat this much by yourself. It was obvious that those in the front row who had overheard the conversation were somewhat dissatisfied with Liao Pengfei's behavior. The news quickly spread among the people in line. Even the last few people in the line already knew that someone was buying braised pork on behalf of someone else and wanted to buy 50 pieces of braised pork at once. The people at the back of the line didn't know the specifics of the conversation between the stall owner and this person, so they were inevitably a little worried. It's important to know that Chen Feng prepares a limited number of dishes each day. Moreover, the process of making braised pork belly is quite time-consuming, unlike hand-pulled noodles, which can be made on the spot at any time. Therefore, once the pork belly is sold out, it's completely gone, and you definitely won't be able to eat it today. Of course they can't accept that. After Chen Feng refused, Liao Pengfei continued, I can add 1 yuan to each piece of braised pork. Even if he adds $1 more, Liao Pengfei can still make a profit. In Liao Pengfei's view, it doesn't matter who Chen Feng sells to, as long as he's willing to pay more, Chen Feng has no reason not to sell. Just then, people in the back of the line started to denounce Liao Pengfei. Liao Pengfei didn't pay much attention at first, until such a voice came from the team. I know this person, Liao Pengfei from class 3 of the accounting major at Zhangjian University. Someone in the crowd called out Liao Pengfei's name, even mentioning his major in class. Before this, even though many people in the team expressed dissatisfaction with Liao Pengfei's behavior, he didn't take it to heart. No matter how dissatisfied these people are, they cannot stop Chen Feng from selling the pork to them. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. They can't possibly come and beat us up over a piece of braised pork, can they? At most, I would vent about myself on the school forum afterwards. Until someone called out Liao Pengfei's name. Liao Pengfei believes he is virtually unknown at school. He never expected that, by such a coincidence, someone in the line behind him would recognize him. Thus, by sheer coincidence, Liao Pengfei was unjustly opened up. His expression suddenly froze. Liao Pengfei had thought that today would be like his previous days. He would discover a business opportunity and make a small profit. I should have worn a mask. Liao Pengfei was on the verge of tears. Ignoring Liao Pengfei's stiff expression, Chen Feng said, there are other people in line behind you. If you're not buying, please make way. Liao Pengfei remained frozen in place. The boy who was originally behind him reached out and pulled Liao Pengfei out of the line. For Chen Feng, this was just a minor incident during his stall setup, but for the people in line, it was definitely a lot of fun. At first, some people were a little nervous, wondering if Liao Pengfei would steal their share of pork belly since he bought so much at once. At that moment, some people had already taken out their phones and started filming. It wasn't until Chen Feng rejected Liao Pengfei that someone in the group opened Liao Pengfei's box, and even the people behind him pushed Liao Pengfei aside. The crowd had completely switched to watching for fun. As Liao Pengfei slunk away, many people in the back rows began to laugh. No matter where you are, scalpers are universally despised. If someone speaks well of scalpers, they are most likely an accomplice of scalpers. Chen Feng scooped the last piece of braised pork from the pot, packed it up, and handed it to a student in front of the food cart. Despite the enthusiastic diners on the last day of the holiday, the braised pork belly was eventually sold out. The pear soup sold out even earlier than the braised pork. The large pot of pear soup I prepared today seems a bit too little compared to the popularity of Chen Feng's stall. Chen Feng took down the small blackboard next to the food cart window that displayed the prices of the dishes, wrote the word sold out on it, and then hung it up again. The crowd erupted into noise again, and amidst the commotion, faint cries and sighs could be heard. I waited in line for so long, and they're all sold out? I'm so hungry. I'll take any other kind of pork belly if you don't have braised pork. School hasn't started yet, so why are there so many people in the food street? The boy at the very front of the line had the most mixed feelings. The person ahead of him in line bought the last piece of braised pork. Just a second ago, he was the person closest to the braised pork belly. But now, his fall from grace is like going from heaven to hell. He stood in front of the food cart, a hint of resentment in his eyes, scanning everything inside. Just then, the boy, who was born and raised in Jiangbei City, seemed to suddenly remember something. "Boss, do you have any rice left?" "There are still some," Chen Feng replied. "Can I pay extra for a spoonful of the broth from the braised pork? Even if the meat is sold out, there will definitely be some broth left. I'm such a genius," the boy thought to himself as he said those words. There's still rice and soup left. The boy's way of thinking was indeed unique, and even Chen Feng was taken aback for a moment. "I won't charge you extra. The broth is already free. If you buy a bowl of rice, you can get a free spoonful." Since ancient times, serving braised pork belly with broth over rice has been a classic way to eat it. In most restaurants in Jiangbei that serve braised pork, even if customers don't buy the braised pork, they can ask for a spoonful of broth when they buy rice to add some flavor to the rice. Meat broth mixed with rice is the best choice for some down-on-their-luck people when they lack money to fill their stomachs. At Super Italian Revival Restaurant, a bowl of rice topped with broth, plus free refills of Russo corn chowder, can fill you up for just $1. There's never been a reason to charge for the broth of braised pork belly, so Chen Feng naturally wouldn't charge extra for it either. After packing up a box of rice topped with a large spoonful of meat broth, the boy finally left, satisfied. This seemed to open a new world for those queuing behind. "I just want a bowl of rice and a spoonful of broth." Others followed suit and started ordering food in the same way. Another half hour passed, and finally, not a single drop of broth remained in the pot. The rice was almost sold out, even though Chen Feng had steamed an extra pot of rice halfway through. Chen Feng was surprised by the enthusiasm of the diners today, who preferred to take only the broth rather than leave empty-handed. Unfortunately, there's not even any broth left. It was almost 9 p.m., and the number of people in line had decreased significantly compared to before, but there were still 4 or 5 people in front of Chen Feng's stall when the last of the meat soup was sold out. These people arrived after the dinner rush, and perhaps their persistence in queuing until now is simply due to some kind of obsession. "Sorry, the braised pork belly and broth are all sold out." Chen Feng spoke to the last few people outside the dining car. "Ah dash." Several more long sighs followed. "Oh well, it's our fault for being late. Let's come earlier tomorrow. I'm so hungry. I came right away as soon as I saw the message in the group chat. I didn't even have time to eat dinner." "Boss, could you make more next time?" When they reached the very end of the queue, they found that the braised pork they wanted was already sold out, and there wasn't even a spoonful of broth left. Only the students themselves knew the pain they felt at that moment. The group turned to leave. At this time, the cafeteria had already closed, and most of the food stalls on the food street had also closed up shop, so they could only make do with a meal at the instant noodle stall downstairs in the school dormitory, etc. Chen Feng suddenly called out to the group. Chen Feng felt a little sorry for the students who had waited in line for so long and had to leave hungry. Chen Feng turned his head and scanned the food cart. Not many other ingredients were prepared today. Chen Feng always uses fresh meat from the same day to make braised pork, so there is no frozen meat stored in the freezer. There's still some flour and other vegetables left, and quite a few eggs too. The food truck has enough ingredients to make stir-fried noodles, but there are no noodles available at the moment. If I were to make the hand-pulled noodles on the spot, there definitely wouldn't be enough time. Chen Feng's gaze was suddenly drawn to the steamer. There was still some leftover rice inside. Too many people ordered rice in exchange for meat broth, so Chen Feng had to steam another pot of rice. "Do you eat fried rice with eggs?" Chen Feng looked at the people in front of the stall and asked. The boy at the front was the first to react and started nodding frantically. When the others heard that there was fried rice with egg, they also gave up and left. They had been waiting in line for so long and were ready to leave disappointed, but Chen Feng's words rekindled their hope. "Wait a moment," Chen Feng said. The group immediately stood obediently in front of the stall, gazing expectantly at Chen Feng. Chen Feng poured the rice out of the steamer and estimated in his mind that this amount of rice was just enough to make fried rice for 5 people. The quality of fried rice varies greatly. Both Yangzhou fried rice and regular egg fried rice use eggs and rice as their main ingredients, but Yangzhou fried rice has an extremely rich variety of other ingredients: ham, green peas, shrimp, sea cucumber, shiitake mushrooms, bamboo shoots, etc. None of these ingredients are in the fried rice Chen Feng is making today. Some say that this simple and unpretentious fried rice is a simplified version of the elaborate Yangzhou fried rice. But as far as Chen Feng knew, it was quite the opposite. Yangzhou fried rice actually originated from ordinary egg fried rice. Ancient chefs added various ingredients and even broth to the basics of egg fried rice, finally creating Yangzhou fried rice, a dish that was improved from ordinary egg fried rice. In his previous life, Chen Feng had indeed cooked Yangzhou fried rice at some very high-profile banquets. The egg fried rice I'm making today uses much simpler ingredients than Yangzhou fried rice, but it's just as difficult. The main ingredients are only eggs and rice. This extremely simple combination is where the skill truly shines. Chen Feng took out 10 eggs, cracked them on the cutting board, and put them into a bowl. Chen Feng poured the eggs into a bowl and then inserted his chopstick straight into the bowl to scramble the eggs. The reason for inserting it straight into the bowl is to reduce air bubbles in the egg mixture. When making stir-fried noodles, the egg should be loose and porous to allow the umami substances in the eggs to more easily infuse into the broth during the stewing process. Therefore, Chen Feng chose to insert chopsticks diagonally into the bowl to stir the eggs, which would not only break up the eggs but also introduce a lot of air into the egg mixture, increasing the number of bubbles in the egg mixture. With enough air bubbles, the egg mixture will have a loose and porous texture when it comes into contact with hot oil and solidifies. The same applies when making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Stir the egg mixture at an angle to make the eggs in the finished dish more porous and absorb more broth. The eggs in fried rice, on the other hand, need to have a firmer texture. Therefore, it is required that too much air cannot enter the egg mixture during the stirring process, which is why Chen Feng chose the vertical stirring method. Add a pinch of pepper to the egg mixture to remove any fishy smell, and a pinch of salt to taste. Continue stirring. After mixing, Chen Feng set the egg mixture aside for later use. Chop the scallions and set them aside. There are many versions of fried rice, with some using complicated ingredients and others using simple ones. The scrambled eggs that Chen Feng is going to make today are the simplest kind. It's just egg fried rice in the literal sense. Eggs, fried rice, that's all. Such simplicity is extremely rare, whether found at a street stall or in an ordinary household. Even ordinary people who have just learned to cook will try to make fried rice more interesting when they make it at home, such as adding a sausage or half a cabbage. Many restaurants serve fried rice with even more ingredients. Some restaurants even strive to ensure that every grain of rice is evenly coated with egg, elevating egg fried rice to golden fried rice. Golden fried rice not only has a unique taste, but also a stunning visual effect. People who have never cooked before will find it amazing when they see it for the first time. What Chen Feng made today was the simplest and most unpretentious egg fried rice. Even the only side dish was chopped green onions. After preparing the other ingredients, Chen Feng took out the leftover rice. The rice has been cooked for a while, but it's still steaming because it was kept in a steamer that keeps the rice warm. Making fried rice with rice that has been cooked for less than half an hour and is still steaming hot is quite difficult for many people. Some people say that fried rice must be made with leftover rice. Chen Feng had heard this phrase more than once in his previous life, and each time he heard it, he would just smile and remain silent. This statement has some merit, but it is by no means an unbreakable ironclad rule. For most restaurants and street vendors, it's unrealistic to keep just the right amount of leftovers on hand. The reason for this statement is that using leftover rice can indeed reduce the difficulty of making fried rice. The main component of rice is starch. During the steaming or cooking process, starch gelatinizes after absorbing water when exposed to high temperatures. After starch gelatinizes, its physical properties change, and its viscosity increases. This is why freshly steamed rice becomes sticky. Among the 4 major Chinese cuisines, many dishes use the technique of thickening with cornstarch, which utilizes the gelatinization properties of starch. The starch, after gelatinization, has a sticky consistency, which helps to lock the sauce onto the dish. Starch in its gelatinized state has high viscosity and high moisture content. Therefore, when you stir-fry hot rice, the rice tends to stick together easily. Such rice is not only difficult to absorb flavor during the stir-frying process, but also has a poor taste. After being left to stand, the gelatinized starch will enter a state of retrogradation. The gelatinized state of starch is not permanent. As the temperature decreases, the starch will slowly retrograde. After retrogradation, the moisture content of the rice will decrease, and the stickiness of the rice will also decrease. This is why many dishes that use the thickening technique need to be eaten while they are hot. After these dishes cool down, the originally gelatinized starch recrystallizes, the viscosity decreases, and the thickening sauce can no longer coat the main ingredients, resulting in the thickening sauce coming off. Because of this property of starch, leftover rice, which has lower viscosity, is easier to achieve a loose, grainy texture and absorbs flavors more easily. Actually, this can be achieved as long as the rice is cooled down, even if it is not left overnight. Most restaurants that make fried rice do it this way. After the rice is cooked, let it sit for a while, and it's ready. Rice specifically made for fried rice may have less water added during the steaming process, in order to speed up the dehydration and rehydration process of the rice. Apart from leftover rice from yesterday, very few restaurants would deliberately prepare leftover rice. Using leftovers is more of a convenient practice for ordinary families. When ordinary families steam rice, they often steam more than usual. The leftover rice can be used to make fried rice the next day, which is time-saving and labor-saving. Using leftover rice can indeed make making fried rice easier. Hot rice that has just been steamed is the most difficult option. The rice in Chen Feng's hand was this kind. However, heating rice only increases the difficulty, not makes it completely unusable. Chefs can compensate for the shortcomings of hot rice by using techniques when frying rice. Chen Feng poured a little egg mixture into the rice. If you're making golden fried rice, this step requires adding a large amount of egg liquid to allow the egg liquid and rice to blend together beforehand. Chen Feng added the egg liquid not for that reason. Hot rice is already sticky, and when it's heated in a pot, it clumps together even more tightly, making it very difficult to stir-fry. Chen Feng added a little egg liquid beforehand so that it could act as a lubricant. The ingredients were now ready, and Chen Feng turned on the stove and heated the pot. Heat the pan, add peanut oil, and then add a large spoonful of lard. Fried rice needs plenty of oil to be fragrant, and peanut oil and lard each have their own unique aroma. When the two aromas combine in fried rice, they can create a synergistic effect that is greater than the sum of their parts. When the oil temperature reached 60%, Chen Feng poured the egg mixture into the pan. The egg mixture rises, like a thin golden thread, and slides into the hot oil. 10 eggs produce a considerable amount of egg liquid. If you pour it all into the pan at once, the oil temperature will drop. Pulling the egg mixture up and sliding it in helps maintain the oil temperature and keeps the egg mixture loose, preventing it from clumping together. The egg mixture solidifies immediately upon being poured into the pan. Since the eggs will be stir-fried with rice later, they should be cooked until tender at this stage. Use a spatula to break up the solidified egg mixture in the pan. The hot oil was poured out, and the already solidified eggs were caught steadily by a slotted spoon. Add oil back into the pan. Heat the oil to about 65% of its maximum temperature, then add the rice. The rice is squeezed and scattered by the force of the spatula. The egg mixture that was just added is now working. This step must be done quickly, otherwise, once the rice heats up, the clumps of rice will not heat evenly inside and out, causing them to clump together even more tightly, and the rice on the outside may even burn. After the rice was spread out, Chen Feng sprinkled a little salt into it. It's described as a small amount, but it's actually half a point more than the amount of salt you would normally use when stir-frying vegetables. Fried rice is not just a staple food, it needs to be slightly salty to be more palatable. Then Chen Feng started tossing and stir-frying the food in the wok. The rice was tossed and turned in the pot. Stirring allows the rice to heat evenly, resulting in firm rice with few gaps. If you don't stir-fry frequently, the rice at the bottom will also burn. The people outside the food truck were stunned. There is no specific time for stir-frying rice. Generally speaking, the higher the moisture content of the rice, the longer it needs to be stir-fried. Chen Feng used freshly steamed rice with a high moisture content, so it naturally needed to be stir-fried for a while longer. Keep the fire burning throughout. After 4.5 minutes, the rice began to become glossy, faintly emitting a hint of wok hei, the smoky aroma imparted by a hot wok. Now add the eggs that were prepared earlier. Stir-fry the eggs and rice together, and the aroma becomes increasingly rich. The aroma of rice will gradually intensify as it is stir-fried. Add the eggs when the aroma is just beginning to emerge, mix and stir-fry. The aroma will reach its peak when the two main ingredients are fully blended. 25 seconds later, the aroma seemed to reach its peak. The people outside the food truck were already swallowing hard, but Chen Feng knew that there was still a little bit left. Right now, just as the aroma was about to reach its peak, Chen Feng generously sprinkled in the chopped scallions he had prepared earlier. The green onions, chopped into tiny pieces, released their flavor in an instant. Add the chopped scallions to the pan and stir-fry again. The aroma of scallions blends with the wok's smokiness, and the fragrance rises even higher. Turn off the heat, and the aroma is frozen at its peak. The dish is now ready and ready to serve. Chen Feng's fried rice used extremely simple ingredients. He didn't even add soy sauce. Adding soy sauce to fried rice can enhance its saltiness and flavor. Fried rice is a dish with a long history, but there is still no definitive answer as to what its specific flavor should be. Some restaurants have even developed chili sauce fried rice, and its spicy flavor has become quite popular. Similarly, some people prefer to make savory fried rice. To enhance the flavor, soy sauce, message, and chicken bouillon are added. The most prized Yangzhou fried rice even requires several spoonfuls of broth, which the chef skillfully infuses into the rice, enhancing its flavor without increasing its moisture content. Ultimately, it all comes down to two aspects: freshness and aroma. Some cooking methods emphasize the fusion of freshness and aroma, while others pursue the ultimate in freshness. The fried rice that Chen Feng made this time was the other extreme. This fried rice is all about the aroma. The aroma of the wok and the fragrance of scallions blended together, making the few people who could only smell the aroma but hadn't yet tasted the fried rice feel incredibly restless. The The so-called wok hei is essentially a product of the Maillard reaction that occurs when food comes into contact with the hot walls of a wok. When a mixture of starch and oil is exposed to high temperatures, it caramelizes slightly, releasing a unique flavor. Only when the temperature is high enough can the wok hei, the smoky aroma imparted by a hot pot, be produced. This is why it's more difficult to make fried rice with hot rice. Hot rice has a high water content, and if there is too much water, the temperature of the pot wall cannot rise quickly. The restaurant's wok has a high heat output, which can compensate for this. For most people, cooking hot rice at home is a challenge. Chen Feng shook the wok in his hand, scooped the rice into a large ladle, and then put it into a lunchbox. A rich aroma wafted out from the dining car window. There was still a small amount of fried rice in the pan. Chen Feng used a large ladle to scoop out the rice without moving the pan. The so-called pulling the ladle is used to scoop out the last bit of food left in the wok. This is a little trick often used by many professional chefs. The woks used in the kitchen are often large and heavy, and it is very difficult to lift the whole wok and pour the food into a container. Moreover, after a long period of use, the bottom of the wok will inevitably accumulate a lot of black ash due to prolonged scorching. This means that when you pick up the wok to pour out the food, you might accidentally smear some soot onto the serving dish. Otherwise, you have to be extremely careful. Therefore, many experienced chefs use the technique of pulling the ladle, both to save effort and time. Gather the last bit of food in the pot together, cover it with a large spoon facing down, and then pull it sharply out of the pot. The dish is suspended in mid-air for a moment, but because of the high speed, it does not fall due to inertia. Quickly flip the large ladle in mid-air to catch the food. The key is speed, and then practice makes perfect. This technique is not difficult for professional chefs, and it is even more effortless for Chen Feng. Even someone like Li Heiren, who came to the profession halfway through, can still skillfully use a ladle. Chen Feng didn't think much of it, but to the students in front of the stall, this one-handed ladle pulling technique seemed like magic. In their view, Chen Feng had produced 5 plates of fragrant fried rice with a series of smooth and skillful actions, especially the final ladle pulling action, which made it seem as if he had taken advantage of the fried rice to scoop it onto a plate when no one was looking. The fried rice on the plate was crystal clear, with each grain distinct, topped with golden eggs and a few bright green scallions. Although the ingredients look so simple, the rich aroma is quite overpowering. By the way, how much is a serving of fried rice? After placing the fried rice on a small table, the group remembered to ask Chen Feng about the price. Chen Feng hesitated for 2 seconds. 8 yuan, please. The ingredients for this rice dish are so simple that Chen Feng doesn't want to sell it for too high a price. Wu Hongzhi never expected that what he had just seen in the group chat and, driven by curiosity, had led him to queue for a while at the food street, would turn out to be such a pleasant surprise. He had heard of Chen Feng's stall before, but had never tried his braised pork. Today, Wu Hongzhi returned to school and, having nothing to do, decided to give the food street a try. At first, the long line really startled him, but since he had nothing better to do, he was more eager to try the braised pork belly. By the time we got to the end of the line, even the broth was sold out. He was about to leave in disappointment, but to his surprise, the stall owner took the initiative to let them stay. Thus, Wu Hongzhi successfully tasted the most delicious egg fried rice he had ever eaten in his life. Scoop up a spoonful of fried rice and put it directly into your mouth. Each grain of rice is distinct, and each grain has a subtle sheen of oil. Once you start chewing, the oily texture transforms into a distinct flavor, complementing the small amount of egg mixed in with the rice, making it irresistible. The boss didn't put anything in it, so why does this fried rice smell so good? Not only Wu Hongzhi, but the others also had similar questions in their minds. But no one said it aloud. They were completely absorbed in chewing the fried rice in front of them and had no time to think about anything else. Wu Hongzhi, who had no cooking experience, did not know that this aroma was called wok hei, wok aroma. A plate of fried rice was devoured in the blink of an eye. Wu Hongzhi hadn't even reacted yet, only feeling a little unsatisfied. He only remembered that he hadn't taken a picture after he finished eating. If I posted a picture of this fried rice in the group chat, those who couldn't have it would be incredibly envious. Boss, is there any more? Just then, not only Wu Hongzhi, but the others had also finished eating. Some people even asked Chen Feng if they could have another bowl. Needless to say, it's definitely gone. Wu Hongzhi opened the group chat for the Zhangjian Food Squad and was about to show off. However, they discovered that the group chat messages had already accumulated to 99 plus. Although there are quite a few people in this group, they usually stay silent and rarely send many messages. When Wu Hongzhi clicked on it, he found that many people were denouncing the same person. Didn't you say that double the price guaranteed you could buy a piece of braised pork? Someone sent this message and then tagged another person in the group chat. You said you could buy it for me, that's why I didn't queue up, someone else said, tagging the same person at the same time. Geneva, refund my money. The person who sent this message was clearly a hot-tempered guy. The messages were scrolling rapidly, suggesting that someone had incurred public wrath. On the other side, Liao Pengfei, who had left Chen Feng's stall earlier, was looking at the messages in the group chat, sweating profusely. He never expected that after working as a scalper for so long, he would actually fail because of a piece of braised pork. Liao Pengfei originally thought that even if he couldn't buy braised pork, he could just get a refund. But he didn't expect that there were many group members queuing in front of Chen Feng's stall. Just now, no fewer than 10 people posted their confessions on Zhang Jian's confession wall. Most universities have confession walls. Although it's called a confession wall, it's not just for confessing your feelings. As a communication platform among college students, the confession wall, to some extent, serves a function similar to a student forum. When it was first created, the confession wall was indeed used for confessing one's feelings. But later, many people used the confession wall to vent, make friends, find missing people, and even post lost and found notices. Before Chen Feng transmigrated to this world, the original owner's instant noodle stall had been criticized on a confession wall because the taste was so indescribable. Just now, Liao Pengfei discovered that many people had posted photos of the scalper on the food street who wanted to buy 50 yuan worth of braised pork at once on the confession wall. Someone even tagged him in the comments section below. Ding ding. With a notification tone, Liao Pengfei received a new message on his phone. It was sent by the counselor. What's going on today? Come to my office. Liao Pengfei, his face ashen, walked toward the office building. The group chat of the Zhangjian food squad was so lively that Wu Hengji's boast about eating fried rice with eggs quickly disappeared in the rapidly scrolling messages. The group left satisfied shortly after finishing their fried rice. Being able to eat such delicious fried rice, at least queuing up today, was worthwhile. Boss, I saw with my own eyes that you put almost nothing in it. How come this fried rice smells so good? Before leaving, Wu Hengji finally couldn't help but ask. While Chen Feng was making this pot of fried rice, the five of them watched from the window outside the food cart for almost the entire time. Besides Chen Feng's smooth and skillful wok flipping technique, what impressed Wu Hengji the most was the intense heat, which resembled a planetary engine, and the almost empty ingredients. When the heat is high and the wok aroma is achieved, the fried rice will naturally be fragrant. Chen Feng explained the principle in simple language. However, the concept of wok aroma is still very difficult for people who have never cooked to understand. Although Wu Hengji didn't understand, he still remembered it. The rice will be more fragrant if the heat is high. I'll try it as soon as I get home for vacation next time, Wu Hengji thought to himself. After seeing off the last few diners, Chen Feng glanced at his phone. It's getting late, and there's not much food left in the dining car. It's time to pack up and leave. Just then, Chen Feng noticed a message on his phone's messaging app. Boss, when are you free? It was sent by Chang Suyuan. When Chen Feng had previously set up a stall under an office building in the business district, he had promised to teach Su Yuan how to make rice noodle soup base. However, I've been busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to do so. Upon seeing this message, Chen Feng pondered for a moment. I happen to have no classes tomorrow morning, so I can take the opportunity to try out the equipment in that shop. Thinking of this, Chen Feng sent a message to Chang Suyuan. Tomorrow, I don't have class tomorrow morning. Then, Chen Feng sent over the address of the shop. On the other end, Chang Suyuan stared at the words "I have no classes tomorrow morning" and fell into deep thought. He then realized that he didn't seem to know much about this mysterious culinary master. The two had only met once. Chang Suyuan only knew that Chen Feng looked very young, but he never expected that the other party was still in college. With this skill, why bother going to school? Chang Suyuan said he didn't quite understand. However, Chang Suyuan knew that this big shot's culinary skills were so amazing that whatever he did must have his reasons. However, a great curiosity arose in Chang Suyuan's heart. Chang Suyuan believes he has some talent in cooking. He had never received any training from those snack training classes, nor had he systematically studied cooking skills. When Chang Suyuan decided to quit his job and start a street stall, he had seen an advertisement for a rice noodle franchise. The franchise fee is 50,000 yuan, which includes training and ensures you learn everything. Raw materials are sourced centrally. Chang Suyuan did not choose to acquire rice noodles through franchising. He first found the most common way to make rice noodles online. This method doesn't really have a recipe, but the overall production process is quite complete. Then Chang Suyuan ate rice noodles for a whole month. During this month, Chang Suyuan visited almost every rice noodle shop in Jiangbei City. Based on the seasonings he had tasted over the past few days, Chang Suyuan made some adjustments to the common recipe, which became the method he uses for his stall. This is the thing that Chang Suyuan is most proud of, and it also made him realize that he may indeed have some talent in cooking. His rice noodle stall does pretty good business every noon, which is the best proof of that. Chang Suyuan thus defined himself as a person with culinary talent, until he met Chen Feng. Chen Feng was a few years younger than him, but his cooking skills were already so advanced that he couldn't understand them at all. Taste doesn't lie, he had tasted Chen Feng's braised noodles. Moreover, things like rice noodle soup base recipes aren't something you can figure out on your own just by being talented. The news he had just learned was even more incomprehensible to Chang Suyuan. Chen Feng was still in school. Chang Suyuan instantly imagined a modern fantasy novel titled A Culinary Family Heir on campus. Regardless, Chen Feng had promised to teach him how to make rice noodle soup base, so Chang Suyuan couldn't speculate too much. The next morning, Chang Suyuan woke up early. Chang Suyuan hopped on his electric scooter and headed towards Jiangbei University town. Today is Monday, the first day back to work after the National Day holiday. Many people are returning to work today. Every traffic light along the road was filled with parked electric bikes. As the red light turned green, hundreds of electric vehicles crossed the road, creating a truly impressive sight. This is a unique feature of the morning and evening commuting rush hours in Jiangbei City. In many parts of Jiangbei, electric vehicles are faster than cars. Chang Suyuan used to be one of these electric bike riders, but since resigning, he hasn't gotten up this early in a long time. The time for setting up a stall is relatively flexible. Chang Suyuan can get up a little later in the morning and go to the stall to start preparing around 10 o'clock. However, since I'm going to study today, I definitely can't go too late. Should I bow down and acknowledge this master as my master as soon as I arrive? Chang Suyuan thought about it casually. After grabbing a quick breakfast at a roadside stall, Chen Feng dialed the number for the vegetable market. Nowadays, unless he needs special ingredients, Chen Feng rarely makes a special trip to the market anymore. Just make a phone call and have the market deliver it directly. Mr. Chen, what ingredients do you need today? On the other end of the phone, the market vendor asked enthusiastically. Ever since he saw the long queue in front of Chen Feng's food truck, he has started calling Chen Feng Boss Chen. After all, there are only a handful of snack stalls in the entire Jiangbei University town that have such good business. Although Chen Feng looked like just an ordinary college student, his instincts as a market stall owner, honed over years of business experience, told him that building a good relationship with this young man would certainly not hurt. 30 caddies of beef bones, 50 caddies of chicken carcasses, and 3 old hens, from the stall at the back gate of the market. And dried rice noodles. The other side noted them down one by one. The rice noodles may take a little longer to arrive. The dietary habits in Jiangbei City are different from those in the south, and rice noodles are not a very common ingredient in Jiangbei City. In Jiangbei City, the staple food is mainly noodles. Apart from commercial use, few people go to the market to buy rice noodles. Chang Suyuan's residence is not too far from Jiangbei University town. He will arrive soon after passing a few traffic lights. Following the address Chen Feng sent him yesterday, Chang Suyuan arrived at the shop. Wow, this location must be expensive. Before setting up a street stall, Chang Suyuan had considered opening a shop, so he inquired about the rent costs in the catering industry. Then I gave up on the idea. I can't afford to rent, goodbye. Setting up a stall is still the cheapest option. Many newcomers to the catering industry rent premises to open a shop, only to end up working for the landlord and spending all their earnings on rent. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Chang Suyuan looked at the storefront. Above the shop is the sign for a braised food shop. The big boss also opened a braised food shop. Chang Suyuan had no idea that the sign for the braised food shop was left by the previous tenant. Then why would he set up a stall selling braised noodles downstairs from an office building? Chang Suyuan knew how high the profit margin was in the braised food business. Upon entering the shop, a figure was busy inside. The ingredients Chen Feng ordered have arrived, but he hasn't started cooking them yet. On the one hand, I promised to teach Tu Suyuan, so I should at least wait until he arrives. On the other hand, the equipment left by the previous tenant of the shop has not yet been cleaned up. Chen Feng was cleaning a large 250-liter stainless steel drum, and the shop had several more of these drums. These stainless steel buckets were left behind by the previous tenant and have been sitting idle in the shop for a while. It will take a lot of effort to clean them out. Upon seeing this, Chang Suyuan immediately put down the gifts he was carrying and went over to help Chen Feng. Since the big shot had promised to provide a free tutorial on how to make Suyuan rice noodle soup base, Chang Suyuan naturally had no reason to come empty-handed. Teacher, let me help you. On the way, Chang Suyuan also thought about how to address Chen Feng. He couldn't just call him master, since Chen Feng only said he would teach him how to make rice noodle soup base, not that he would take on apprentices. Moreover, Chen Feng was a few years younger than him, which made the issue of how to address him more complicated. Fortunately, this is Jiangbei City, and teacher is a versatile term. In Jiangbei, if you don't know how to address a stranger, calling them teacher will definitely not cause any problems. Chang Suyuan has been running his stall for so long that he is quite adept at cleaning up these catering equipment. The stainless steel pot he uses for cooking soup at his stall is also this style, only it's a size smaller. Chang Suyuan took a steel wool pad and started scrubbing the stainless steel bucket. Watching Chang Suyuan's busy movements, Chen Feng nodded slightly in approval. Chang Suyuan really does have some culinary talent. Although he is a self-taught chef, Chang Suyuan has a quality that many professionally trained chefs do not possess. That is, having eyes to work. This quality is essential for a chef to improve. In other industries, when a leader asks you to work hard, it might be just empty promises, but the culinary industry is different. The path to culinary mastery truly is one where the more you do, the more you learn. In other industries, people who are observant will likely have endless work to do, but they won't reap any special rewards. But chefs who are observant and attentive will indeed grow faster. Therefore, in addition to other talents, having a keen eye for things is also part of culinary talent. From this perspective, making Chang Suyuan a programmer might actually be a waste of his talent. Half an hour later, the equipment left by the previous tenant was finally cleaned up. Chen Feng is finally going to start making rice noodles. Watch carefully and learn well, Chen Feng said casually. Chang Suyuan immediately became a little nervous. He felt that Chen Feng at this moment seemed somewhat different from the Chen Feng who had set up a stall next to his back then. Do you know what region your rice noodles are made from? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Jiangbei's approach? Chang Suyuan guessed the answer. This question really stumped him. Although he has been selling rice noodles for half a year, Chang Suyuan really can't say how his rice noodles are made. After all, his method came from Baidu, which only says it's a rice noodle recipe. However, Chang Suyuan knew that there were many ways to make rice noodles. In recent years, Liu's whose snail rice noodles have become extremely popular. When Chang Suyuan first started setting up his stall, he considered selling snail rice noodles, but then he thought that office workers would probably not be willing to pack this kind of food to take to their offices, so he gave up. In addition, Yunnan's crossing the bridge rice noodles are also very famous. However, Chang Suyuan was not sure whether rice noodles and rice vermicelli were the same thing. He can at least rule out these two possibilities. Your rice noodles are actually a modified version of the Jiangxi province soup noodles. Jiangxi province is the birthplace of rice noodles. As early as the Han Dynasty, there was a way of eating rice noodles by grinding rice into a paste and then making long strips. It has a history of more than 1,800 years. Many of the chain stores that Chang Suyuan tried initially used the same method as Jiangxi rice noodles, of course, modified. Authentic Jiangxi rice noodles are very spicy, even the mild version is too spicy for most people from northern Jiangxi to handle. Therefore, if you want to sell rice noodles in Jiangbei City, you definitely need to make improvements. The improved version of Jiangxi-style rice noodles reduces the spiciness while enhancing the freshness of the broth and making the braising liquid more delicate. This combination makes it more suitable for the tastes of people from northern Jiangxi. An improved version? Doesn't that mean this method isn't authentic? Chang Suyuan asked. Although he had never formally studied cooking, after years of surfing the internet, he naturally knew that modified versions often meant the cooking method was not authentic. So what if it's not authentic? As long as it tastes good. Chen Feng's answer was even more simple and unpretentious. Many people strive for authentic cooking methods because some dishes can only be made to taste their best when cooked authentically. But if the improved version tastes better, then why not improve it? Do you know how spicy authentic Jiangxi-style rice noodle soup is? Chang Suyuan shook his head. Chen Feng continued, if everyone only pursued authenticity, many of the dishes we eat today would not exist. Many authentic dishes are actually the result of modifications. It is precisely this continuous improvement that has enabled innovation and made Chinese cuisine so time-honored and profound. In his previous life, Chen Feng had encountered many master chefs who strive to continuously improve their dishes and find ways to make them taste better and better suit the palates of diners. On the contrary, ordinary chefs with mediocre skills cling to outdated ideas and only regard authenticity as the sole standard. Of course, the specific direction of improvement and how to improve are another matter. At least if you were to talk to Chang Suyuan now, he definitely wouldn't understand. Even those words just now had already somewhat challenged Chang Suyuan's preconceived notions. The way he looks at Chen Feng has changed. Although Chen Feng is a few years younger than him, once he enters the realm of culinary arts, he seems to become an insurmountable mountain. Just as Chang Suyuan was beginning to understand the relationship between authentic and improved, Chen Feng had already started making rice noodles. Gan Province soup rice noodles, as the name suggests, is a dish that is half soup and half rice noodles. The soup base thus becomes a crucial part of this dish. Your topping is good, but the broth is a bit lacking, Chen Feng said casually as he placed the beef bones and chicken carcasses into the stainless steel bucket. The toppings and broth are two crucial parts of rice noodles. The broth provides the base flavor, while the toppings add a richer and more complex taste. The chicken soup was mixed with message, and there was a bit too much message. Chen Feng then explained how Chang Suyuan had been using the same rice noodle soup base. Chang Suyuan was immediately taken aback. He visited many chain stores before figuring out this approach. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng tasted it right away. After loading all the ingredients for making the soup base into a large bucket, Chen Feng began adding water. Teacher, is the first step to blanch it? Chang Suyuan asked. No blanching. The chicken carcass and pork bones are fresh, so they don't need to be blanched. If they are frozen, they must be blanched. Blanching is a step to remove any remaining blood foam from the ingredients. If it's frozen, it means the food has been stored for a long time, and the only way to completely remove the blood foam is by blanching. If frozen food is not blanched, the fishy smell of residual blood foam will seep into the soup, affecting the quality of the finished product. However, blanching inevitably involves heating. Blanching is the process of raising the temperature and boiling the water in the pot to remove the blood foam from the food and cause it to coagulate. This heating process leads to the loss of the umami flavor in the ingredients. Therefore, blanching is a double-edged sword. While removing impurities, it also reduces the umami flavor to some extent. Therefore, if the quality of the ingredients is up to standard, there is no need to blanch them if other methods can be used to remove any off flavors. Soaking is sufficient to remove the blood. Place the pork bones, old hen, and chicken carcass together in a large stainless steel bucket and soak them in clean water. A whole beef bone is too big to stew easily. Therefore, Chen Feng asked the kind stall owner to cut the beef bone into 3 sections in advance. After nearly half an hour of soaking, the water in the stainless steel bucket had turned slightly reddish. Fresh ingredients also contain blood, but this blood is active blood and can be removed by simply soaking them in water. The blood in frozen goods, after being stored for a long time, has become similar in nature to stagnant blood, and it is difficult to remove it completely by simply soaking. That's it. Chang Suyuan asked. For Chang Suyuan, the blood foam in the ingredients is a huge problem, so he always blanches the chicken thoroughly when making chicken soup to remove the blood foam completely before he feels at ease. There will be a small amount of residue, which can be skimmed off as you stew it later. Chang Suyuan nodded emphatically and said nothing more. Although he usually talks a lot, he is still able to tell the situation right from wrong at this time. Unless he had something he didn't understand, Chang Suyuan remained quiet and focused on watching Chen Feng's actions. Next, Chen Feng scooped the 3 ingredients out of the slightly discolored water. So, is the next step to start making the soup? Chang Suyuan asked. It can't be stewed directly yet, Chen Feng replied casually. Since he had promised to teach the other party, Chen Feng was naturally happy to answer any questions the other party might have. It needs to be stir-fried first. As he spoke, Chen Feng turned on the gas stove. Flames shot up, and Chen Feng frowned slightly. This shop used to be a braised food shop, and the equipment inside was basically all prepared for making braised food. Making braised food rarely requires high heat, so the stoves in the kitchen generally don't have the same intense heat as the high-powered stoves found in most restaurants. It can't compare to the high-tech, high-powered stove on the food truck. If you're making dishes that require precise control of heat, this kind of home-cooked meal will increase the difficulty by several orders of magnitude. A chef of Chen Feng's caliber can naturally compensate for insufficient heat through technique, but an ordinary chef would likely be helpless in the face of such a stove. However, there are different uses for strong fire and weak fire. This heat is sufficient for making rice noodle soup base. First, fill a bucket halfway with water and boil it on another burner. Next, add a very small amount of oil to the wok to coat it, and after the temperature inside the wok slowly rises, Chen Feng pours the ingredients into the wok. The wok in the braised food shop wasn't very big, so it couldn't hold too much food at once. Therefore, Chen Feng had to cook it in several batches. The method of making the soup base for rice noodles is somewhat similar to that of making broth in Shandong cuisine, but the overall process is simplified. Moreover, the requirements for the final product are different for the two. The soup base for rice noodles should be thick and white, while the broth should be clear as water. That's why the stir-frying step is done. The ingredients, after being soaked, absorb a lot of water. One of the purposes of stir-frying is to remove the moisture by using high temperature. In addition, stir-frying can make the soup whiter and richer. The soup is thick and white because it contains a suspension of fat emulsified in the soup. The stir-frying step can effectively promote the emulsification of fat. The third purpose is to allow the ingredients to better release their flavors. Whether it's beef bones or chicken frames, some of their flavor compounds are better released in environments exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. Therefore, simply stewing or boiling for a year will not produce these substances. First, stir-fry, using high temperature to allow these substances to penetrate the oil. Then, through stewing, the oil is emulsified, allowing these flavor substances to be evenly distributed in every drop of soup base, using the oil as a carrier. It's not just the soup base for making rice noodles. In many regions, similar techniques are used when making fish soup to make it thicker and whiter. The milk soup dish in Shandong cuisine also utilizes this principle. Although different cuisines have very different flavors, many techniques are the same. Chen Feng flipped the wok, ensuring that every side of the ingredients was thoroughly cooked. It is essential to control the heat carefully during this stir-frying step. If the stir-frying isn't heated enough, then it loses its purpose and is no different from simply throwing the ingredients into the pot to stew. However, if the stir-frying is overcooked, the ingredients become too dark in color, or even slightly burnt, it will also have a negative impact on the soup. A slight burnt taste will seep into the broth during stewing and cannot be removed. This burnt smell will greatly diminish the flavor of the final dish. Chen Feng would never make such a mistake. When the ingredients changed color slightly, he lifted the wok and, while the ingredients were still hot, poured the whole pot of ingredients into a large stainless steel bucket that was on fire. After stir-frying, the ingredients should be stewed as soon as possible. Otherwise, if left for too long, the fat in the ingredients will begin to solidify, which will also affect the extraction of flavor compounds and whether the soup is thick and white. The stove burner under the large stainless steel bucket was turned up to its maximum heat, and the water in the bucket was already boiling. Chen Feng added all the stir-fried ingredients to the boiling water in the stainless steel bucket. If you put ingredients that are cold into the pot, especially if there is a large amount of ingredients, it will cause the temperature in the pot to drop. If it's a high-powered stove, even if the temperature drops, it will quickly rise again under the heat of the stove. The temperature of the ingredients that had just been stir-fried in the pot was not low, so it did not interrupt the boiling of the water in the stainless steel pot. As the water splashed and several ingredients were added, the originally colorless water quickly turned white. With each bubbling of the boiling water, the broth in the pot turns a little whiter. Soon, the soup in the pot turned a slightly lighter white than milk. Stir-frying in oil over high heat will quickly turn the soup white. Chen Feng used a similar technique when making the vegetarian broth for his stir-fried noodles. For Cheng Suyuan, this scene was like a magic trick. He had always thought that the thick, white broth had some special food additives, but he had just witnessed all of Chen Feng's actions, and apart from those few ingredients, Chen Feng hadn't added anything else to the pot. Whether it's Jianzi-style rice noodles or other types of noodles that require a broth, the broth's role is to provide the base flavor for the dish. The base flavor is nothing more than salty, umami, and sweet. The umami flavor in meat ingredients mainly comes from protein. Whether it's beef bones or chicken frames, they can all provide umami flavor to the soup base from protein, but those alone are not enough. The types of umami substances in bones and the meat tissue near bones are relatively limited. If you only have these two types of bones, the broth you make will have a savory flavor, but it won't be rich enough. The result is that diners can taste the freshness when they drink it, but the freshness is somewhat floating. Adding message to chicken soup also has these drawbacks, or even more serious ones. To make the soup base more flavorful, other umami-rich ingredients are needed. For example, the old hen that Chen Feng added this time. Older hens have a longer growth period and contain more umami substances, which can greatly enhance the richness of the umami flavor. Moreover, the unique aroma of chicken fat infuses the broth, further enhancing the flavor of the finished dish. Actually, you don't need an old hen. Different regions and different chefs have different habits, and the ingredients used are also different. In some regions, chefs traditionally add extra seaweed, while in others they add dried fish or bonito flakes. Kelp can be used not only for soups, but also as a side dish in rice noodles after stewing, which is a win-win situation. In some regions, chefs will also add pork skin. After simmering, the collagen in the pork skin can increase the concentration of the soup base, making the soup base more substantial. However, the rice noodles used in Jianzi-style rice noodle soup are the thinner kind. If the soup base is too concentrated, the overall taste will actually be worse when paired with the rice noodles. Next, Chen Feng took some ingredients and put them into the soup. The soup base primarily provides a basic flavor, while other more complex flavors are conveyed to diners through the toppings. Therefore, not many other ingredients need to be added to the soup base. Chen Feng only added a little dried sand ginger and a little angelica. Dried sand ginger can further remove the off flavors of meat, while angelica can add a touch of sweetness to the base of the soup. Spices should not be used in excess. A ratio of 2 grams of angelica root and 3 grams of dried sand ginger per 10 catties of soup base is sufficient. After maintaining the high flame for 10 minutes, Chen Feng turned the heat down to medium-low and then put the stainless steel lid on. Is that all? After thinking for a while, Cheng Suyuan confirmed that he had written down each step. Simmer for another 3 hours, and don't forget to turn the heat down to low, Chen Feng said. From the soup base of a simple rice noodle dish to the broth used in various cuisines, a crucial part of the cooking process is controlling the heat. If the heat is too high when making stock, the final product will have a dry or pungent taste. During the cooking process, many meat ingredients will gradually break down over time, and some may even turn into scraps in the pot. Although the temperature of boiling water under standard atmospheric pressure cannot exceed 100 degrees Celsius, the temperature of the inner wall of a soup pot can exceed that number. It's just that the heat can't be transferred to the food because of the water in the pot. However, the small bits of meat that appear during stewing inevitably come into contact with the inner wall of the stew pot when they are churning in the boiling water. The fragments were so small that they instantly turned to mush under the high temperature upon contact with the inner wall. Although the amount of these bits and pieces is small, the burnt flavor still seeps into the soup base. Similarly, because the amount of crumbs is too small, the burnt flavor is extremely weak, and even experienced chefs would find it difficult to detect a noticeable burnt taste. Therefore, this faint burnt smell is called dryness. Keeping the heat low throughout the process is to slow down the rate at which the residue breaks up as it heats up the inner walls of the stew pot. When the heat is low, the water in the pot cools down more effectively, which can prevent the formation of dryness. There's still foam in the middle that needs to be skimmed off. Although they were soaked, some blood still remained in the marrow of the beef and chicken bones. This blood will turn into foam during the stewing process and float on the top of the soup. I'll let you know when it's time to skim off the foam, Chen Feng continued. The foam is essentially solidified residual blood. No matter what kind of soup you're making, you need to skim off the foam promptly. The key word is timely. When the blood foam has just solidified, it will float on the surface of the soup. However, after a while, the amount of blood foam on the surface will seem to decrease. The blood foam wouldn't just disappear into thin air. Once the blood foam disappears, it means that the solidified blood foam has broken into particles in the boiling soup. These particles will be absorbed by the food, and any unpleasant odors will remain in the soup base. Therefore, the key to skimming off the foam lies in the word timely. Whether it's the dryness caused by improper cooking time or the off-flavor caused by skimming off the blood foam at the wrong time, these are important quality control points in making stock. To the untrained eye, these things may seem unimportant. However, these details are the key to the final quality of the dish. In this rice noodle soup base, the chicken bones, beef bones, and old hen release their blood foam at different times. The three ingredients are of different sizes, and the thickness of their bones and meat varies, so the release of blood foam naturally occurs at different times. In particular, since all three ingredients had been soaked in water, there was very little residual blood foam. Under these circumstances, it was even more difficult to determine the difference in the time it took for the blood foam to form. To accurately determine when blood foam appears requires extremely rich experience, or rather, intuition. When the blood foam should have started to come out, lift the lid and skim off the foam. What if the chef lacks experience? How can you determine when to skim off the foam? Chang Suyuan asked in confusion. Although he considers himself to have some talent, everything that happened today has completely changed his perception. Stay by the pot and check on it every now and then. Since you can simmer the soup base without worrying about lifting the lid, you can use this method. Some dishes need to be steamed midway through cooking, and the lid cannot be lifted easily during steaming. Therefore, the ability to control the heat is often more important than that required for stewing. As for how much experience is needed to make an accurate judgment, Chen Feng couldn't explain it either. This is also why he is not good at teaching apprentices. For Chen Feng, this kind of time management becomes easier to grasp after a few tries. From this perspective, Chang Suyuan's talent is clearly insufficient. Come watch me make the braising liquid first, Chen Feng continued. Rice noodles vary greatly from region to region. In some regions, rice noodles are served with both the soup base and the braising liquid combined. When making the braising liquid, the broth that was prepared earlier is used. In this way, when the dish is finally ready, you only need to cook the noodles and then add them to the braising liquid. Some northern Chinese noodle dishes are prepared in a similar way. After the noodles are cooked and taken out, a separate portion of braising liquid is added. For example, the famous local specialty of Changshan City, Hebei Province, is huizhu banmian, huizhu flat noodles. In some regions, the soup base and broth for rice noodles are separate. After adding the cooked rice noodles to the soup base, an extra portion of braising liquid is added for seasoning. This also has its advantages, as the amount of braising liquid can be adjusted in advance according to the diner's preferences for spiciness. Today, Chen Feng is going to make an improved version of Jiangxi Province rice noodle soup, in which the soup base and broth are made separately. Of course, making braising liquid requires the same kind of stock as the broth. Alright, it's about time now. Lift the lid and skim off any foam. Chen Feng suddenly said. So accurate? Chang Suyuan thought to himself. Lifting the lid, a few clumps of blood foam floated on top of the soup. Can the foam be skimmed off? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Of course. After all, he'd been running a stall for so long, skimming off the foam was a piece of cake for Chang Suyuan. Even someone who has never set up a stall before, but has cooked at home a few times, how could they not know how to skim off the foam? As he spoke, Chang Suyuan dipped a large ladle into the stainless steel bucket and began to scoop out the foam. Seeing Chang Suyuan's actions, Chen Feng frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. Let me do it, Chen Feng interrupted Chang Suyuan's actions. Chang Suyuan was still unaware of what mistake he had made. Taking the large ladle from Chang Suyuan, Chen Feng first gently rubbed the bottom of the ladle against the surface of the soup and rotated it a few times. When the spoon touches the surface of the broth, a shallow vortex appears. Then, Chen Feng dipped one side of the large spoon slightly into the surface of the broth. Under the force of that swirling vortex, the foam obediently slid into the large ladle in Chen Feng's hand. Did you understand? Chen Feng asked. What did you understand? Chang Suyuan silently shouted in his heart. Spinning it like this will skim off the foam faster? Chang Suyuan finally asked hesitantly. Anything else? I don't know. Chang Suyuan shook his head. Chen Feng sighed inwardly again. This kid really doesn't seem to have any talent. By skimming it like this, the chicken fat can remain in the pot, Chen Feng explained briefly. This broth contains an old hen. Old hens have a high fat content, and a lot of chicken fat even floats on the surface of the soup. In this way, chicken fat is an important source of the aroma of the soup base. Following Chang Suyuan's method of scooping out the foam spoonful by spoonful, once the foam is skimmed off, there won't be much chicken oil left. How can we retain as much chicken fat as possible in the pot while removing the scum? The answer lies in density. Although both float on the surface of the broth, their densities are not the same. Therefore, by creating a vortex on the surface of the broth, the two substances with different densities can be separated. When Chen Feng was 10 years old in his previous life, he realized this point after watching his grandfather make broth for the first time. Chang Suyuan was still pondering the connection between foam and chicken fat. Chen Feng sighed again. He's really not good at teaching. Chen Feng explained a few more words, and Chang Suyuan finally understood the key to skimming off the foam. By this time, Chang Suyuan's initial confidence had vanished. Some things are truly complex, and you won't know how complicated they are until you learn them. The rice noodle recipe that I stumbled upon back then became so popular mostly because of good luck. After 2 more scum rises, simmer for a full 3 hours, and then you can make the second soup. Chen Feng continued. In many cuisines, stock is divided into first-press stock and second-press stock. Ingredients like beef bones and old hens, even after simmering over low heat for 3 hours, simply cannot fully extract their potential. That's why second soup came about. The second soup was a bit bland compared to the first soup. Some high-end dishes, in pursuit of a more exquisite flavor, naturally use a first broth with a richer, more robust flavor. In certain dishes, the second soup can also play a good role. As for the rice noodle soup base, Chen Feng's method is to mix the first and second batches of soup. Since it's a commercial practice, cost control is naturally an essential aspect. Therefore, combining the first and second batches of broth reduces costs while ensuring better quality of the broth. Moreover, the second soup is not necessarily inferior to the first soup. When using specific ingredients such as pork bones or beef bones, the second broth is often thicker and whiter than the first broth. Moreover, the second stewing process allows the fat in the bone marrow to be released more effectively, giving the second soup a flavor that is not present in the first soup. Water cannot be added during the broth making process, so to achieve this effect, 2 pots of broth must be cooked sequentially and then mixed. Chang Suyuan, an ordinary stall owner who had not received systematic training, naturally did not know what first soup and second soup meant. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly said, "It's time to skim off the foam." The 3 ingredients used in the soup base have quite different properties, and the time when the blood seeps out and solidifies naturally varies. Therefore, it is necessary to skim off the foam 3 times. The timing of the 3 instances of scum formation was not significantly different, all of them occurred in the early stages of cooking. Experienced individuals can rely on their senses to determine when foam appears. Even without such experience, simply lifting the lid every now and then to check on the pot doesn't take much effort. After skimming off the 3rd layer of foam, all that's left is to wait. Add salt when the broth is almost ready. Top chefs are often patient. Chen Feng waited quietly for the broth to be ready. Chang Suyuan was also waiting nearby. He had originally wanted to take the opportunity to play on his phone for a while, but after thinking about it, he refrained. For some reason, Chang Suyuan, who was usually very talkative, didn't know what to say at this moment. Do you know why we add salt last? Just as the time was about to expire, Chen Feng suddenly asked again. I don't know, that's what everyone's saying online. Chang Suyuan is very honest. He did follow the principle of adding salt later when making soup base in the past, but he only knew how to do it but not why. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, adding salt in advance will change the concentration of the water in the pot, and under the influence of osmotic pressure, the release of substances from the food will be slower. It can even cause the ingredients to become harder the longer they are stewed. Secondly, it relates to seasoning. When cooking, chefs have a step called setting the flavor. The so-called determining the taste means determining the saltiness by tasting the flavor. If you add salt to adjust the taste at the beginning of simmering the soup, the amount of salt you added at that point will become too salty as the water evaporates during the cooking process. Therefore, the saliva should be added last, and the salt should be added last. There's no need to add too much salt to the broth, because the braising liquid is already quite salty. After adding salt, stir slightly, and the first broth is now complete. Get a spoon and try it. You remember the taste? Chang Suyuan nodded emphatically. The soup is ready, we can use it to make the braising liquid now. Make a note of the proportions of the spices and the braising liquid. Chen Feng continued. Chang Suyuan immediately perked up. To make the broth for rice noodles, you need to add a variety of spices. The seasoning approach for rice noodle broth is completely different from that for braised pork belly. Braised pork belly is a typical Shandong dish, with a relatively mild seasoning method that emphasizes less rather than more. This is to bring out the aroma of the meat. But rice noodles are different. The rice noodles themselves don't have much flavor, the taste comes almost entirely from the broth and braising liquid. Therefore, if you want the taste of rice noodles to leave a lasting impression, you must put a lot of effort into the braising liquid. There isn't really a fixed recipe for braising liquid, almost every family has its own recipe, regardless of the type of rice noodles. It's rare for diners to find two rice noodle shops that taste exactly the same. One reason for this is that the types of spices used in rice noodles are quite complex. His family has one more ingredient, while yours has one less, so the taste will naturally be different. It's just a coincidence that the two companies use the same types of spices in their braising liquid, but the proportions of each spice could not be exactly the same. With so many kinds of spices, there will always be differences. The spice formula that Chen Feng used this time was not the most complicated. The variety of spices is too complex and not very meaningful. Even if you want to pursue a richer flavor, you must do so on the premise of a balanced ratio of spices. In fact, the development of such complex spice formulas can follow the principle of principal, assistant, adjuvant, and guide. Originally a concept in traditional Chinese medicine, it means that in a prescription, there are 4 categories: principal medicine, minister medicine, assistant medicine, and guide medicine. Later, it was discovered that the principle of principal, assistant, adjuvant, and guide could also be followed when combining spices in a recipe. The term refers to the main ingredient, which provides the base flavor of the recipe. The amount of minor ingredient is less than that of principal ingredient. It is generally used to provide a slightly weaker flavor than the minor ingredient, or simply to complement the principal ingredient, or to enrich the overall flavor. Next is seasoning. Seasoning is quite unique, as it is often used in 2 ways. Firstly, it can enhance the flavor of certain main ingredients, as their taste becomes more pronounced when combined with other spices. Second, checks and balances. Some main ingredients have a unique flavor and are excellent for cooking, but they also have a slightly bitter taste. This bitterness will disrupt the balance of flavors, resulting in a significantly less delicious final dish. Experienced chefs would add licorice to the seasonings, using the sweetness of the licorice to counteract the bitterness of the main ingredient, making it less noticeable. Finally, there is the mixing agent, which, although used in the smallest quantity, plays a role in harmonizing the various ingredients. Thinking of this, Chen Feng suddenly asked, "Do you know the concept of a ruler, ministers, assistants, and envoys?" Chang Suyuan shook his head. He had no idea about the concepts of ruler, minister, assistant, and envoy. He had even guessed the recipe he used before. Never mind then, I'll just tell you the ingredients, and you can write them down. If you explain the prescription to Chang Suyuan using the traditional Chinese medicine concept of ruler, minister, assistant, and envoy, he most likely won't understand it. When Chen Feng asked Chang Suyuan to write down the braising spice recipe, Chang Suyuan immediately took out his phone and prepared to start recording. As Chen Feng spoke, he took out various spices from the bag containing spices. This is the amount of ingredients for every 10 caddies of braising liquid. The braising liquid has a very strong flavor. Even a small amount of braising liquid poured over each serving of rice noodles will give it a strong taste. Therefore, a relatively large amount of spices are used in the braising liquid. 10 grams of Sichuan peppercorns, 25 grams of dried chili peppers, 20 grams of cinnamon, 20 grams of licorice root, 10 grams of white cardamom, 15 grams of dried galangal, 15 grams of angelica root, 5 grams of cloves, 30 grams of fennel seeds, 12 grams of star anise, 15 grams of bay leaves, 15 grams of black pepper, 30 grams of dried tangerine peel, 20 grams of fragrant herbs, 8 grams of Amomum villicum, and 8 grams of cardamom. Also, don't forget to remove the seeds from the cardamom. As he spoke, Chen Feng had already packed the spices into a cloth bag made of gauze according to the specified ratio. "Teacher, won't you weigh it?" As Chang Suyuan took notes, he asked with a slight hesitation. He himself did not realize that he now truly regarded this young man, who was several years younger than him, as his mentor. Chen Feng simply smiled and said, "No need." Chen Feng was quite accurate with the weight, down to the gram. After filling the gauze with various spices, Chen Feng tied the edges of the gauze tightly to seal it. When making braising liquid, it's best to use fewer spices so that the pot doesn't become too messy. If you use a lot of spices, and the spices are not packed properly or the spice bag is damaged, the spices will spill all over the pot. Some small spice fragments are difficult to remove completely. Any impurities that cannot be thoroughly removed from the brine will affect its shelf life and accelerate its spoilage. Actually, this has little impact on the braising liquid for rice noodles. After all, this kind of braising liquid is different from those used to braise various foods. It is basically consumed very quickly and there is no need for long-term preservation. However, out of professional habit, Chen Feng still tightened the gauze. Nowadays, many places sell non-woven bags specifically for storing spices or medicinal herbs, but they are generally not this large. After packing up all the spices, Chen Feng placed them on a nearby table for later use. Looking at the variety of spices, a few beads of sweat trickled down Chang Suyuan's temples. The brine recipe he used back then was naturally not this complicated. After all, he had not received systematic training, and even after eating rice noodles for a month, he could only taste the flavors of very common spices such as cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise. Then he confidently set up his stall. Ironically, it turned out to be a lucky accident, because the brine was simple and therefore had very few flaws. The more complex the spice formula, the more precise the requirements for the proportions of various spices. Even a slight difference can make a world of difference in taste. The formula that Chang Suyuan figured out was so simple that it didn't cause many problems. With its reasonably priced items, he surprisingly gained quite a few repeat customers among the working class. He hadn't expected that spice recipes could be so complex. The brine should be made from the top layer of the first batch of broth. Oil is lighter than water, and the aroma of the upper layer of broth is more intense than that of the lower layer. Chen Feng continued, while ladling the prepared broth from the large stainless steel bucket into a slightly smaller pot. 10 caddies of broth are used to make the braising liquid. Then, Chen Feng took out a strong liquor and used it to soak the various spices wrapped in gauze. In addition to simply cleaning the surface of spices, alcohol also helps release the flavor compounds in the spices themselves. Add the spices to the pot and simmer over low heat. To make braising liquid, you must first let the flavors of the spices release before proceeding with the next step of seasoning. So far, not many seasonings have been added to the soup base and braising liquid. They didn't even add much salt. Although the broth provides umami and the spices provide aroma, the braising liquid is still somewhat bland now. To make the braising liquid taste even better, other seasonings need to be added in the correct proportions. It's important to know that only a small amount of braising liquid is added to each bowl of rice noodles when the dish is finally finished. To make the rice noodles flavorful, the broth must be rich in flavor. A cloth bag filled with spices floated up and down in the pot. Chen Feng took out a large bowl and began to prepare the seasonings for the braising liquid. Chen Feng first opened a bag of salt and poured almost the entire bag into the bowl. To the untrained eye, this is a lethal amount of salt. 10 caddies of soup, add 8 ounces of salt, Chen Feng said. Chang Suyuan immediately started taking notes again. With so much salt, won't it be too salty in the end? Chang Suyuan asked in confusion. Each bowl of rice noodles is only given 4 chien of braising liquid. This amount of salt is not salty enough, so other seasonings must be added. 4 chien, which is 20 grams. According to the ratio, there are less than 2 grams of salt and 20 grams of brine. This amount of salt looks like a lot, but it doesn't seem like much when placed in such a large amount of brine. When the food is finally added to the broth, the saltiness is diluted even more. Therefore, it is obvious that the seasonings in this braising liquid cannot be just salt. The same amount of brine is used for every 10 caddies. 400 grams of salt, 150 grams of rock sugar, 40 grams of pepper powder, 100 grams of Shaoxing wine, 200 grams of oyster sauce, 80 grams of fermented bean curd juice, and 400 grams of light soy sauce. After mixing the seasonings in a large bowl, Chen Feng looked at the large pot of spices that was simmering beside him. Simmer the spices for half an hour first, then add the seasonings to the spice water. It's not even been half an hour yet, we still have to wait a while. This period of time is perfect for making 2 soups. Remove all the ingredients that have been cooked in the first broth and add them back into a large pot of fresh water to simmer again. At this point, the spices in the pot have been simmering for a sufficient amount of time. Chen Feng added the various seasonings he had prepared in the large bowl into the pot. Oyster sauce and fermented bean curd sauce are quite sticky, and some of them remained at the bottom of the bowl. Chen Feng scooped a spoonful of braising liquid from the pot and rinsed it against the inside of a large bowl, causing the remaining seasonings to fall into the pot as well. Turn the heat up to high and bring to a boil. After boiling, reduce to a simmer and cook for 10 minutes to allow the seasonings to meld. 10 minutes later, turn off the heat. Done. At this point, only the last rice noodles remained. Do you know how to cook rice noodles? Chen Feng suddenly turned his head and asked Chang Suyuan. Of course. Even after the setback, Chang Suyuan still has confidence in making rice noodles. After all, he's been running his rice noodle stall for so long, he can't have done it for nothing. The rice noodles he bought were all dry powder, which needed to be soaked before use. Chang Suyuan's rice noodles were the same as before, so he was very confident about soaking the rice noodles. Okay, then I'll leave the task of preparing the rice noodles to you. As Chen Feng spoke, he took off his apron and handed it to Chang Suyuan. So you're going to? Chang Suyuan watched Chen Feng walk out of the shop and asked in confusion. I'm going to class. I have 2 more advanced math classes this afternoon. Ah. Only then did Chang Suyuan realize that it was almost noon. Chen Feng turned and left, leaving Chang Suyuan alone to tend the stove. Although Chang Suyuan had already heard Chen Feng say that he only had time to teach him because he didn't have classes in the morning, but now that Chen Feng has actually gone to class, Chang Suyuan is still a little slow to react. However, he did not forget the task Chen Feng had given him. He took out dried rice noodles from the side and prepared to soak them in water. At Jiangbei University of Architecture, Song Jia and 3 others walked out of the teaching building. They had just finished a morning of classes. If I had known there was an 8 a.m. start this morning, I wouldn't have stayed up so late last night. You still dare to say that? We were supposed to go straight back to the dorm to sleep after the dinner, but you insisted on going to the internet cafe to play games. Alright, stop arguing. Go back to your dorm and catch up on your sleep. Get up early tonight, Fan Ziyu said. I saw in the group chat that someone said Mr. Chen's stall has a new product, small pear soup, which is cheaper than milk tea and tastes especially good. I heard it's a limited supply, so let's go early tonight, or we definitely won't be able to get any. The group chatted casually as they walked through the campus outside the teaching building. They didn't notice a somewhat familiar figure passing by not far from them. Chen Feng glanced at his phone. His advanced mathematics class was at a little after 1 p.m., so there was still a while to go. For Chen Feng, there was little difference between sitting in the front row and the back row, so he didn't have the habit of reserving a seat in advance. In the afternoon, Chen Feng returned to the shop after finishing his advanced mathematics class. At this moment, Chang Suyuan was staring intently at the large pot of soaking rice noodles, his eyes not blinking. These medium-thickness dried rice noodles need to be soaked in warm water for 3 hours. Chang Suyuan strives to avoid making the slightest mistake in soaking the rice noodles, fearing that he might miss the optimal time for the rice noodles to soak to their best state. Therefore, he focuses intently on the rice noodles. Therefore, he didn't even notice Chen Feng walking in. It should be about time. Chen Feng glanced at the rice noodles in the pot and said behind him. Chang Suyuan was startled at first, but breathed a sigh of relief when he turned around and saw that it was Chen Feng. Is it ready now? Do I need to soak the rice noodles for a few more minutes? Chang Suyuan asked, puzzled. So your rice noodles are a bit less tasty. As Chen Feng spoke, he used a large strainer to scoop the rice noodles out of the pot. Soak it in warm water first, then wash it and soak it in cold water to achieve the best taste. After rice noodles are soaked in warm water, a small amount of rice paste will appear on their surface. If the rice paste is not rinsed clean, it will affect the texture of the cooked rice noodles. After scooping out the rice noodles, Chen Feng rinsed them with clean water and then soaked them in cold water. Let's make another bucket, these aren't enough. Chen Feng roughly estimated the number of customers tonight and then continued. This freshly prepared rice noodle batch should be ready around the time the first batch is finished, allowing for a seamless transition. As for where we'll be setting up our stall today, Chen Feng walked out of the shop, looked at the large open space in front of the shop, and nodded slightly. The food street in Jiangbei University Town has both stalls and shops. Within the food street, half of the shops have designated areas for setting up stalls. The food street is so bustling now thanks in large part to this. It is said that the organization responsible for planning this food street took this into account from the beginning. The shop that the system rewarded Chen Feng with was not too far from where Chen Feng had previously set up his stall, only a few hundred meters away. At this moment, Chen Feng had already parked the food cart in the open space in front of the shop. By evening, as the sun was about to set, Chen Feng's stall was already set up. Chen Feng had already considered this kind of stall setting when he took possession of the shop. Although the food truck is fully equipped and has modular editing capabilities, it is still just a food truck. If it's a food item that doesn't take up much space during preparation, this food truck is sufficient. However, if you want to make some more complicated dishes, the space in the food cart is a bit too small, especially for dishes that require broth. Therefore, Chen Feng decided to make use of the shop in this way first. The shop is quite spacious. Judging from the furnishings, the previous tenants used the front of the shop as a place to display and sell braised food, in addition to making braised food in the back kitchen. In fact, this does not fully utilize the space of the shop. In the front hall of this shop, there are still enough tables to fit. However, Chen Feng's focus is currently on setting up his stall, and he hasn't had time to carefully study the specific uses of the shop. Before setting up his stall, Chen Feng made a point of leaving a notice at his previous stall. I've moved. The new stall is 100 meters to the east. Chang Suyuan hasn't left yet. Having run his stall for so long, he naturally knows when the peak customer traffic is. Seeing that the peak season was approaching, he offered to stay and help out at the stall that evening. Just kidding, someone just passed on their secret recipe to you, and then you ran away while they were busy. What kind of behavior is that? Chang Suyuan was aware of this. Are you going after get off work today? Su Weizhi put down a document and looked at his friend sitting at the opposite desk, asking a question. My friend immediately replied, "Of course I'll go. His braised pork is much tastier than the one at Wuyu Temple. But, what are we going to do tonight? Is there even a question? Of course, it's by car." The other person's question left Su Weizhi speechless. As soon as Su Weizhi said this, the person opposite him immediately looked at him with a "What are you looking at?" expression. Today is a weekday, the road in the direction of Jiangbei University Town will definitely be congested. Su Weizhi then realized that the previous times he went there were during holidays, and there weren't as many cars during the evening rush hour. On weekdays, the traffic conditions during rush hour in Jiangbei City are nothing short of hell. What should we do then? How about we ride a shared bike? As Su Weizhi spoke, he took out his phone and opened a map app. He wanted to see how long it would take to get from the company to the Jiangbei University Town Food Street by shared bicycle. What are you guys talking about? Just as Su Weizhi was looking down at his phone, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Boss, it's okay. I just sent Weizhi a proposal and asked him to take a look. Upon hearing this, the young boss nodded and left, whether he believed it or not. Speaking of which, the rice noodle stall downstairs, whose owner is usually very talkative, didn't open at noon today. I was actually planning to eat rice noodles there. Only after confirming that the boss had walked away did Su Weizhi continue speaking. Then he took out his phone and started looking forward to the braised pork after get off work. 5, 4, 3. The moment the time clock app showed that he could clock out, Su Weizhi immediately clicked to clock out and quickly stood up. I rushed out of the company and into the elevator in one smooth motion. The two looked at each other and smiled. In office buildings with high population density, shared bicycles have designated parking spots. After leaving the building, the two immediately headed to the shared bicycle parking area. There are too many people riding shared bikes after get off work, and if you go too late, you might not even be able to get one. The two quickly grabbed a decent shared bike each and were about to set off. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Is this what you discussed during work hours? Teacher, can we just sell vegetarian rice noodles? Don't you want to add a few slices of beef? It wasn't until he set up his stall that Chang Suyuan realized that Chen Feng's rice noodles today didn't have any other side dishes. You should know that during this period, when he sold rice noodles at his stall, he would add a few slices of beef so that he could call his rice noodles beef noodles. Adding 2 thin slices of beef can elevate the value of rice noodles to a whole new level. The braised beef needs to be made a day in advance, Chen Feng simply said. And we're not going to add nothing at all. Let's blanch a couple of green vegetables while cooking the rice noodles. Of the 4 elements, color, aroma, flavor, shape, and utensils, color comes first. The 2 green leafy vegetables were added mainly to add color. As for beef, it can indeed significantly increase its price. However, if the beef flavor is not rich enough, the noodles will taste too bland and disrupt the overall balance of the flavor. At this point, Chang Suyuan couldn't understand what the balance of flavors meant, he just remembered this point. If the beef flavor isn't rich enough, it's better not to add it at all. Just then, an old man's voice came from in front of the food cart. Young man, why did you move your stall? Professor Zhang did not see the notice that Chen Feng had left at his previous stall. He was just walking by when he noticed Chen Feng's food cart. The location here is indeed better. Professor Zhang nodded slightly and said slowly, this side is closer to the intersection, has a larger flow of people, and is even a bit more spacious. Then, Professor Zhang's gaze fell on the small blackboard hanging outside the food cart. Rice noodles? Are they spicy? I can't eat anything too spicy. Professor Zhang knew that rice noodles in some regions were very spicy. It shouldn't be too spicy. It uses Gisu chili peppers, which are mainly fragrant, and not too much of them, Chen Feng replied. Then I'll have a bowl. Professor Zhang had a lot of trust in Chen Feng's cooking skills. Since Chen Feng said it wasn't spicy, then it probably wasn't spicy at all. Chen Feng put the pre-soaked rice noodles into the pot. The rice noodles, which have already been soaked in hot water, are half-cooked, so they don't need to be cooked for too long now. If cooked for too long, the texture of the rice noodles will be ruined. The rice noodles delivered by the market vendors are of medium thickness and have a slightly firm texture. After being soaked properly, these rice noodles will have a chewy texture. Only this kind of rice noodles can withstand such a long soaking time. If it were thin rice noodles used to make Cantonese fried noodles, soaking them for this long would probably have ruined them long ago. After cooking for about 50 seconds, Chen Feng scooped the cooked rice noodles out of the pot. Professor Zhang is old, so Chen Feng cooked it for a little longer. If the diners are young people who are particular about the texture, they only need to blanch it for about 30 seconds. After scooping the rice noodles out of the pot, Chen Feng first put them into a bowl. Then Chen Feng ladled a spoonful of soup base from another pot. Rice noodles cannot be cooked directly in the soup base, because the rice noodles will release rice starch when exposed to high temperatures, causing the soup to become cloudy and affecting the color and taste of the soup base. Next, Chen Feng added soup base and braising liquid to the bowl in a 4:1 ratio. After adding 2 crisp and refreshing bok choy leaves, a bowl of vegetarian noodle soup is complete. Bite. As the bowl of rice noodles was finished, Chen Feng heard the system's notification in his mind. When Chen Feng was setting up a stall near the office building, he tasted the rice noodles made by Chang Suyuan, and the system then assigned him a task to make rice noodles. Chen Feng completed his task while teaching Suyuan rice noodles how to make them. The system's task requirements were very lenient for Chen Feng, with virtually no requirements except for the time limit. For Chen Feng, this time limit was practically non-existent. Therefore, Chen Feng's attitude towards system tasks has always been just do them as they come. Ignoring the reward notification for completing the system task, Chen Feng picked up the bowl of rice noodles in front of him. Professor Zhang arrived very early today. There weren't many diners on the food street when he first arrived. Just a few minutes later, the food street had already started to get lively. Others began to arrive at Chen Feng's stall one after another. Just for a piece of braised pork, you'd ride a shared bike all the way there? Can't you just order takeout? I remember we just gave you guys an extra meal allowance last month. You shouldn't be so poor that you can't even afford takeout, right? The boss's voice came from beside Su Weizi. Boss, you don't understand. His braised pork is different from other people's. Su Weizi's boss wasn't much older than them, and they might have felt a bit distant during work hours, but now that it was after get off work, Su Weizi naturally wanted to argue his case. How delicious can a piece of braised pork be? The boss's tone revealed a hint of doubt. However, his frantic pedaling on the shared bicycle revealed his true feelings. Let me tell you, I have a classmate whose family owns a restaurant, Yiranju, you know? Those roadside stalls you're talking about can't compare to real high-end restaurants at all. Let's have a dinner party this Friday. I'm treating the whole company to Yiranju. You'll find out then. Despite saying that, he rode his bike even faster. Ultimately, he was still somewhat curious. 3 shared bicycles sped along the non-motorized vehicle lane in Jiangbei City, only to be overtaken by one electric scooter after another. Jiangbei University Town is just around the corner. Looking at the empty stall in front of him, the owner turned to look at Su Weizi. Is this the most popular braised pork stall in Jiangbei University Town that you were talking about? The 3 people riding shared bicycles stopped not far from Chen Feng's former stall, looking at the now empty stall and exchanging bewildered glances. Faced with his boss's questioning, Su Weizi fell into a brief silence. The location of his stall is not very clear. Last time, his stall owner set up a stall downstairs from our company, but it only lasted for one afternoon. Su Weizi thought for a moment and finally spoke. Maybe the stall owner has moved to another place? I'll go check out the stall. Su Weizi's friend said, getting off the shared bicycle and walking towards the spot where Chen Feng had previously set up his stall. The owner, who had never actually patronized Chen Feng's stall, still didn't quite believe Su Weizi's assessment. The food at these stalls that move around frequently won't be good. The stalls with really good skills rely on repeat customers and have been in the same spot for years. The reason they keep changing locations is probably because this stall doesn't have any repeat customers. The boss was still analyzing the situation. Su Weizi had no intention of explaining. He was certain that once the other party tasted Chen Feng's cooking, they would naturally be convinced. Their company's boss had only been in business for a few years and wasn't much older than them. He rarely made things difficult for them at work and provided excellent employee benefits. But there's one exception. Their boss's favorite principle is question first, then believe. He would always have various doubts before he was convinced. Soon, Su Weizi's friend brought back new information. The stall owner left a notice that his stall has moved to a new location, which is not far away, just over 100 meters to the east. Alright, I'd like to see just how good their food is. The owner slammed on the pedal of the shared bike and rode it eastward. The old man nodded slightly as he looked at the rice noodles Chen Feng had just cooked and tore open the packaging of the disposable chopsticks. This bowl of noodles does look quite ordinary. However, what pleased Professor Zhang was that the surface of the rice noodles did not have a very obvious amount of chili and red oil, which meant that the noodles were indeed not very spicy. Professor Zhang picked up a mouthful of rice noodles, wanting to see what surprise Chen Feng would bring him this time. The rice noodles are smooth and chewy, and the soup base is rich and delicious. What's most valuable is that although the rice noodles have a rich variety of flavors, they blend together very well, and none of them feel jarring. A queue gradually formed in front of the stall, and Chen Feng began to get busy. Chang Suyuan was inside the shop watching the rice noodles being soaked, while Chen Feng was still busy at the food cart alone. Professor Zhang, who arrived at the stall first, had already finished a bowl of rice noodles. By the way, young man, you're only a freshman now, right? Do you plan to pursue graduate studies in the future? Before leaving, Professor Zheng suddenly asked Chen Feng this question. Chen Feng was a little puzzled as to why the old man asked such a question. Usually, only counselors would care about whether students were taking the postgraduate entrance examination, because the postgraduate entrance examination rate, like the employment rate, is part of the counselor's job. Especially in Shandong province, I heard that some universities have a postgraduate entrance examination pass rate as high as 95%. Before the freshman military training, the first thing the counselor emphasized was the postgraduate entrance examination. However, since the old man had asked, Chen Feng answered truthfully, "I don't have any plans to take the postgraduate entrance exam at the moment." Chen Feng didn't notice that the old man asked him if he wanted to pursue a master's degree, without mentioning the words graduate school entrance exam at all. The old man simply smiled and said, "That's true, it's too early for a freshman to be thinking about these things." Then he paid and left. Su Weizi and his companion, along with their boss, finally spotted Chen Feng's food truck. There were quite a few people in line. Luckily, I came by shared bike. If I had driven, I would have been stuck in traffic for ages and definitely wouldn't have been able to get one. Looking at the queue forming in front of the food truck, Su Weizi said with relief, "Let's go, let's get in line. I want to try their braised pork belly and see if it's really that good." When the three of them entered, the first thing they saw was the small blackboard hanging on the food cart, and the two large characters written on the small blackboard: rice noodles. Oh ho ho, I didn't expect it to be rice noodles today. Having frequented Chen Feng's stall many times, and having tasted both the braised noodles and braised pork, Su Weizi naturally understood what was going on. It's obvious that the stall owner has changed the menu again today. However, his boss didn't quite understand. This lack of understanding finally reached its peak when the bowl of noodles was placed in front of him. Not only is there rice noodles, but it's vegetarian rice noodles too. I think this rice noodle is even worse than the one downstairs from the office. As he spoke, the owner picked up a rice noodle, wanting to taste it. He had no expectations for this seemingly ordinary bowl of rice noodles. If it weren't for curiosity, and the recommendation from Su Weizi and the other person, he would never have bought such an ordinary-looking bowl of rice noodles. He had no idea how a promising young entrepreneur like himself had been led to a roadside stall by two employees, and why he was buying rice noodles, a snack he wasn't usually interested in. Looking at the other two people sitting at the same small table, they showed great interest in the bowl of vegetarian noodles. According to them, they themselves had never even tried the rice noodles from this stall. I just don't know how it compares to the rice noodle shop downstairs from my office. Although Su Weizi's boss rarely eats at street stalls, he did try the rice noodle stall downstairs from his company once. The rice noodles made by the stall owner, who used to be a programmer, weren't exactly amazing, but for a street stall, they were quite commendable. The moment he tasted the rice noodle, his brow furrowed. It seems to taste really good, but I didn't get a good taste from that first bite. Let's look at the other two people sitting at the same small dining table. These two are practically slurping up sparks from their rice noodles. Let's hurry up and get going, or we'll have to wait in line again. And it said that the pear soup was in limited supply yesterday, so if you go too late, it might be gone. Song Jie sounded somewhat anxious. After forcing themselves to stay awake for a morning of classes, the group in their dorm slept all afternoon to catch up on sleep. This is the amazing daily routine of contemporary college students. What Song Jie didn't know at that moment was that there would be no pear soup today. As the dorm leader, he took on the heavy responsibility of getting his roommates back on track. Of course, what truly cheered them up in the end was the delicious food. Someone in the group said yesterday that they bought fried rice with eggs from Mr. Chen's stall. As they walked toward the food street, Fan Zio suddenly spoke. "Fried rice with egg? Is this a new item on the menu? Boss Chen is really capricious, making whatever dishes he wants. But you have to be a good cook first. Mr. Chen's cooking is really delicious no matter what he makes." As they chatted, the topic shifted to what kind of food Chen Feng would be selling at his stall that day. It should be fried rice with egg. Someone bought some yesterday, but I heard that only a few portions were sold. It's very likely that they'll start selling fried rice with egg today. I think there must be hand-pulled noodles. Braised pork belly is their signature dish, they'll definitely have it today. Let's not look at the group messages and see who can guess what dishes Mr. Chen's stall will be serving today. What should I say if I guess right? Well, you're really something. A few minutes later, it seems we were all wrong. Mr. Chen didn't set up his stall at all today. They hadn't yet reached the spot where Chen Feng had previously set up his stall. They only noticed that it was deserted today. The familiar food truck didn't appear in its usual spot. However, there seemed to be a notice posted next to the stall. The stall has been moved to a new location 100 meters to the east. 10 minutes ago, someone had already sent this message to the Zhangjian Food Squad. However, because they were betting on who could guess more accurately, they didn't open the group chat to check the messages. Fortunately, it's not too late to find out now. When the group approached Chen Feng's stall, the line was already quite long. Zhang Jinhui, who has mild myopia, saw several people eating noodles at a small table next to a stall not far away. "See, I told you there would definitely be hand-pulled noodles today." Zhang Jinhui smiled victoriously. Fan Zaya patted him on the shoulder and then pointed to the small blackboard hanging next to the food cart. "That doesn't make sense." Zhang Jinhui said he couldn't understand it. Why did they suddenly start selling rice noodles again? Although Mr. Chen had done similar things before, such as selling only one night's worth of spicy chicken in chili oil, the fragrant and spicy red oil left a deep impression on them. But the situation is different now. Back then, Mr. Chen's stall was not well known and was far less popular than it is now. Just yesterday, the braised pork was so popular that many people lined up, and even the pork broth with rice required a queue to buy. It's easy to imagine how many people will come here today just for the braised pork belly. Why did they suddenly switch to a completely different dish today that has nothing to do with braised pork? And it's not just braised pork belly, today, even hand-pulled noodles are unavailable. As for pear soup, needless to say, since it wasn't written on the blackboard, it's highly likely that it wasn't available either. This stall owner is really quite capricious, changing his menu as soon as it became popular. "It seems we were all wrong," Song Jie said. He was already used to it and trusted Chen Feng's cooking skills. When Chen Feng told him the recipe for the Yangchun noodle soup base, he tried it at home and found that it was indeed much better than the Yangchun noodles he usually ate outside. "Although it still can't compare to what I bought at Chen Feng's stall, that's probably because I lack experience and my ingredient selection is still a bit inaccurate. It's a pity we can't taste the pear soup anymore. No matter what, we're already here. Since things have come to this, let's get in line." The four of them arrived at the end of the line in front of the stall and began to queue. Su Weazi quickly finished a bowl of rice noodles. After finishing the rice noodles, he was still not satisfied and picked up the bowl directly. Tons. He even drank every last drop of the soup. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Weazi finally let out a long sigh of relief. Although the Mid-Autumn Festival has passed and the weather is gradually cooling down, unlike the sweltering heat of summer, Su Weazi was still sweating profusely from eating the noodles so quickly. At this moment, he finally focused his attention on his boss. When the boss called them over while they were scanning shared bikes, they were a little flustered, but not too flustered. Su Weazi works at a startup company with fewer than 30 employees. His colleagues are all young people, as is the boss. There are rumors within the company that the boss is a rich second generation who started his own business, but Su Weazi cannot confirm whether the rumors are true or false. At least during off hours, this boss is relatively easy to get along with. If this were the boss of another company, they might use this as an excuse to deduct their wages. Their boss was even curious about what the braised pork at that stall tasted like. Despite having some prejudice against street vendors, he still came. He even rode a shared bicycle with Su Weazi for half an hour. After taking a small bite of the rice noodles, Wang Yanji suddenly stopped. He came here mostly out of curiosity. He only decided to come and check it out after two of his company's employees raved about the street stall. However, this is Jiangbei, and during the evening rush hour, my S6 parked in the parking lot downstairs at the company is definitely not as good as a shared bicycle. He was born and raised in Shandong province, and rice noodles were a rare food in his memory. Given his family's circumstances, he had never eaten at a street stall before he came of age. Apart from occasionally trying the rice noodles downstairs from his company once or twice after starting his own business, he has never eaten rice noodles again. But just now, when the rice noodles entered his mouth, he seemed to taste a flavor he had never imagined before. The smooth texture of the rice noodles goes without saying, but what truly amazed him was the soup base. This seemingly ordinary bowl of vegetarian noodles has such a rich and flavorful broth. Although Wang Yanji is young, he considers himself to be quite experienced. Whether it's a business restaurant with high prices and small portions, or a well-known old-brand restaurant, Wang Yanji has frequented them all, especially those restaurants with stars on their tires. They always claim to use some complicated process, rare ingredients, or molecular gastronomy techniques to give the ingredients a unique form. In reality, it's nothing special. It's hard to leave a truly deep impression on him. So many high-end dishes that I had tasted before suddenly seemed somewhat lackluster in front of this bowl of rice noodles. The flavor of rice noodles comes entirely from the broth. The soup also has an extremely rich and complex flavor. It has a savory base flavor with a slight spiciness, and an aroma that complements its umami. As the flavor reaches its end, a sweet aftertaste emerges. Such a rich variety of flavors are blended perfectly, giving one a sense of clarity upon tasting. The aroma of some unknown spice, carried by rice noodles, bursts forth with every chew, striking the taste buds and lingering on the tongue for a long time. After finishing a bowl of noodles, an eerie silence fell over the table. Finally, Wang Yanji spoke. "It really tastes good." He admitted that the bowl of rice noodles left a deep impression on him, and he might not forget the taste for a long time. "I can come more often when I have time, but it's a pity it's a bit far from the company." Wang Yanji thought to himself. Only then did he realize that he had just tasted the rice noodles once, and he was already looking forward to tasting them again. No restaurant had ever given him this sense of anticipation. Next time we come, we might not be able to eat such delicious rice noodles again, so Weazi said suddenly after exchanging a glance with his friend. Oh, does the owner of this food stall have fluctuating cooking skills? Wang Yanji asked curiously. He knew that many chefs' skill levels fluctuated, and sometimes the head chef's condition could even directly affect the quality of a restaurant's food. No, that's not it, Su Weazi explained. But next time I come, I might not be eating rice noodles. It could be a different dish, a friend added from the side. Wang Yanji fell silent again. The stall owner's behavior is completely inexplicable from a business perspective. It's important to understand that these stalls primarily cater to repeat customers, and the reason these customers return is because they want the same dish they've had before. The stall owner changes the menu every few days. Isn't that clearly a way to cut off repeat customers? Moreover, even a single snack is not easy to make delicious, let alone many different kinds of snacks. It's already quite an achievement to make a rice noodle dish this delicious. As you know, there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, practice makes perfect. Therefore, a delicious snack is often the result of a chef accumulating experience over many years of preparation, which allows the flavor to continuously improve. With frequent changes to the menu, there's no time to accumulate experience, so how could the quality of the dishes be maintained at such a high level? Therefore, from the perspective of setting up a street stall, this is indeed an inexplicable behavior. Unless the stall owner really knows how to cook everything and can do it perfectly right away. But a chef like that could go anywhere in the world. Why would he set up a stall? Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Wang Yanji simply shook his head slightly and sighed. This boss really has a rebellious streak. Su Weazi and his companion, however, seemed completely unfazed. That's perfectly normal, we're used to it. The stall owner used to sell braised pork and braised noodles, but we haven't tried the others. However, we heard from others while we were queuing that there were many other things to try. These dishes all have one thing in common, they are all incredibly delicious. That's why we were so confident when we came here today. No matter what the dish is, Mr. Chen can definitely make it without any problems. The stall owner's surname is Chen, which Su Weazi heard from others while queuing up earlier. Just as the three were talking, someone came up to them with a bowl of rice noodles and looked at them expectantly. Let's go, don't keep the seats after you've finished eating. Wang Yanji noticed that the other small tables around the food cart were full, and the person next to him wanted to find a place to sit, but there was no seat, so he took the initiative to get up and leave. The open space around this stall is a bit larger than the previous one, but there still isn't enough room to set up many tables. Fortunately, most people opted for takeout, otherwise, given the popularity of Chen Feng's stall, there would definitely not be enough seats at those few tables. After they left, someone came to clear away the dishes. That waiter who cleared the dishes looks familiar. Before leaving, Su Weazi glanced at the person out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't look too closely, only that the person looked somewhat familiar. He quickly put the matter out of his mind. His car was still parked downstairs at the company, so he had to ride a shared bike back. If only there were such delicious rice noodles downstairs from the office, I wouldn't have to come all this way. Su Weazi shook his head, banishing the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Luckily we arrived early, otherwise we don't know how long we would have had to wait in line. Songjie said with relief as it was finally almost their turn. Have you ever eaten rice noodles before? Zhang Jinwei suddenly asked. He's from northern Shaanxi, and people from northern Shaanxi don't seem to eat much rice noodle snacks. At least in Zhang Jinwei's hometown in northern Shaanxi, there are very few shops that sell rice noodles. Not only rice noodles, but even snail rice noodles and hot and sour rice noodles are rarely seen. Zhang Jinwei had never even eaten rice noodles before. Haven't you ever tried snail rice noodles? They're all pretty much the same, right? Fan Zio replied. Oh, right, check the group chat. Before them, some group members must have already tried today's rice noodles, so just by looking at their reviews, you can tell how the rice noodles taste. Songjie opened the group chat for the Zhangjian Food Squad and scrolled through the message history. He saw the following message. Boss Chen's stall is getting more and more popular. Today, all the tables next to the food cart were full. There were 3 people who had finished eating and were still occupying the seats. I was waiting next to them with my noodles for a while, but the taste of the rice noodles is truly undeniable. Although it's just a bowl of vegetarian noodles, it tastes much better than the pork knuckle noodles you get for delivery. The group already had great faith in Chen Feng's cooking skills, and the messages in the group chat reassured them even more. Just then, it was finally their turn. These 4 often came together as a group from the same dormitory, and Chen Feng had even become familiar with them. Soon, 4 servings of cooked rice noodles were ladled into bowls. The rice noodles looked ordinary, the soup base was a bit light in color, and there were no other side dishes besides 2 leafy greens. Although they were mentally prepared, when they saw the bowl of rice noodles in person, they all agreed that it looked too ordinary. While both are rice noodles, snail rice noodles have a much richer variety of ingredients, often topped with fried eggs, pickled bamboo shoots, peanuts, shredded wood ear mushrooms, and other side dishes. The most important thing about rice noodles is the soup base. A good soup base makes for a good flavor. The side dishes are just garnishes, Song Jae said first. Whether the soup base is good or bad is not important. The most important thing now is to find a place to sit down. The group looked around and found that there were no seats left next to the food cart. Yesterday, we sold braised pork belly, and more people opted for takeout than today. In comparison, there weren't enough seats available today. The inability to find a place to sit reminded them of the school cafeteria. Every year at the start of the school year, for the first 2 weeks after freshmen arrive, the cafeteria will be packed with students during mealtimes, making it difficult to find a place to sit. This is because freshmen are new to school and not yet familiar with the area around the school, nor are they clear about the quality of the cafeteria. Therefore, the cafeteria is only busy during this period of the year. Once this period is over, the freshmen will have a general idea of what the cafeteria is like, and it will become visibly deserted. I should have noticed earlier that there were no seats available. I could have just packed it up to take home and eat it. Chen Feng also noticed this. He was busy with something and couldn't get away, so he called Chang Suyuan over. Chang Suyuan went to the shop and brought out a few more sets of tables and chairs to arrange them, finally relieving the pressure of seating. Song Jae and his group were finally able to sit down and begin to savor the taste of the rice noodles. Even Zhang Jinhui, who doesn't usually like rice noodles, praised them highly today. This noodle is really chewy and smooth, and the chewy texture is different from hand-pulled noodles. Due to the characteristics of the ingredients, rice noodles and hand-pulled noodles have very different textures. The starch structure and protein content of rice are very different from those of wheat flour. Due to the presence of gluten, hand-pulled noodles made from wheat flour have a very strong elasticity and are very chewy. Rice noodles are different. They have a smoother, more delicate texture and are much softer than hand-pulled noodles. Therefore, the biggest problem with rice noodles is improper soaking. If the soaking time is insufficient, the rice noodles will not absorb enough water and will not be fully soaked, resulting in a hard core in the center. A hard core has a devastating impact on the texture of rice noodles. No matter how good the rice noodles are, once they have a hard core, they will taste like chewing a candle. This is why rice noodles of this thickness need to be soaked in warm water for 3 hours. Dry rice noodles have a very hard structure, and it takes time for water to fully penetrate them. However, if rice noodles are soaked for too long, their texture will become bad. This kind of rice noodle has no texture at all. It's so tough you can't even pick it up with your chopsticks, it breaks at the slightest touch. Perfectly soaked rice noodles have a perfectly smooth texture that complements the broth perfectly, making them irresistible. This is the first time I've discovered that rice noodles can be so delicious. After slurping up a big mouthful of rice noodles, Zhang Jinhui said again. Li Shan was in his office, typing the last line of text on his computer. Although counselors don't have many teaching duties, they still have a lot to do on a daily basis. Tonight, Li Shan originally planned to visit Chen Feng's stall again, but I have so much to do that I don't even have time for dinner. Although many miscellaneous tasks can be delegated to the class monitor, the counselor must write some of the more important documents themselves. Li Shan closed the file he had just finished writing and glanced at the time. I don't know if I'll still be able to get a spot if I go now. Just then, Li Shan's phone rang. Li Shan glanced at the caller ID. It was the department head. The phone rang only a few times before Li Shan answered it immediately. Li Shan, is there a student in your department named Chen Feng? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the department head suddenly asked. Yes, director. Li Shan was a little puzzled as to why the department head would suddenly inquire about Chen Feng, a student. Then, the department head asked a few more questions about Chen Feng. When the call ended, Li Shan glanced at the time again. This time it's really too late. Time passed, and the night grew deeper. The line in front of the food truck finally dispersed. It was time for Chen Feng to pack up and leave. At this point, they had no choice but to close up shop because they had run out of soup base. Once the soup base is used up, it's time to close up shop. In the old days, chefs in Shandong cuisine restaurants would start each morning by simmering a pot of broth, which was essential for many Shandong dishes. If the broth runs out, the restaurant will have to close down. Although the rice noodles Chen Feng is selling today are not Shandong cuisine, the need for broth is the same. They used them all up? In Chang Suyuan's view, this scene seemed somewhat unreal. He also sold rice noodles at a stall for a while, and the business was quite good, so he knew roughly how many rice noodles a stall could sell when business was good. He could roughly calculate how much soup base was needed to make these rice noodles. When Chen Feng prepared those 2 large pots of soup base during the day, Chang Suyuan was a little puzzled, wondering if he had prepared too much soup base. However, he didn't take it too seriously at the time, thinking that Chen Feng had some good way of preserving the soup base, which was why he prepared enough soup base to last for several days. If stored properly, both soup base and braising liquid can be kept overnight without losing their flavor. Although Chang Suyuan didn't know how, he had heard of it before. What Chang Suyuan didn't expect was that Chen Feng actually used up all the soup base in one night. Today he finally saw what a truly popular stall looks like. He even recognized a few familiar faces in the queue. They must be people who work in office buildings a few kilometers away. All of this completely shattered Chang Suyuan's understanding. Back when he was neighbors with Chen Feng in the office building, Chen Feng only set up his stall for one afternoon and didn't have many repeat customers. Although his stall was quite popular, it wasn't much different from Chang Suyuan's. Therefore, Chang Suyuan only knew that Chen Feng was a very good cook, but he didn't have a clear idea of exactly how good he was. Just like he often watches Li Heiren's videos, in which Li Heiren visits and comments on various shops, speaking eloquently and appearing very professional. However, Chang Suyuan didn't know Li Heiren's actual skill level, he only knew that he should be better than himself. It wasn't until then that he saw the long queue in front of Chen Feng's stall, and Chen Feng's culinary skills finally became tangible in his eyes. He also truly realized the value of the soup-based recipe that Chen Feng had taught him. Chang Suyuan suddenly looked at Chen Feng, teacher. Chen Feng was preparing to pack up his stall when he was startled by Chang Suyuan's voice. He saw that the other party seemed a little agitated and was preparing to say something, but a voice coming from in front of the stall interrupted him. "Boss, do you still have rice noodles?" Liang Wenbin, who had just finished working overtime, stood under the streetlights, looked at the small blackboard hanging on the food cart, and asked. Chen Feng's small stall was what motivated Liang Wenbin to work overtime. Although he had to work overtime every day, which was so painful that he wanted to die, the thought of the late-night snack after work made Liang Wenbin feel less like he wanted to die. After finishing his overtime work today, Liang Wenbin, who was starving, came to Chen Feng's stall as usual. Although Chen Feng's stall suddenly featured rice noodles today, Liang Wenbin was already used to Boss Chen's unpredictable nature. "You're here too." Liang Wenbin noticed Chang Suyuan at this moment. He often patronized Chang Suyuan's rice noodle stall at noon. Although the two were not very familiar with each other, they could still recognize each other when they met. "We're out of rice noodles," Chen Feng said. "We've run out of soup base." Both the soaked rice noodles and the soup base were completely sold out at this point. "Do you still have braised pork belly?" Liang Wenbin asked again, still unwilling to give up. "No, we didn't make braised pork today." Chen Feng looked around the food truck. He hadn't prepared any extra ingredients today. Whether it's hand-pulled noodles or rice, it's getting a bit too late to make them fresh. A quick bowl of instant noodles will do. I haven't eaten since I started working overtime. Although he said that, Liang Wenbin was still a little disappointed that he couldn't get rice noodles. Instant noodles are fine, something is better than nothing. Even when cooking instant noodles, Mr. Chen's cooking is better than anyone else's. Okay. Chen Feng nodded, then added, "If you want to try the rice noodles, you can go to his stall tomorrow at noon." Chen Feng never expected that the leftover instant noodles that the original owner had bought too much of when he was selling goods at his stall would come in handy again. Eggs are naturally a staple in the food cart, and this bowl of instant noodles can even have an extra egg. While Chen Feng was cooking noodles, Chang Suyuan had already started chatting with Liang Wenbin. "Why do you work so late every day?" Chang Suyuan is naturally outgoing and can chat with even strangers, let alone customers who often visit his stall at noon. "There's no other way, I have to earn more overtime pay." Liang Wenbin pushed up his glasses, adjusted their position, and forced a smile. "I've never worked this much overtime when I was a programmer," Chang Suyuan remarked. Liang Wenbin could only give another bitter laugh. He continued, "After all, rent in Jiangbei is too expensive. If I don't work more overtime, I won't be able to afford to live a comfortable life." As a young man from a small county in Henan province who came to the capital of Shandong province to pursue his dreams, Liang Wenbin is indeed under considerable pressure. "When I was a kid, I was overjoyed to be able to eat a bowl of instant noodles, unlike now." Speaking of instant noodles, Liang Wenbin seemed to remember something. "By the way, there's a local specialty in my hometown, instant noodles." Chang Suyuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that a city's specialty was instant noodles. That instant noodles were cheaper than some of the most famous brands now, but they were only available in a few cities near my hometown. My hometown is in Shanyang, at the junction of Henan and Shaanxi provinces. That kind of instant noodles is sold in neighboring Jinshanj, and when paired with meatballs and poached eggs, it has even become a local specialty. What do people in Jinshanj eat for breakfast? Meatballs, instant noodles, and poached eggs. I think I've heard that before. Chang Suyuan felt as if a familiar rhythm was ringing in his ears. "The instant noodles are ready." Chen Feng's voice interrupted their conversation. Steaming hot instant noodles were served in a bowl, topped with a perfectly round, soft-boiled egg. Liang Wenbin picked up a mouthful of instant noodles with his chopsticks. With perfect control of the heat, the instant noodles presented an enticing texture. This chopstick of instant noodles bounced several times, just like in the commercials. The lights from the food cart and the streetlights mingled, illuminating a small space in front of Liang Wenbin. Under the light, the bright yellow instant noodles even appeared somewhat translucent. Stop looking, eat it while it's hot. Chang Suyuan noticed that Liang Wenbin seemed to be staring blankly at a bowl of instant noodles and kindly reminded him. Liang Wenbin then seemed to wake up from a dream and come back to his senses. The portion of instant noodles wasn't very large, and Liang Wenbin finished it quickly. He picked up the bowl again and gulped down several mouthfuls of noodle soup. The four provinces share many common customs, such as the original soup helps digest the original food. After eating noodles, people always drink a few sips of soup to feel comfortable. After a few mouthfuls of noodle soup, Liang Wenbin finally revealed a happy smile. Some say that a person's life is only lived for a few moments, and Liang Wenbin wholeheartedly agrees with this statement at this moment. What were you thinking about while you were looking at the instant noodles? Chen Fang asked curiously, since the texture of instant noodles changes over time. If you wait a little longer, the instant noodles won't taste as good as they did when they were fresh out of the pot. Seeing instant noodles suddenly reminded me of my school days. When I was in high school, our school ended evening self-study at 11 p.m. every night. It was a boarding school at the time. The cafeteria closed at 11 p.m., so there was nothing to eat but instant noodles. Bucket noodles are too expensive, so I have to bring my own lunchbox to cook instant noodles. I'm the only one in my dorm who brings a lunchbox. Liang Wenbin chuckled as he said this, seemingly amused by the memory. One stainless steel lunchbox, shared by 8 people in shifts. Ha ha. Liang Wenbin continued recounting his memories, saying that the pressure of his work was usually too great, and he rarely had such a relaxed time as he was now. The 3 years of high school passed by just like that. Back then, the adults all said that these 3 years would be the hardest, but who knew that even after getting into university and graduating, I would still be working overtime every day. In the small towns and villages of Henan province, the quality of teachers is extremely limited, and almost every student there has gone through similar experiences. The only way for them to escape poverty is through time. Alright, let's stop chatting. Mr. Chen, you should get some rest. After talking for a while, Liang Wenbin seemed to realize that it was getting late, so he said goodbye and prepared to leave. Bite. The task, tell your story, has been completed. The system notification rang in Chen Feng's mind once again.